Okay, it's still working. Oh my goodness. Hold on a second. It's still working. Oh my goodness. Hold on a second. Okay. Hello, Lily.
Hi, Jake.
I apologize. I forgot to look to see if you were up there.
I was listening. Yes, and it was really interesting to hear what Thierry has to say. And yeah.
Hello, morning.
Hi, Thierry. Did I get your name right?
Okay, wait a minute.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
All right.
Okay, I think we're all set. So Lily, Thierry wants to connect with other schools, and I know you have a wonderful school in Malaysia, and so right there we can make a connection.
Yeah, we have about 900 plus students, Thierry. So we are actually launching innovative initiatives, and most of it is on green agenda. So yes, I think it should connect.
And Thierry, once you are done, you do not have to leave. You can stay because we have a wonderful presentation from some students from part of an Arabic organization, and it's called Kids in Code, and it's working with kids all over the Islamic world, and I think that would be another very interesting thing to watch. So she's coming up. Okay.
That would be great. Thank you.
So here's the story. Thierry, this is your show. This is your program. I know you have a wonderful thing to talk about. And Lily and I will be here and we will be watching. And then if there's time at the end, we'll ask you some questions.
Yes.
But it is all yours. So please.
Thank you.
But you have to introduce yourself.
I
I know you're from Mauritius, but please explain, tell everyone about you.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Thierry from Mauritius, and I work at the National Productivity and Competitiveness Council of Mauritius. And I am an innovation, creativity, and design specialist. So maybe I will start to share my screen so that I can continue with my presentation. So there you go. I hope everyone can see what's going on. Is it okay?
Yes, it's perfect.
Right. So yeah, so this is my title actually. And if you don't know where is Mauritius, maybe you can ask Jake, who has already been there. Right, Jake? And well, this is the Mauritius located on the map. As you can see, we are a tiny island in the Indian Ocean. And the capital city is Port Louis. So we have around 1.2 million of inhabitants. We speak English, French, and mother tongue language is Mauritian Creole. So, well, this is a glimpse of Mauritius. And actually, unfortunately, everything is not blue right now because, as you know, Mauritius now we are in lockdown. And so schools also, there are no schools, and so being I thought of creating a project called the Scrap Challenge for students who are at home, and this is the challenge. So we want them to be creative with using scrap at home, and the best project has a cash prize afterwards. And the purpose of the challenge, is for students of age 9 to 18 years old, where they can, reduce, recycle, and reduce scrap from their home place, and turn that into something very innovative and creative in the form of art, or maybe something functional. So scrap they can use at home, it can be anything broken, inoperative, discarded, or old objects. And there are no training done, only a tool called Scamper that we made them available. I think most of you already know what is Scamper. And they use this technique to come up with an innovation. So this is, we had actually two categories where students can participate in the challenge, right? And we had also some criteria to assess the challenge, and mostly on innovation and creativity, originality, aesthetics, and functionality. So we have also 3 assessors in the field, to assess the projects. And actually, we have 3 sessions. So the first session already has been done, and I've managed to collect some projects which will I show you later on. And actually, the second challenge is on. Right, so they are going to submit the projects in the form of a video, in a short clip, or Microsoft PowerPoint. And we wanted to make something really fun and nothing theoretical, and just students, to be very creative at home, and instead of being idle. So I will show you afterwards now, and some projects that we managed to collect from students. And well, sorry for the quality of the videos. Nothing has been edited, and there are some presentations in French, but it doesn't matter because I will try to comment on the video. So the first project that we received was from Louise, and she's 11 years old. And let me show you what she did.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Héloïse Ray, j'ai 11 ans, je suis au lycée La Bourdonnais et aujourd'hui je vais vous présenter mon projet en 3 étapes.
The first step,
Voici les bouchons de
use
liège
some corks,
qui servent à faire le cou, la tête et les pattes. Voici les boutons qui servent à faire les yeux. Voici la boîte de conserve qui sert à faire le corps. Voici le rabanne qui sert à faire la queue.
So she's
Voici
introducing
le
all the
fil de
materials that she
fer
used.
qui sert à faire tenir les bouchons de liège entre eux.
So this is the
Voici
second
les
step,
outils que j'ai
the
utilisés.
tools that she used.
Une pince pour couper le fer, un marteau, encore une pince pour couper le fer, un ciseau, de la colle chaude et un pistolet à colle chaude et un cutter pour couper les bouchons de liège.
Third step,
Je fabrique une girafe et son
she's
petit.
assembling the giraffe.
Je vous présente ma girafe et son
So
girafon.
there's the project that she did.
J'ai utilisé des items destinés à la poubelle pour faire de l'art. Sauvons la planète. Recyclons.
So, some snapshots
Voici
of the
quelques
project.
photos.
And for doing this project, she said that it is very important to save the planet and try to recycle. This is the second project that was submitted. And actually, this is the winner of the first session of the Scrap Challenge. This is the student Corinne Bocas, age 9 years old, and he designed a table lamp. So he used a can of soft drink bottle, and with the help of a pin, he did some holes in the can. So this is the LED light and a switch, and with the help of a battery, he did this table lamp.
Voilà, mon projet est terminé, mon film fait aller, mon met tout van pile, mon met taquer là tout. Moi faire une petite décoration goni.
So that's the second project. The third one, that's a broadband robot made of scrap materials.
Bonjour mesdames et messieurs.
So I know that he's speaking in French, but I will explain what he did.
J'ai fait ce robot et participé à ce concours pour améliorer ma créativité et mon
So he wanted to do
intelligence.
this project to
Il se nomme
develop his
Broadband
creativity.
Robot. On a utilisé des
So he's explaining the materials that he used for this project,
boîtes de chaussures, des couverts,
basically made of boxes,
des touffes,
even a
des
broken remote
pommettes,
control.
une autre boîte de chaussures, une télécommande, des bouchons, des
And
tuyaux
even a
PVC,
laptop,
un
broken
adaptateur
laptop adapter.
de laptop. On peut utiliser pour jouer pour les
So
enfants.
while doing
Bien,
this
dans les collections.
innovation,
Merci
he said he
Merci de m'avoir
didn't
suivi.
did it only for his purpose, but also to help, children to play in orphanage. That's another project. And from Sharia, 9 years old, and with the use of newspapers, she designed a dress.
Sharia. I live at Bel-Air. I am 9 years old. Today, I will present you a dress which I made myself using newspaper and glue. So let's start.
Reuse, reduce waste, recycle. Reuse, reduce waste, recycle. Reuse, reduce waste, recycle.
You look like a real go-getter. Come on, help your auntie litter.
Reuse, reduce waste, recycle.
There are others to consider. Think it over. Don't litter.
Reuse, reduce waste, recycle.
Stash your trash. Don't throw it down. Take pride in your hometown.
So we limited the video less than 2 minutes. Present
Ask
the
your
project.
friends to not be bitter. Get them to be a litter quitter.
Reuse, reduce waste, recycle.
The final
We
product.
won't give up. We won't give in. We want our world clean
So
again.
she's making outdated newspaper become trendy.
Share the vision. We can see a
So there was a few glimpses of projects that were submitted for the first session of the Scrap Challenge. And, this was done without any training or, not following any design thinking process. So they just came up by themselves with their project, the creativity, without any theoretical background or whatever. So what we're planning to do next is maybe to make them participate in our national project called InnovEd, which stands for Innovation for the Education Sector. And the purpose is to instill creative and critical thinking among students, and afterwards to develop a culture of creativity and innovation. For those who don't know, this project started in 2005, and we had the collaboration of the Connecticut Invention Convention, to do a training of trainers afterwards. And this project is based on the design thinking process. And what they have to do is, they have to identify a problem and use the following themes that you can see listed on the poster, either through interactive media, cultural heritage, language and publishing, performing arts, visual arts and crafts and design, to address the problem. And they have to come up with an innovation afterwards. So we have also introduced the innovation clubs in schools. Well, this is actually a model that describes this innovation club. So they have an innovation tree, an idea box, a planning board, digital corner, scrap corner also, and a writable wall. And here are some screenshots of the InnovEd project. And as you can see, our friend Jake also was present as, our guest here in Mauritius. And so that's the idea of InnovEd. So thank you very much for your kind attention. And any questions,
yeah.
I would be glad to answer them.
Thierry, this was absolutely wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Unfortunately, we only gave you 15 minutes and the time is up, so we're going to have to move on. But
that's okay.
But no, it's not okay. I'm very unhappy. But we have another gift coming up in July, and I want you to come back. We'll give you a half hour. And I want you to bring some students with you, and they can, just not a video. I'd love to have the students talk.
That would be great. That would be excellent.
Excellent. Well, thank you very, very much. This is very impressive. I'm going to go make some clothes now out of old newspapers.
Good for Halloween. I actually have quite a couple of questions, but yes, do come back, Thierry.
With pleasure.
Along as well. You're wonderful.
And by the way, I have Thierry's email address, so anybody who wants it, contact me, and I will be glad to pass it along, because he had said that one of the things he wants to do is collaborate with people around the world, and we have wonderful educators. So
that's great. We all have the means now to collaborate.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Thierry.
Bye-bye. Thank you again.
Okay, now I'm going to promote the next group, and this is going to be exciting. Khulud, are you there?
Good morning. It's 8 a.m. here in the UK.
Yes, I know, rub it in. It's 3 o'clock in the morning for me.
I know. How are you, Jake? Hi, everyone.
So Khulud, I am going to promote all of your students so they can present, but while I'm doing that, why don't you explain what it is they're doing and what it is you're doing?
Okay, first of all, my name is Kulud Ghanem. I'm the founder of Kids and Codes organization. We provide online coding classes for Arab kids around the world. And you will see now our UK students are currently training to participate in the World Educational Robotic 2021 championship or the local, first the local in the UK, hopefully. But their journey to learn coding and came to this stage wasn't easy. It was rich, challenging, and they will tell you more about it. But first, let me share. Can I share screen, Jake?
Absolutely.
Can you see my screen?
Well, yes, now we can.
Okay, great. Okay, so let me tell you about the journey. They learned Scratch, which means they learned from scratch, actually. They learned how to code games. It was their first step in the journey. Then they were introduced to the digital and real world magic. So they experienced how to deal with the circuit board. We used microbit circuit board, and they have decided to learn more about application design coding as well. And they are currently doing the same thing now. And after this, it was like 3 or 4 months. Then they have decided they want to buy their own robot kit and start learning how to code robotics. First, it's a kit full of pieces. They have to build the design and build the robot, actually. And it was challenging because it's all online. I'm not with them. I can't help them. I can give them tips, hints, and explain how to do this, but they have to do everything by themselves. They have to do the design. They have to do the coding. They have the maths, they have the designs, they code the robot to go from the base to the location to do tasks. And yeah, that's all I want to talk about. I will let them tell you more, and I'll stop sharing. And let's start with Hamza. Hamza, are you ready?
Yes. Hello, my name is Hamza and I'm 13 years old. I'm from Egypt, but I live in the UK. I really enjoy maths, physics, football, and robotics. I started programming with Miss Khulud and Kids and Codes in August 2020, and we just started doing Scratch, which I found challenging then, but now that I have more experience with programming, I find it easy. And I really think that programming and coding and robots are useful because I strongly believe that they're the future and they are going to be replacing a lot of stuff in the future. And hopefully I will be attending the 2021 WER contest in the UK. And this year's theme is that the robot will be completing some tasks that we should be doing, such as recycling and it's like low carbon living tasks. And it's just representing them as what we do, such as collecting blocks and returning them. And in this video, this is from the 2021 map and the old task module. The task was just to turn this piece around. So I had to make the solution as simple as possible so it can be removed quickly and it should be easy as well, but also should be efficient. And this is from the 2021 map and the task module. The robot pushes this lever and collects the blocks, and we have to return them to the box. This represents recycling, and what we should be doing.
By the way, Hamza is amazing engineer. He always come up with easy and simple solution. I try to do I try to do it really difficult and challenging, and he present his easy solution, make me feel really bad. He's really great engineer. Okay, next we have Jawad. Are you ready, Jawad?
Yes. Can you hear me? Like this?
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Jawad and I'm from Syria, living in the UK. I'm 12 years old and have recently begun working with programming. I began working with Scratch and slowly progressed to working with robots. I have met new people and had lots of fun working with them. However, me personally have had many issues with the robot and the sensors and many struggles, and this took over 2 months to fix. The robots we are working with have many different styles, such as robots that can walk that are called Bigfoot, just like this one.
Yeah, by the way, we were in lockdown the whole, now we are okay in the UK, but we were in lockdown. We couldn't meet. And there's just 1 hour driving between me and Jawad. And I wanted to help him because he spent 2 months figuring out what is wrong with my robot. And we met for several hours and we tried to fix it, but it wasn't working. And suddenly he found out that the cables which are connecting the controller with the sensors are the problem. And he found out that himself. He's a real engineer. Brilliant. Thank you, Jawad. And now we've got Wais. Wais, are you ready?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Awais and I am 11 years old. I am originally from Syria, but I live in the UK. I am here because I want to express my opinion about how robotics is a really good thing to learn, and I like robotics because whenever I am in a lesson with Miss Khulud, she always asks us to think about how the design should be and giving us a hint or two of what to do. This way is really good as a robotic junior engineer because we have to think in a really creative way and come up with our own designs. At the moment, I am working with a Krypton 4, which costs around £350. As you can see, this is a garage door design on the robot, and it can open the gate.
Yeah, this is a really simple design made by Waze. It's connected to small motor, and yeah, we need a sensor, Waze, right? We need a sensor detects when the car is coming, open the gate. Yeah, it's really simple, and Waze struggled at the beginning as well, using the kit and connect all these pieces. But now he's the expert. He can do any design, and he can be really creative. Thank you, Waze. Next, we've got super engineers, Tariq and Karam. Are you ready?
Hello. My name is Tariq. I am from Syria, but I live in the UK. I am 11 years old and I enjoy coding and making the designs for the robot. I had a bit of experience building designs. It was hard coding at the start, but you understand it more, which makes it easy. Yeah.
Karam, we can't hear you. Can you come closer, please? Oh, Karam, can you hear me?
Hello, my name is Karam, and yes.
Great. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Karam, and I'm 9 years old, and I enjoy my robot competitions with my brother. It was harder at the beginning, but now it's easy. And
Yeah. I think the internet
here
connection
is our design that we did,
perfect.
and it's like the robot like riding a bicycle.
Tariq and Karam, they have struggled at the beginning. Their mom called me and she said the robot is not working. I don't want them to feel really bad. Should they give up or something? I said no, it's okay. It's okay in the engineering world. You have to struggle. You have to learn from your mistake. You can make mistake. It's going to be really cool later. And later they built some designs to help their mom doing the housework with their robot, and she was really amazed. Tara and Karam are really real engineers. And thank you. Do you have any question, Jake?
Oh, yeah, sure. And Lily, if you have any questions, jump in. How long ago did you start this program? How long have these students been working on these projects?
I think 6 months ago or 5 months ago, something like this. They have started with Kids and Codes year ago, with learning all paths of coding, games, application design, circuit board. But they have focusing on robotics for the last 5 months, I think. Yeah, and it's for me as an educator, it's frustrating because it's all practical and I'm not there. So I always, before the session, I get really anxious. What if something is not going well? What if we spend the whole hour fixing something and I can't do anything about it? But because they are real engineers and they are really great, they do it. They do it in 1.5 hours. We complete the whole task, and they are really great.
Khaled, I think you've been doing such a fantastic job despite all the restrictions that we have with this pandemic. And guys, well done, super well done. You guys are amazing. So I have a question for you all. During this whole time that you were doing your project, what is your biggest challenge so far? Anyone can answer?
When Miss Khulud sends us a new task module, I get really scared that it won't work and I can't code my robot and do it. So that's my biggest challenge.
But you managed to do that. You always manage to do it, always.
Our biggest challenge is the coding. Sometimes it just won't go in like a straight line, the robot, so you just always have to do the EC code. Or sometimes in like a turn, it wouldn't turn like 90 degrees, it would turn like 180 degrees.
It's really frustrating, Tariq. I know this feeling, but you always make it working. I'm sure you can do it. Hamza, I'm really interested to know what is challenging for Hamza, because he's doing everything really great.
I think it would be coming up with a solution for the task module that is also not going to affect how the robot is able to go to it. For example, it won't block any light going to the map.
What about Jawad?
For me, it's also thinking of a solution, because I always think like it's too overcomplicated, or it's just too much stuff that's not going to make it work.
Let me just make a little speech real quickly to the students. I don't know if you understand this or you realize this, but in the real world, all adults, all we have all day long are problems. That's it. The adult day is not filled with, oh, I can do whatever I want. The adult day is filled with, oh my goodness, I have so many problems I have to overcome. Some of them are problems with work. Some of them are personal problems, car problems, money problems, cleaning problems. That's all that we do all day long. Okay. And so it's very important that you realize that. So when you have a problem, that is not bad. That is just normal life. And when you get a job, you're going to get a job and you're going to have problems all day long, because that's why they're paying you. They're paying you to solve the problems. If there were no problems, they would not need you. There would be no job and you would make no money. So problems are not bad. Problems are good. End of speech.
But I like the fact that despite whatever challenges that you guys face during your project remotely, and with Ms. Khulud helping you remotely, you guys managed to overcome whatever that you have faced, and your projects work, and it is astounding. So well done, guys. Keep it up. One day, let's hope we can see a collaboration between you all and have a bigger project to showcase. Yeah.
Well, actually, Khulud, there is a big contest coming up, right? Are these young engineers going to be part of that?
Sure, they will be. Yeah, they are so excited. We are preparing. We're going to have one in the UK, and hopefully they will be nominated to go to the World Championship in China for 2021.
But there's also a virtual contest coming up. Are you aware of that?
For the World Championship.
No, Melissa's running a virtual one.
Yeah. We will see. There will be two options on site if there's everything is okay in the UK and the restrictions are lifted, and if not, we are going to do it online. Yeah, virtual. So we will see.
You know, once again, go ahead, Lily. I'm sorry.
Yeah, all the best then. Looking forward to your new upcoming project. And well done, Tariq, Karam, Hamza, Jawad, and how do I pronounce your name? Always? Is it true? Is it correct? Always. All the best.
Thank you so much.
I just want to tell you, students, that when COVID struck, I spoke to Khulud and an associate of hers, Melissa, and I knew they were doing robotics projects. And I said to them, you can't do robotics virtually. It has to be in real life. There's no way you can do it. And they totally ignored my opinion and went ahead and did it anyway. So I just want you to know, when you have a problem and somebody tells you it can't be done, be very polite. And they were polite. And then they went and made it a success. So congratulations.
Thank you, Jake. Thank you.
So students, what do you plan to do next? I don't mean about robotics, but just in general. What are your plans for life?
When I grow up, I would like to be an architect, because physics and maths are one of my favorite subjects.
And the rest? You need to have a plan. I'm not saying your plan's going to happen. It's not. Whatever you're planning probably won't happen, but that doesn't mean it's bad. You may do something even more interesting and exciting. So what do you think?
I want to be an engineer.
What kind?
Robotics,
Ah,
since I'm learning right now.
Jawad?
Yes.
Yeah,
When I grow up, I'd like to be either an architect or some sort of sport, professional sport.
Mhm.
Tariq and Karam?
When I grow up, I want to be an engineer and electric engineer.
Oh,
I think Tariq, you are born to be an engineer. Seriously. And from my heart, you are born to be an engineer. You will be great one.
well, let me just tell you, there are many kinds of engineers and there are many kinds of architects. I know we have two architects here. So there are architects that build buildings, but there are architects that make bridges, architects that design roads and cities, and it's all different types of skills. So everything that you're looking at is a very wide area, and there's a lot to learn and a lot of excitement you're going to have in pursuing these careers.
And they need coding. In anything they have to do in the future, they need coding. You are on the right path. Yeah.
Yes, you are. I think programming is one of the most sought after skills in the new century, isn't it? So yes, you are on the right track.
And even if you don't become a programmer as a profession, you need to understand how it works and how things are put together. One of the really annoying parts of robotics is the robot always does exactly what you tell it to do. That doesn't mean it does what you want it to do, but you wrote the code and it's going to follow that code exactly. Now, if your code is wrong, it does the wrong thing. And by coding, you learn how to structure a problem, how to structure a solution, so that if somebody follows your process, you get the right answer. The robots always do exactly what you told them to do. And then you have to figure out why what you told them is not what you wanted.
I think they all can relate. Right, guys?
That's great. Now I have a question for you. I know you've been working with some of the motors and some of the sensors. Okay. Is there something that that you'd like the robot to do that you don't have the parts for it to do that?
I'd like it to climb because I just think it will be like a fun but like useful thing for the robot to be able to do.
When you say climb, like climb up a mountain or climb up a ladder or climb up a rope or climb up stairs?
Yeah, like to like have legs that will be able to climb upstairs as well.
Oh. Well, I saw we had a robot that was walking. Maybe you could figure out how to modify that to go upstairs. Now, not human-sized stairs, but very small stairs.
Yeah.
That could be an interesting project. Okay. What else?
I would like to make it Hoover the house. Maybe.
Ah. When you build a robot to do that, you can come and bring it to my house to practice. Now, what problems would you run into with that kind of a device? What things does that have to do?
We might not have enough tools to use.
But when you're talking about hoovering, what does the robot do? But it moves around, but what else does it have to do?
Vacuum.
It has to do what? What is the process when it's hoovering?
It needs to be precise, or it might miss out some spots, some places.
Yeah, but is
like you need to code
it's moving around.
the robots for it to be precise, or it might miss out places.
but you're missing something. It's moving around. What else is it doing besides moving?
Wes, you said something.
Vacuum.
What about vacuum?
It needs to collect the rubbish.
When you say vacuum, that's just a word. Give me a verb. What is it doing?
Vacuuming.
Vacuuming? No. How do you vacuum? What's happening?
It needs to have like a machine on the inside that soaks all the rubbish off
Oh, it's sucking what?
the trash.
The trash? Just the trash? It's not moving anything else?
But it also needs to be able to recognize what it should vacuum and what it should not.
Okay. How does it move the trash? It's moving the air, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Isn't that what's happening? It's moving the air, and then the air moves the trash, right? It's not picking up the dust, it's moving the air. So now you have a problem of how do you move air? And there's many ways to do it. And that's a whole nother thing that you might be looking into. How do you move the air? Another project to think about. And then where does the air go after you've moved it? No? Okay, I'm just opening up some areas of thought. Everything sounds easy until you start thinking about it. And then you go, oh, wait a minute. I have to move the air. And then where does it go? And then if the air has the dust in it, I want to get the dust out of the air, because otherwise I'll just be blowing dust around, right? So that's not good. And all of a sudden, a very simple project becomes very complicated. Have you ever heard of the device, iRobot, the Roomba? Ever heard of the Roomba? It's a robotic Hoover, and it's a product on the. I met the people who designed that before that was on the market, and they worked for years getting that thing to work perfectly. So it was not something that was done in a week. That's a real project. Okay. Well, we're about out of time now. We've got to move on to our next group. But you are out of time here. But what I expect you to do is to keep working. We are going to have another event, another gift in July. And Khulud, I would invite you and your entire team to come back. I would love to see some more students with some different projects. And I would like to see somebody who's built a robotic Hoover. I'm giving you an assignment. See if you can make that work. Doesn't have to be really good. It's a good project. And also stair climbing. That's even more challenging, but that might be something interesting to try. Maybe not going up a whole flight, but just doing one step. That would be a good project too. Well, thank you all very much. I appreciate it. This has been very, very enlightening.
Thank you, Jake.
And Khulud, thank you very much for proving me wrong when I said robotics could not be. No, I love being proven wrong, okay? And because that shows how much I have learned. So now I have learned that robotics can be taught virtually and taught very well. Thank you.
Thank you so
all.
much, Jake. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. By the way, you do not have to leave. I'm going to move you back down to attendees, and you can certainly watch, because I think the next group is up and they're going to be interesting too. Okay. Let's see if we can get our new people up. Okay. Okay, I think we're coming up here. Ah, we're here. Hello, are you there?
Hello.
Oh, hello, hello, hello. And there's another screen. Are you on that other screen also, or should I remove
Yeah,
that one?
we are on the another screen as well.
Oh my goodness. Well, this is wonderful. I am so glad to see you. This is wonderful. And are you two related somehow?
Yeah, we two are siblings.
Your siblings?
Yes.
And so your brother and sister?
Yeah.
Yes. Who's the oldest?
I am older.
Ah,
I'm
okay.
11 and he is 8. 3 years
Oh,
gap.
very good. I'm glad. So you're working together. This is fantastic. And you've got two things to show us, or at least one thing. So please introduce yourself, and this is your platform. Thank you.
Hello everyone. My name is Divyani Bansal and I am 11 years old. My name is Shrai Bansal and I am 8 years old. Today, we both have created a PIR home security system and toddlers learning app. So first, let's check out our home security system. This is how our home security system looks like. First, the PIR motion sensor detects something and then LED glows and the buzzer starts to buzz as there is a thief in front of it. Let's check out our code and the components which we have used. The components which we have used are a buzzer, LED, Arduino Uno, breadboard, a 9 voltage battery, a PIR sensor, and some jumper cables male to male and female to male. Do you know that Arduino Uno uses Atmega 328 PU as its microcontroller? Now let's check out our code. This is our code. Int LED equals 13 means the LED pin is connected on the little pin 13. Same with PIR and buzz. Buzzer can also be connected onto analog pins. What setup? Setup of the code. Pin mode LED comma output. When the LED glows, we can see it. So LED is an output. Same with PIR and buzz. When we cannot see the PIR taking the readings. Hence, it's input. And we want the serial monitor to begin so that we can analyze the PIR sensor's reading. While loop. The main code. Int sensor value equals to little with PIR. What the PIR read, that is the value of the sensor. So if sensor value is 1, means that there is somebody in front of the PIR sensor. Hence there is motion. We want the LED to glow and the buzzer to buzz. Else, if the motion is not detected, then you want LED to not glow and buzzer to not buzz. These are the readings of the serial monitor. Like when there was no motion, motion is detected as 0, and when there was motion, motion is detected as 1. Now let's see the prototype working. So here's our prototype. It's successfully connected through a connector, and when my hand was front of it, you could see that the LED is glowing and the buzzer is producing sound. So the thief will be caught. We all will wake up and catch the thief. Now there is no motion in front of it. Hence, the buzzer is not buzzing and the LED is not glowing. So this is how our works. So this is how this thing works. Now it's the time for Toddlers Learning app. Just a minute. This app is made for toddlers, as toddlers are engaged in it, and there are many different apps in only one app. In this app, children get engaged and they learn the concept of fun learning. Now, we'll be presenting the apps in my apps and their uses, the engagement of students and what do they think about my app, short video on a child interacting with my app, and live working, of course. These are the 9 apps. Talking Tom, which teaches us good touch, back touch, and body parts. Flash Red app.
In that is fun based. And when we touch the flashlight, so the flashlight glows. But in the real, it doesn't glow. So that doesn't harmful to the children eyes. Color matching. In this, you can match the colors. The fidget spinner, where the children at a very young age learn the concept of friction and speed. The alphabet app teaches them phonetics, alphabet with pronunciation. Now, what do the students think about my app? It sometimes happens that when we shake our phone, apps get distracted. So in this, it should not be. There are some hidden features in this app. Now it's time for a short video. So he's playing with the Talking Tom app.
Can you say hi? But look at the light. This light is.
Welcome to the one
But
and
press.
only
Maybe there's a
Press the
flashlight
button.
app.
Press the button. Press. Wow. Light. Funny light. Press the button. Light off.
Now
Light
the fidget
on.
spinner app. You can see that
Ooh,
when you
repeat.
it slowly, it slows.
Wow,
But when he
round,
does it fast, it does not stop. It rotates for a longer time.
Wow,
Now it's time for live working. I'll share my screen from the other device.
Hello, welcome to the Talking Tom 2, your first app.
Can you see the screen from my other app? Okay. So this is the Talking Tom. Its feature won't work right now because we are on a Zoom call. So when I click this, I say something, it repeats.
I say something, it's repeat.
Like the one it did right now. Then there's the first hidden feature. When we tap it for wrong on this page, another page opens. So this is the part where it tells about the good touch, the bad touch, and body parts. Like when I click on body parts, like ear,
Nose, eye, legs,
Ouch.
right hand.
So did you, when I click on chest and tail, it says ouch because it's a bad touch, like ouch, ouch. This is the first hidden feature that the children has to come up. The flashlight app.
Welcome to the one and only flashlight app.
Here, when I click on the flashlight, it switches on, but in real, it isn't. So it isn't harmful for the children. The color matching app.
The color match NG. Match the colors. Best of luck.
Here, it's not clicking and clicking. We drag the color to its respective place. For example, if I take the yellow color, I'll put it in the yellow color. And here, this also teaches that green is the color for right and red is the color for wrong. The background color changes to red from green as yellow is matched with yellow. Same with all different colors we can match.
Correct. Correct.
Now it's time for fidget spinner.
Fidget with the spinner.
So here there's the speed and friction. If I do the speed very low, this thing isn't working very fast, right? And if I do the speed very much, so it's spinning so fast. And there's this friction as well. The friction is much more, and I'll do the speed less. Then it's having problem rotating. When I do the friction less and speed a little bit, then it's rotating with ease. You can see? Now it's time for the piano app.
Wanna play piano?
Yes.
Try again.
So in this piano, they can be learned and taught piano with this app. So when we click any note, it sometimes happens that when we click the notes, they play a good tune and we don't remember the notes we have played. This talks about all the current notes we have played. You can erase them and play them again. I go to back. Let's check out the number rumble. It has the second hidden feature. When we streak the phone, so voice comes of different numbers. Yeah, Like when I shake my phone,
Repeat after me. TWENTY.
it says repeat after me, and then it spells the number, and then it gives a pronunciation of the number. In this number rumble app, you can have a numbers till 100, different numbers till 100, and then there are animated photos of the pictures of the number where you can learn more, and there are also fruits like
1 apple, 1 apple. 2 bananas, 2 bananas. 6 guavas, 6 guavas.
it tells them values, fruits, and the numbers. 3 in one app again. Now, the national symbol. We should know the national symbols of India, as we are proud to be Indians. Like some symbols are like the Indian flag, the national flower lotus. So if I click on tiger, it spells the word tiger, Tiger. Same how like mango and banyan. Then the last app, but not the least, the alphabet app. This teaches you the animals. In this, we have categorized the animals into wild animals, domestic animals, and pet animals. So wild animals are dangerous, hence we have put a scary tone, like
wild animals, fear of them.
So we have put a scary tone so that you have to be scared and run away when you hear some sounds like elephant or tiger. And the second is domestic animals like horse. So if we click on back, we go to this app's main menu. And if we click on main menu, we go to the main menu. So some pet animals like dog, cat, and monkey. Like when I click on cat, let's go back to the main menu and the last app, which teaches us phonetics. Like for example, A, B, C, D, all that. So when we click on it, it pronounces the letter. So this was our app and a PIO home security system. Thank you for watching us. Now we are open for question and answers.
My first statement is, wow, that is incredible. That is so incredible. I hardly know where to start, but I have a question. Who wrote all that code?
The Accord and Arduino IDE?
Yes.
Okay. So we both wrote it. Like he gave me the idea of this bank security system. Then I combined it into the components which we have to use for this bank security system. And then we thought that let's just write a simple and efficient code. So I wrote this the loop, and he told me how to write the setup and everything. Like about the setup for the code and the pins we should use.
Why don't you stop sharing? Because then we can see you much bigger if you're not sharing.
Okay.
Now you're much larger, much larger. Very impressive, very impressive.
Good fun.
Really? Question?
Yes. Oh my God, you guys are amazing, Devani and Shmalia. And I like the fact that you guys are siblings and you speak sometimes in unison. And it's like, wow, you guys are in sync with one another as well. But I have a question. You have two projects that you have completed. One is really, really marketable at this point of time, your app, and one is the home security system. All right. Why such a vast difference between the ideas? One is a home security system and one is a toddler app. And your toddler app, mind you, I really commend you for being really, really creative. You have all the disciplines that a toddler should be learning in one app. It's like a one-stop app for a toddler. But why the vast difference? A home security system and a learning app.
So a toddler's learning app is basically something virtual, but the thing we thought of making something little virtual, and the PIR home security system is something practical. So the PIR home security system is for bigger people like who want to keep money and some things in banks, and they have to be safe. But there's no relation for a child to have this system. Like he doesn't have to keep his money or something because they don't have it. But for toddlers, even they want to have fun. So why don't they have a toddlers learning app and a home security system for big people and toddlers learning app for small children?
You called your product the PIR. Do you know what PIR stands for?
Yeah, passive infrared sensor.
Ah.
It detects IR radiation, and that's how the motion is detected or the motion is not detected.
Very, very, very good.
Have you thought of making it more appealing to your peer group, as in for the youngsters as well, the home system? Maybe you can think of it in a way that they can use it. I mean, it's not
maybe
a really big
we were
system.
thinking of, in this PIR home security system, we were thinking of adding inside a machine, so where they can keep their all chocolates and toffees, and each time when they open their safe, they have a random toffee. Like when they press a button, they have this option, and a toffee, a chocolate comes out and drops there. Like when they open the safe, they have a button, they press it, and a chocolate drops off from the container above.
Oh, that's a lovely extension of what you have done. Well done.
At one point in your demonstration, I saw a magic hand come in from the side. Who does that hand belong to?
Actually, the PIR home security system, when we put our hand in off it takes a little time. So I had to keep and pick. So my mom was just sitting beside me. She just gave me the bank.
Can she come on the screen too?
Yes.
Yeah, come on, tell her to come. Because I have a feeling that she's very important in all the things that you have done. Hello, Mom.
How are you?
You need to take credit for what you have created here with these two wonderful people.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you like the PIR World Safe and the Toddlers Learning app.
It was very impressive. It was very impressive. I'm going to go out and find some toddlers now. And so do you have another project that you're working on? What else would you like to be doing?
After this, we'll think of something new. And or maybe we were thinking of making an animatronic hand.
Ooh.
Like the basically animatronic hands, like the one which we are seeing right now in courses and everything, they're connected. They're connected with wires, and then when we make our hand, they move. But we want something like from a very good from distance, like from 2-3 meters. What we do, something it catches at a very like from a safe distance, it can catch from there. Like whatever we do here inside the room, it can do that through a sensor or something. So we'll try to make that next.
Very impressive. Very impressive. Very impressive. Lily, any last questions?
Nothing from me. I'm just astounded by them.
Very good. So congratulations to the both of you, okay? But I also want to say congratulations to your mother, okay? Because I have a feeling that she has been a big help and a big support to you. Is that true?
Yeah, whenever we do, if we need water and anything, or if we are stuck somewhere, she helps us, like maybe try this or maybe try that, it will happen, maybe try this thing. Like if there's some problem, she like it sometimes hard to connect the battery with the connector, so she does that for us. Or maybe you can put that there, things like that. She
Very
has
good.
also been a very big help to us.
Yes, good. And I want to make sure, please make sure to thank her, okay, for all the help that she's given. I know. And she is also going to thank you for all the happiness you have given her.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much to both of you. Thank you. This is very impressive.
And bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Let me just move them off here. Okay. Let's see, trying to get it off. I can't do two things at once. Okay, great. Well, Lily, we have a little bit of time here, and I know you have a very interesting school, and I'd
Yes.
love to give you a chance to talk about, first of all, you need to explain to people where you are, okay? Where you're located, but also talk about your school and what you're doing in your school.
Hi everyone. I'm Lily and I'm from Sri KDU Secondary School. We are a school in Selangor, the state of Selangor in Malaysia. And at present, we are undergoing a transformation whereby we are focusing a lot on innovation as well as student creativity. So we are kind of like shifting towards a more hands-on approach, and joining this collab with Jake has offered us quite a lot of opportunities to see what the rest have been up to, and also look into opportunities to collaborate as well as share ideas. And well, we have a makerspace, and we are joining in a lot of competitions, and we are just hoping that this would be a good learning curve for all of us, our teachers as well as our students. So you'll be seeing us more actively in this platform as well as in other platforms as well. So this is our nascent journey into coming out to the world with our students' creations.
Very good, very impressive. We are having another gift in July, and I expect to see some of your students and some of their projects, and some of your teachers talking about what you're doing in your school.
Okay, good. I will speak to them.
No. You are in charge. You make sure that they come.
All right.
Don't speak to them. You tell them they have to come. Okay, so I want to show some other videos, and let's see if I can get this thing to work. This may be embarrassing if I can't get it to work.
You will.
Okay.
Challenges, Jake, challenges.
Oh, I'm not quitting. I'm just embarrassed. Okay. So let's see. Do you see a screen? And it says Engineering Paradise. Yes?
I just see Engineering P.
Ah, the rest of it isn't shown. Okay. Now you see Paradise. That's what I was checking. Now
Yes, I
you
do.
see it.
Yep.
Okay.
As I walk through my business, I know I owe it a debt. It created my profession and my career's a sure bet. Engineering's my trade and I love my degree. It was that, not my looks, that got my spot on TV. I grew up thinking like my science and math, and you will too if you wanna follow my path. School, now you may be thinking you more gangster than me, but you motherboarders never see my PC. If you be a gamer, you can't give me no lip, cause when you be fragging your homies, you be using my chip. I touch our phone, I know you want those things. It's engineers like me be designing that bling.
Been spending all my life with engineering paradise. Bending grass for once or twice, living engineering paradise. The work is hard and the pay is nice, living engineering paradise. Go
your homies could be playing real smart, putting things together, taking things apart. Environmental, chemical, electrical too. Something in there's gonna be golden for you. You be designing the future, the cities, the cars. You be designing the spaceship that be hitting the stars. You could be making stuff that the world hasn't seen, like a 20-foot robot and a Ferris wheel machine. Exploring the world between power and ground, making some lightning, pushing electrons around. So get yourself a meter and a soldering gun, and grab you some components and build you some fun.
It's a fine degree, CS or E. Study hard and be a nerd like me. Been spending all my life living engineering paradise. Been to grad school once or twice, living engineering paradise. The work is hard and the pay is nice, living engineering paradise. Go to college, it's worth the price, building engineering paradise.
You make a good living getting paid what you're worth. Make a smarter planet and be saving the earth. Educated, compensated, appreciated too. Get the whole darn world looking up at you. And engineers be coming every color and creed. Not all of them be old gray kooks like me. The work is ever changing and the field never sleeps. You could be working the world over with the smartest of peeps. So you just study hard and you get your degree. And if you're lucky, you'll be an engineer like me.
Been spending all my life living engineering paradise. Been to grad school once or twice, living engineering paradise. The work is hard and the pay is nice, living engineering paradise. Go to college, it's worth the price, building engineering paradise. It's a fine degree, CS or E. Study hard and be a nerd like me. It's a fine degree, just try and see. Study hard and be an engineer like me.
That is John Cohn. He's a IBM fellow, and he designed all the chips that are used in the games, the PlayStations and all that stuff. Incredible, incredible. Let me show something else here. Oh, we had a, let's do this. We are part of an organization called Invent Future Global. And let me just show this video. It explains a little bit more about what we are and what we're doing. Oops, wrong thing. Okay, Lily, do you see a black screen?
Not yet.
No, you don't. Okay, let me, oh, I know why, because I didn't share. When the video stops, the sharing stops. Okay, hold on. We're going to get this. Okay, now let's try it again. Now you see black. Yes?
Yes, I do.
Future.global is an association, a collaboration, a cooperation of educational companies and organizations all around the world, which are enhancing, supporting, and developing the creativity, the innovation, and the inventing skills of students, so that they will be able to create the future for themselves, for their countries, and for the entire globe. InventFuture.global. Okay, great. Get rid of that. And move this over to here, and move this to here. Wonderful. Okay. And let me get this up. Well, I still have technology problems. Okay, great. We will make this work. Let me get our next presenter. Dr. Johnson. Oh, welcome, welcome.
Hi there, Jake.
Hello, how are you? So
I'm very good, thank you.
This is absolutely amazing. You have an incredible program, and I want you to talk about that, okay? But I also want you to talk about yourself, because I know you have a very interesting background, a very interesting history. So it's not bragging if it's true, okay? But I think people would love to hear it. So you're going to be talking about building a culture of creativity to promote innovation.
That is correct, yeah.
So,
what matters to all of us, I think, at this point.
This is your platform. Please tell us what you are doing and how it impacts the world.
Thank you. Are we live at the moment?
We are live. You are.
Oh, we are live then.
Yes.
Okay, so let me start by sharing my screen then. And please let me know if you can see my screen.
I see bananas.
Okay, you see the bananas. That's the intent here, right? Okay, so let me just move a few things out of the way and we can get started. Okay, well, the first thing I'd like to do is to thank both Jake and Julie and Innovation World, without doubt, for this opportunity once again presented at the GIFT stage. I think Innovation World is doing a tremendous job at actually living my presentation in terms of building a culture of creativity and to promote innovation around the world. It's just fabulous and so inspiring for me. I've been in this business for many years. I've been an international educator now for 35 years. I work at the International School Hanover region. I've been here for the last 4 years, and I'm a technologist, I'm an innovator, I'm a photographer, I'm a musician, or at least a wannabe of all of those. And I truly love the space that we are in right now as a result of COVID. I think what it's really done, it's actually opened our eyes in terms of what the possibilities can be and might be into the future, just in terms of innovation. So with that, I'd like to start by just kind of explaining a little bit about the banana that's kind of rotating with the speckles and the blemishes on it, right? I think perhaps by the end of my presentation, you might make some sense of the wabi-sabi behind the graphic and my choice of the fruits and vegetables that I'm going to be using in my slides here. So I titled my presentation, What Matters, as a provocation, as a way to trigger those and encourage those conversations between those of us who are really passionate about the future, right? I think it really makes a difference for us as educators to really look at the things that matter to us and to really care about the world that we live in collectively. And this is the reason why I decided to go with the title, What Matters. Now, I think perhaps the first thing I'd like to do to get a sense of what really matters to me is perhaps to make some sense of the world that we live in as a way to frame and act in the unknown. So let's look at that dish that we've prepared for you and imagine that this dish is your world. It sure looks like a mess, I can say, right? At least that's what it looks like in the picture. Can you make sense of what this dish is? Perhaps some of you can. But for most of us, it'll be kind of difficult to identify those ingredients that went into making this dish. But don't be dismayed. All will be revealed in due time. To make sense of the world, one of the things I decided to do was just look at some of the shifts that we've been talking about. And I think all of these shifts are very known to most of us, right? Over the last 50 plus years. And let's try to separate those myths from the facts. So starting with, since 1950, the global population has tripled to 7.4 billion and growing fast. Half the world's population now lives in towns and cities. Grain production has gone up fourfold, tenfold expansion in the global economy, which is phenomenal, which means it takes people out of poverty. Energy use, obviously, as a result, has gone up fivefold, and there's a fivefold increase in the use of fresh water. We see a tenfold rise in the consumption of our natural resources, which leads then to record levels of concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. People like to eat fish, and most recently I watched a Netflix documentary called Seaspiracy about our consumption of seafood and marine life. The acceleration of our global economies, the globalization of the world was perhaps best described by Thomas Friedman in his book, The World is Flat, where he talked about the internet building connected worlds. And we all know that. And consequently, today, we are able to contend and cope with COVID crisis. Human consumption has gone up. The amount of land that we use as a result to grow food and the mass extinction of animals and plants continues to gather pace. As much as there are deniers, I think for the believers, all is not lost, and it's not all gloom and doom. There's a wonderful book written by Hans Rosling titled Factfulness, and I think it gives us some great insights. Bill Gates considers it as one of the best books that he's ever read, and he's actually contributing to the fund to allow students at universities to actually get a free copy of that book, which is phenomenal because it talks about the shifts and drivers and the changes that have taken place. But the most important thing, I look at these shifts as drivers of change, because these drivers of change will propel and shape the future that we're living in. But then the question begs, why do we need to care? We need to care because these drivers of change will compel us as a society to change and to alter our actions. And we've seen this most recently over the last 12 months, how the entire globe has had to shift and change as a result of the COVID pandemic. But the question then is, how do we make sense of these drivers? So I'm going to take a few minutes to just examine one of these drivers of change. And I think we can all agree that we are now living in a very wasteful world. All the waste we generate originates from natural resources, which are often extracted in very damaging ways. Waste disposal, in turn, causes additional problems such as pollution and climate change. So where does that leave us? We're left with a world of mounting waste. If you look at the graphic, the amount of waste that's generated a day, from 0.5 to 12 million tons a day and growing fast, is a result of world population increase, economic growth, and the explosion in our demand for resources, the rise of consumerism, as we call it. So this has led consequently to the great acceleration. And what is the great acceleration that we face? The pressure from humankind with a tremendous impact on the planet, feverish demand for more resources, leading to continuing change, the impact of which, and this is the frightening part, is just emerging, and many of which are still unknown to us. So we've got to find a way to work through and prepare ourselves and to build capacity in our next generation to address, to resolve some of these unknown challenges that we are faced with. While there's huge focus on these various domains and demands such as food, energy, and water, these are the big challenges, right? And the other shifts that we talked about. For me, more importantly, is to get our students, okay, and our young thinkers to look at the less obvious interconnections and relationships between them. What we tend not to look at is what is happening between the cause and effect between these various domains that we've been talking about. If we are to shape this future and develop a game plan, we need to have a plan that will be sustainable, that will be creative, and that will be innovative. So one of the matrices that I've used over the years is actually the Ansos matrix. This is a modified version of Ansos matrix from the Stanford Change Labs. And it basically provides some insights for how these challenges stack against the possible solutions. And most of us tend to stay in the known, where we know the challenge and we know the solution. This is what schools are all about. This is what testing is all about. But what we'd love to is to push the kids right up to the quadrant number 4, which is on the top right-hand corner, where we are going to have to contend with challenges that are unfamiliar, unknown, and solutions for which we have no idea where we're going to start from. Which then takes us to good design and the need for good design. And today, when you look at design, people are talking about the technological factors, they talk about the economic factors, they talk about the human-centered factors of good design, which is very important. But we need more than just good design. What do we need? We need to reframe the mindsets of our children, of our next generation. And this is exactly what GIFT is doing at the moment. And it's phenomenal. And that is why I so very much appreciate the work that Innovation World, Jake and Julie are doing at this time. Because what they're doing is just opening minds. I just watched a couple of presentations this morning and I was just blown away. You know, the age of the kids and the way they articulate, the passion with which and the interest with which they've done this. And we have a couple of teams working on our design hackathon, and it's just phenomenal to see how these kids in a short period of time. And that's what it's all about. It's about reframing the mindset. But there is something else that we need. As we prepare for the unknown, as I said, we need to understand those not so obvious interconnected pressures. So we understand the unknown challenges for which there are no known solutions. We need good design. We need a reframing of the mindset through, who can guess what it is? Because this is not an interactive session, but the word starts with the C. And this is where we enter into the world of creativity. We need to get creative. So what does that word actually mean? We use it a lot. We throw it around, we bounce it around, right? But the sad fact is science has found out, and this is pretty dampening. Science says we get less creative as we age. So if creativity is the big ingredient that's going to really bring all of this magic to come about in terms of the innovations that we're looking for, then what are we going to do about it if our hope was to increase creativity in our children, but we end up with the science telling us that we are getting less creative? Now, our creativity scores, as you see, is pretty dismal, right? And it does kind of, dampen one's spirit when you look at 5-year-olds with a 98% score whereas adults have 2%. Oh my goodness. But again, it's not all doom and gloom, right? I think the question that we need to ask is, why is this happening? And what can we do and should we be doing, to address this concern that we have, right? And I was fortunate to have listened to a keynote speaker many, many years ago, and she was doing a double PhD, and she had done 40 years of meta-analysis of research papers on creativity. And it was phenomenal, the graph that she shared. She showed how creativity was exponential when kids are growing up to about 9, 10, 11. And then it starts to kind of taper off. And then it starts to plateau when they're about 15, 16. And then the sad part was the curve where it starts to go down by the time they're 20, 21, feeling that they can no longer create, which is rather an unfortunate situation to be in. So I think it's time for us collectively to build this culture of creativity, to work together, to bring together a movement that will really embrace creativity within our organizations, within our schools, within our universities, okay, and to build it together. But what we need as a first step is to build an environment that is nurturing of creativity. And I think for me, this really requires authentic learning experiences, where the learning starts with making it real, meaningful, just in time, relevant. There is a state of flow that emerges as a result. Too often, we go into these fictitious situations and simulate what the real world looks like. But guess what? Gift is done. They're actually getting the kids to go out there and actually look at some authentic, real world challenges. Address it, face it, fail. That's okay. Let's get creative for how we're going to kind of overcome some of these challenges collectively. So we start with authentic learning experiences. We move into a space where I can acknowledge this as an educator over the last 35 years, that we are all acting. There is a lot of action that's happening. There's a lot of connections that we are making. And at times we deviate, right? We get out of that box that we put ourselves in, naturally or unnaturally. But I think for me, where the magic really happens is the intersection of these three. When you start to see action, connection, and deviation happen, at the very center and the very core of this intersection is where we see creativity flourishing. How do we bring this all together? How do we just compact it to make sure that we're not working in silos and in isolation? So for me, whenever I think of creativity, this is a picture I took here by the lake, most recently, of the sun rising. And I think of Confucius and what he said. Tell me, and I'll forget. Show me, and I may remember. Involve me, and I will understand. Thank you, Gift, for involving our kids in this enterprise of moving us forward. So perhaps now it's a good time for me to bring you to the rotating banana. And let's look at the word wabi-sabi, or the Japanese term, which really resonates with my presentation. So let's take a minute to consider what wabi-sabi is. Wabi-sabi is the aesthetic sense and appeal of Japanese art as a way to appreciate and emphasize that everything holds some sort of imperfection and irregularity. Wabi is quiet simplicity, imperfect quality, freshness, irregularity, a rustic sense, whereas sabi is the subdued refinement and the beauty, the serenity and the grace that only comes with age. So it's a combination of, we are obsessed with trying to make things perfect, finding the right answers, right? We are obsessed with trying to get it right all the time. Creativity doesn't require that. If you ever lived in a community of creative people, you want to understand. I grew up in a home where I was surrounded by creative people, artists, musicians, and it really opened my eyes in terms of what that looked like. And there was so many imperfections, but through those imperfections were huge opportunities for creative enterprise, for building that spirit to come together and to really come up with solutions and innovations that perhaps eluded us all of these years. So what are the indicators? So if I were to walk into a culture of creativity, what might I see as evidence? I would see a heightened level of awareness, folks looking and observing with curiosity, involving in doing, taking some risks, using their instinct and with intentional focus, practicing, paying attention to, embracing obscurity. Yes, let's embrace obscurity, the things that we don't know. Limiting the comparisons, who's better or which looks better. Investigating, examining with passion and rhythm, ideating, empathizing, appreciating, applying multiple perspectives, and using all our senses. And I see that in the presentations that we've had so far, right? These are, for me, the indicators. If I had to come up with a matrix and I had to do an assessment of how the kids were performing today, these were the indicators I was looking for. Were they taking risks? Of course. The session just before I started, I saw these two little kids. Wow, talking about the apps, right? Amazing, amazing. Talk about, intentional focus. Talk about embracing obscurity. I can't even remember what I was doing. I hope I was doing something creative and something inspiring and innovative at their age too. So finally, if we were to build a culture of creativity, what are the ingredients? What am I actually going to put in this mix? It's a real mix. It's a mashup, right? It's no one thing. It's a combination of, and it comes in different doses. And the formulation, there is no formulation, right? As much as we try to find, the optimum balance, which is what most of our schools do. We try to find the optimum balance because we are constrained by time and schedules and all those wonderful things that we need to make it all happen. But then what do? We limit the way we mix because, I try to cook some Indian food. I can never get it like my mom. And I used to ask my mom to teach me, Mom, what's the recipe? And guess what? She'd laugh at me. What did you just say? What's your recipe? How do you make the food taste so good? And she'd laugh at me. She said, I just take this and I take that and I drop it in. And it comes with wabi-sabi, right? Imperfections. She's not measuring anything. We go by 250 ml off, and that's how I cook and it comes out really mushy, So that's the beauty of the ingredients. So if I were to build an organization or if I were to describe GIFT, this is how I would describe it, right? An organization that is welcoming of new ideas, accepting failures and moving on, scheduling unstructured time. Guess what? We are here on a Saturday and a Sunday to do these things, trying new challenges. I'm not sure what time it is for Jake, but I bet it's late, or early morning for him. Making the time, fostering intelligent risk-taking, refraining from making any judgments, promoting divergent and convergent thinking, encouraging open communications and collaborations, not being afraid, okay? Developing flexible and innovative learning opportunity spaces. Applying a strengths-based approach for me is so very important because that's when you get the best out of people. Let's look at their strengths. Let's get best out of them. Let's capitalize on those passions and interests and let's celebrate and recognize success and achievement. Let's use a human-centered way of design thinking. And let's rely on frequent, constructive, supportive feedback. And most importantly for me, I think just let's remove that red tape, the barriers and the bureaucracy. If I could dump it and redo it all, I'm not sure, how many heads of schools are watching me, but, that's the very truth, right? That's the truth. If we can, and if we are bold enough to do this, perhaps there is hope. So in closing, I'm actually going to read a statement that I wrote, and I hope it resonates with you. And this is the very kind of, in a nutshell, what I believe. So in closing, when we look at those ingredients, let me make an appeal for all of us to remain bold and not limit ourselves by structures we created, and our quest for perfection, to allow our students to rediscover the spark of creativity, to grow and nurture their creativity, so that they can collectively build, and we can collectively build a culture of creativity to address the many known and unknown challenges we face and will continue to face. Let me tell you, this is not the last of a pandemic, and this is not the last of a global crisis that we will face. Perhaps not in our lifetime, I hope not, but sometime into the future. Let's remember wabi-sabi, and let's appreciate, let's encourage, let's emphasize imperfection and irregularity. That's okay too. Let's stay creative and let's enjoy the moment. For those of you who think, you'd like to continue this conversation, please feel free to follow me at Happy Brain Now. And I'm always here to hear your thoughts and to collaborate and work with you. And most importantly, I think, as I said, what GIFT is doing, there's so many new opportunities to kind of connect and and find those interconnections between our students in all of these different countries. So this is a huge opportunity for us to really come together and really make that difference. So with that note, I'd like to once again thank all of you for your time to attend. Special thanks to Jake and Julie once again and Innovation World for this opportunity.
Very good. Thank you. Very impressive. Very impressive. Can you, if you stop sharing the screen, we can all see. Great. So some of your students are going to be presenting in a little while. Can you tell us more about your school and what program they're in and what's going on?
I can do that. Yes, thank you for this opportunity, but I'm going to talk a little bit about something that came to mind as a result. And I think this was largely inspired through GIFT again, and I thought of an event that I, as a result of COVID, and we had to put a full stop to a lot of what we were doing in our school. And we've taken our school from a very traditional approach to having at least an area that we call TIDE, which stands for technology. It's not about detergents. It's technology, innovation, design, and entrepreneurship as a way for students to really experience learning through hands-on learning by doing to learn. So we've come up with a lot of innovative programs, which includes robotics, building of bamboo bikes, 3D design, and working with people like PTC. And this has kind of led to something that I decided perhaps it's a way to collaborate with schools around the world. And we called it Craft 2021, the Design Thinking Hackathon. It's happening as we speak. The official date started on the 12th of April. It ends on 23rd. We have 29 teams from around the world, from Cameroon, Nigeria, United States, China, India, Germany, and we have 2 teams, and Romania too. Yeah, 2 teams from Romania. We have 4 of our teams today, and thank you to Jake for giving us this opportunity to let the kids present their work so far. It's work in progress. They have until the 23rd. So we have 2 teams from our school, the HydroCE team, which has been working on a food computer. This was a completely kind of self-motivated project, had nothing to do with us, with kids who were just inspired and decided they had to do something about growing organic and sustainable food. So look at 11:30 German time for their presentation. They call it HydroCE. The second team is actually a team that is a cross collaboration team. We have students from the primary, the middle school, and the high school working on a project to actually prevent forest fires. There was a student in grade 5 who was very passionate about forest fires and the need to prevent forest fires as a way to support the UN Global Goal number 3, which is the theme of the hackathon, which is good health and well-being. And she decided that it was very important for us to create a system, and they have designed a very impressive system, and they've also built a prototype. We partnered with the PTC Onshape, and they have been super supportive with our project, and the kids are all expected to do a 3D design, but they've gone beyond it. They've actually started to build little prototypes and models here. And you will see during the presentation the model that works. It's a functional working model that puts out a fire in a little miniature forest. And then we have 2 Romanian teams too that will present. And then when the competition ends, we hope that this is a spark to encourage more schools and organizations around the world to continue doing similar types of projects where we can collaborate and share and learn from each other with participation and support from organizations like GIFT, Innovation World, PTC, and so on. So we are very fortunate that we've had this support from our board and our leadership to allow our students to explore, and it's been wonderful. And what I love most is the groundswell as a consequence, right? And people are getting excited beyond the students. The teachers want to work on a variety of projects, and of course, there's always constraints of time and timetables and structure and funding and so on. But we've done well, I must say, in a small way with a very limited budget. So it's not about the money. I think it's about the spirit. It's about just can-do attitude. And I think it's going back to that culture of creativity. It's okay. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it's a start. And in that start, I think we've started to see some huge shifts in the way our students think, and the efficacy that is kind of really started to build in them. And that's basically the beginnings of capacity, to address future challenges and future problems that we will all face.
Great. Lily is the head of a wonderful school in Malaysia. I didn't get a chance to introduce her, but Lily, did you have a question or a comment?
I was just fascinated with the yellow theme in Dr. Johnson's presentation, and the visuals of food and whatnot. But yeah, quite a lot of poignant points that you have raised there. And I know it's a movement now for most schools as well as organizations to kickstart this innovative movement. And let's hope we will persevere despite the pandemic, and we will start better collaborations globally.
Absolutely. Terima kasih. Apa macam? Saya tahu siku-siku Melayu.
Baguslah, Dr. Johnson.
Bagus.
Very
Sudah
good.
makan. I was born in Singapore, so just so you know, and Malay was my bahasa, was my second language. I lived there for 12 years of my life, so Malaysia, Singapore, that's where home is. Yeah.
You miss the food?
Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Tell me about the food in Malaysia. Oh Lord. Oh God, I'm getting really hungry now. But right, absolutely right. We've had a conversation about whether we should be an effective school before we are a progressive school, or my take on this is we don't have to wait until we become effective to become progressive, right? I think the two need to go hand in hand, and one supports the other. And I think this is the wabi-sabi bit, right? We're all trying to reach that level of perfection. What does effective actually look like in the end? It's my question, When is it going to end? Learning never ends, not for me at least, right? And if we continue to do this and we continue to wait until we are effective before we can be innovative and before we can be progressive, then I think we have a challenge. I think one should feed off the other, and if the two can coexist. And I think the model that we have created in our school is a testament for me personally, for the kinds of things that kids have done. We took a rookie team, robotics. We actually saw the Malaysian team and Singapore team there in Dubai in 2019. It was a team that had less than 10 months of experience competing with teams that, I started the program in Europe 12 years ago in Romania with the world top teams, the super team from Singapore. I mean, that's who they were competing with. And we came back with the 3rd place in the world, winning the Albert Einstein Award for International Excellence. What does that tell you? Out of 192 countries, 3,000 students in Dubai. Now, for me, that validates my belief and perhaps my madness about this whole notion that we can be bold and we can be innovative and we can encourage our kids to build that resilience and the capacity to believe in themselves. Dare to dream is what Bruce McCandless, the astronaut, told me when I met him at the Johnson Space Center many years ago when I wanted to be a teacher in space, right? He signed a poster for me and he said, "Dare to dream, JJ," and that was the mantra and the tagline for our team when we went to Dubai, "Dare to dream." So it doesn't hurt, and let's be smart, let's start small. And as you said, I think there's a movement out there, but let's keep that momentum and let's really come together as a collective.
I agree. That's true. Efficacy is, what's the measure of efficacy? That's pretty subjective. But the whole purpose of a school is to prepare our students for the real world. And the real world is VUCA enough, it's volatile and whatnot. So we have to make steps to make sure that our students, when they do leave the school system, which is unauthentic as it is, it's quite doctored. And you were talking about authentic learning and authentic setting. So we have to try and endeavor our best to prepare our students for that, the real world.
Absolutely. Many people think I'm a disruptor. I'm not really a disruptor. I come from the engineering world, so I'm very first principles based. I think when I ask you 3 times 7, we don't have to work a project around it. 3 times 7 is 21, and that's it. There's no thinking required. There's nothing. So I'm very vested in what I call the 80-20 principle. At the very least, 80% on grid, curriculum driven. Get the fundamentals, get it right, build the foundations. Because you can build a bridge, or you can, construct an aeroplane if you don't have those fundamentals of science and math, right? Reading, writing, and all of that good stuff. But we must allow for 20% of inventive, creative, innovative time. That's where I believe. And the translation of that, that is why in TIDE we have the E word standing for entrepreneurship, the application of. Now, 35 years as an international educator who's worked around the world, for me, what is missing in all of the things that we do is we talk a lot about it. We provide the kids those opportunities within the context of our schools, but we never really give them that opportunity to go and apply. And that's what engineers do, right? We have internships, we have to go out. My internship was at the Indian Aerospace Research Center, you know, working with scientists and things like that. Real. And what I learned in in 3 months was more than what I learned in the 5 months, right? The application of, the transfer of that knowledge. So I think we need to find some balance, and that's where the schedule limits us to a point. How do we do an 80-20 is what I'm still a strong proponent of. You go to Google, that's their model, the 80-20. The 20 feeds the 80%, right? You know, that's what the business world has shown us, right? And I think if you talk to any entrepreneur, they will ask that you do that. But of course, let's not forget the fundamentals, as you said, right? You know, let's make sure that we give them the core, you know, the foundations, right? The pillars of learning, and support them through that process, but at the same time, giving them those opportunities to really enact and make it real. And who knows, you know, some of these things that we are seeing today might become real. And that would be very, very awesome. You know, those apps and things that kids are thinking about, you know, the Hydro C, these kids really want to build that, you know, scalable food computer. And I'm hoping, you know, they're looking for funding now for some venture capital, you know, so that they can bring this idea to front and really make it happen, make that little difference. And who knows, that might transcend into something else, you know. Yeah.
Oops. So I have, Lily, you said you had to be leaving, right? It's time to cook. The sun is setting.
Yeah, I have to cook for my family. The breaking of fast is Ramadan, so I have to cook for my kids, and it's in a 2 hours plus time before the breakfast.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to point that out because when she disappeared, I didn't want you to think she was leaving because she was bored. She's leaving because she has hungry children. And I think that's very important.
Yes. Lily, where are you in Malaysia, if I may ask? In Kuala Lumpur? Or?
Yes, I mean, my school is in Selangor, Kota Damansara.
Okay.
Yep.
Ah, okay. Because my wife worked in Mount Kiara for some years.
Okay.
And the school was first opened, yeah, in Taman Tun, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Great. Very good. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Johnson, we just have another minute or two left. But,
I think Lily is trying to say something. I can't hear her. She's breaking up.
All right.
She froze.
It's fine.
I couldn't hear what Lily was saying.
I didn't hear it either.
I think there's a connection problem from her side.
I think my connection. Yes.
Yes. I love the compound house behind you, Lily.
Well, anyway, I'm sorry we seem to have lost the connection.
That's
So
the intro.
yeah.
Yeah, it's in and out. But that's okay.
Thank you.
All right, then. If you guys can hear me, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So, Dr. Johnson, I'm going to introduce our next presenters, and this is actually an interesting coincidence. You have some teams from Romanian students,
That's right.
and the next two young men who are presenting are from Romania, but they're living in the United Kingdom right now, and they had a very interesting experience. They went back to Romania, and hopefully they'll be telling us about what happened to them when they went back.
Excellent.
So I'm going to bring them on board.
I'm going to put my camera and I'm going to go.
Yes,
to,
I'll Hello. So Robert and Aaron, hello, welcome. What are you going to be talking to us about today?
Well, we're going to be talking about the TV show.
TV show where?
In Romania.
Okay, great. Just so you know, just by coincidence, when you are done, there's going to be another group presenting, and this is a group from Romania. These are Romanian students. So I hope you will stay with us, and I hope you will also talk to them in Romanian. I think it'll make them feel very happy. They are not watching yet, but they will be, okay?
Yep.
Okay.
Can I ask them a question? Ce
Sure.
faci?
Bine.
Are bine. Mulțumesc.
Cu plăcere.
I lived in Romania, just so you know, for 10 years.
Great.
Good luck.
Thank you. Mulțumesc.
Okay.
Hi.
Robert,
My name-
yes, this is your performance. Please go on.
Hi, my name is Robert. I'm 9 years old. I like robotics, making experiments and traveling. My name is Anne. I'm 7 years old and I like to play instruments, drawing and sports. But both me and my brother like finding solutions and inventing. But each time we were finding a solution to a problem, we got blocked at the next step, not knowing how to create a proper prototype with pieces from the right materials and having the right shape and size, how to produce them on a larger scale, where to find a factory, and to get to sell them worldwide. We all know that having an idea is not enough and that the road from the idea to the final product and selling is long. So we were spotting problems and ideas and solve them. We had passion and we wished to take out ideas further. But we still needed two more things: money and one or more mentors. So we started to look for a solution and we found it. We decided to ask for help from some experienced businessmen who would invest in us and our ideas. So we thought about presenting our ideas to Lion's Empire. This is a TV show, the equivalent to Shark's Tank and Dragon's Den. So we finalized our prototypes and traveled to Romania. Then we presented 4 of our inventions to 5 Romanian businessmen. The first invention was a system of wetting plants when we are away from a longer period of time. When the water level is getting too low, the humidity sensor can detect this and wet the plant. This invention won the Ceras competition, and as a prize, they sent us all the pieces to build the system. The second invention that we had presented them was a magic globe that is supposed to create holograms all around us and even reproduce some events as a hologram like a wedding, a party or a natural phenomena like a hurricane or aurora borealis. The third invention was a paper hand that we would use before leaving the communal bathrooms so that we wouldn't touch the dirty handle after washing our hands in the bathroom. The paper would slightly glue to our hands and we wouldn't take all the bacteria from the bathroom handle. The fourth invention was a camping table with a leg system that would make the table insert into the soil and not fall in case of windy weather, uneven soil, or small kids pushing it. It has adjustable sharp ends and it can also be used for sand. We have presented these 4 inventions and we have asked them to contribute with £40,000 for 40% of our profit after we start selling them. We decided to start producing just 2 of the inventions for the beginning: paper hand protection for communal bathrooms and the camping table with sharp legs. The investors asked us about where do these ideas come from, who's the general manager and who is the director, and also how we intend to use the money. They were very nice and they have decided to make an alliance proposal and invest 8,000 each of them, which means 40,000 as we asked them, for 40% of the profit. So we got the money from all 5 investors. The best thing about having all 5 investors on board is that they are coming from different areas and each of them can help us depending on what invention we come up with. One investor has a chain of hotels and he was interested of our paper hand protection. One of them has a chain of restaurants and the paper hand protection was a great interest for him too. The third one has an IT company, another one has a shoes company, and the last but not least inventor has the biggest furniture company in Romania and was interested in our camping table. More than money, we definitely needed mentors. So now we cannot believe that we managed to achieve that, as the experience is worth so much more than money. We aren't as nervous as we thought we would be, and the atmosphere was really nice. Right now we are making drawings with prototype pieces, looking for production factories, calculating transport, production costs, storage, delivery costs. It's a lot of information and it takes time to see how the whole process should take place. We also make a market study to try to see who would buy each invention, how dangerous each invention can be, how it has to be packed, what taxes we should pay if it is produced outside UK, or the impact of our product to the environment. Before, when we used to see a toy or any product, we didn't realize how much work is behind it. Now we know that many people had to collaborate to find the best approach to create each thing that we see in the shelves in the shops. Many parents contacted us after this TV show and asked us how did we get to do that, and we told them about the invention classes from Invent Future Global and about Melissa, our teacher, who helped invention becoming a passion for us and not just a simple class. Thank you, Melissa, for that, and thank you, Jake, for creating this program and all of you who are behind these classes and events. I really think we can all find solutions to the world's problems and invent things to make it a better place. Thank you for listening.
That's quite a story. Do you have any pictures of yourselves on the TV show?
They do, but it's gonna take a few seconds to get them.
That's
And
okay.
I don't know how to share them.
I know how.
Do you know how? Okay, 1 second.
Of course they know how.
Oh, okay.
Of course they know how.
I always do that.
Okay. So
If I might say, truly inspirational. How long did it take you to put all of this together?
a few weeks. Well, the inventions were from before. So
Yeah. In terms of the invention, approximate average time
We
for
want
each.
to build the water system thing.
Yes.
Even finding the idea was a bit hard.
Mhm.
we have some videos. Can you show the videos?
Yes.
They are from.
Yeah, I can show anything you want. I can share the
great.
screen.
And by the way, we have some Romanian students online. So if you would like to say something to them in Romanian to encourage them, please.
Go higher. Bună, a fost foarte frumos. A fost foarte frumos la emisiune.
Și bine ați venit la gift. Uite, you can show them this one.
Be careful, they're going to see the whole screen.
That's fine. That's one of the photos. This is the paper section.
Yes, we see it.
The camping table in the soil.
This is the camping table here on the left. The hologram device there.
And here's my watering plant system, which would turn a motor and then the water would go in a straw and then come out the straw and go into the soil.
We can show you the beginning, the video. Let's stop it for a second.
Tell me something. Do you have any other inventions in mind?
Yes.
Yes, they have
Just
quite a
because
few.
I don't think I'll tell them because I want to patent them.
Oh, smart move. Now tell me something. How did you learn all these terms and all of those processes? Where did you learn all of this from?
Well, we go to a place where we learn robotics and inventics. And also when we had to get ready for the show, we had to go into it a lot. What we were supposed to find questions, what they would ask us. And then one of them was, did you patent them? And we didn't know what patenting is. And then Mum told us, and yeah, we learned from this.
Okay,
Awesome.
we have the video. You
Okay, I'll share.
you can maximize it from here, and no, make it bigger.
Sound,
Can you make it bigger?
maximize.
Okay.
Where should I put this sound?
Sound, and share.
Ah,
Okay, share.
okay.
Okay. Ah, it's working.
Oh my god, this is so weird. I never saw this.
Robert and Aaron, why don't we stop? Why don't we stop? I think we had some sound problems, but that was pretty good. It was excellent. Congratulations.
Stop sharing. Thanks.
Why don't you stop sharing? Okay, we're going to have to go in another minute, but I have a question. What kind of experience was this for you? Was it in the end fun, or were you still nervous, or what do you think?
Very fun. In the end, it was fun. At the beginning, for me, it was very nervous. And yeah, then it got fun. Like, there's nothing to be afraid of. Fun always, I was never like nervous.
So very impressive.
Very impressive. Congratulations, good luck, and we look forward to hearing more from you guys.
I'm sure we will. I'm sure we will. Would you like to say goodbye now? Because the next group is Romanian. So I'm very excited. We have these two Romanian.
Thank you. La revedere.
Mulțumesc.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay.
I can't go back to the
No,
attendee.
I will do that. And you can watch. Okay, this is great. Okay, now, let's see, here we go. And I'm going to bring in the next group. And these are your students.
Right, excellent.
Hello.
Hello, Bianca.
And Robert. Ah, there we go. And you are the Green Human Generation Team.
Yes.
That's quite a mouthful, okay? And you like to laugh and make connections, and this is the innovative fish box.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yes.
We're looking forward to this. So here's the story. This is your presentation, so go right ahead.
Okay. May we start?
You may start.
All right. Robert will present now. Okay, we represent the Green Human Generation Team, which is based on 7 members, and it's mentored by 2 adults. First, we're gonna present the members after our product, and after that, we'll move on Onshape. Now we're presenting the members. I'm gonna start with myself. Hi again, my name is Bianca Maria Ghițulescu. I'm from Romania and I'm almost 14 years old. I like to read, to watch movies, and to communicate with people. Now I'll give the word to my colleague, Robert.
Thank you, Bianca. My name is Bucur Narcis Robert. I'm from Romania and I have 14 years old. I am a social person who has a passion for maths, physics, geography, biology, and informatics. I went to see many FTC First Stick Challenge competition, and what I love more than robots was the attitude of the teams. Now I pass the word to my dear colleague, Bianca.
Thanks. Ioana is a kind 14 years old girl. She loves to read fantasy books, to spend time in nature, to free her mind. She wants to travel, to explore new things. And why not, maybe in the future, to open her own bookstore. Vlad is a 14 years old boy who used to do different activities like dance, karate, or football, but now he loves to develop himself on any intellectual level. He loves reading and playing on the computer. Denisa is an amazing girl. She likes history, to understand the people, to read, and she mostly loves to help. Next, we have our genius Ștefan, who has big passions related to computer science, math, and physics. Besides a healthy mind, he also loves to have a healthy body and to spend time with his friends and family. The last but not the least, Florentina is very smart and very creative. She loves sports, especially karate and swimming, to draw and also to read. Our team is mentored by two amazing mentors, Cristiana Cazacu, who is a teacher assistant at University Politehnica of Bucharest, and Natalia Rotaru, who is a professor at Profesoriu Vișoiu Secondary School from Chitila. Now that we are done with our ambitious team, we'll continue with the reason why we are here, our invention. First, I'd like to say that we're participating at Craft 2021, and we inclined on the target 3.9. Our idea is based on a box which has a role to collect the waste from the ocean, seas, or lakes. And we decided to call it the fish box because it looks like a fish. Here we got some sketches created by us, one with the propulsion system, one with the collection system, and the colored one with the whole box. From here, our presentation will move directly on Onshape. All right, this is our box. Our box can move with the help of the propulsion system, of course, which is placed on the sides of the box. The box also has two bags made of biodegradable material, where the garbage will be stored. In one of the bags, the biggest garbage will be placed, and in the other bag, the smaller. Now, Robert also has a 3D printed version of the box. Our product will be tied to a landmark, which has the solar panels that are going to generate energy for our fish box. Between the two objects will be a thread that makes the connection. And the box will be charged permanently. When the box reaches the maximum weight of garbage, it will be drawn to the surface by a landmark, and the person in charge of the box will receive a notification and will come to get it. Next down, we got the collection system, which has the role to gather the waste and then, of course, will be transported in the box. On the outside, there will be two flexible arms, which have two brushes, rotate in the same direction, and in this way, a force will be created, and the garbage will end in the bags. As well as above the arms will be placed a comb, where the brushes will be cleaned of the plastic particles. Next, we're going to the propulsion system, which is based on a pump jet combination with an FER system. The pump jet is similar to propellers that are found in a propulsion system from a ski jet. More exactly, it absorbs the water in the front part of the mechanism and will be expelled in the back part in the form of a skirt or a jet. And it's the way our product will be able to move in any direction. From the FER system, we will take over the thrust bearing with the two propellers and the FER system. The system that we choose has various advantages, such as a noiseless way of working, safer operation around the Quantic Life, improved operation in swallowing water, and of course, a higher speed. Now, before we get to the journal, I would like to say some words about the charging system. Our work is in progress, and yet we don't have a sketch in Onshape, but we will have soon. So this charging system will be tied to a third that will have built-in electrical wire to a landmark where will be placed solar panels. This energy from the solar panels will constantly power our box. Besides the system, the box will also include a charged battery, which will give the necessary electricity to the mechanism to work. The battery will only be used if the weather will not allow the box to be charged by the solar panels. Now we get to the journal, which is made for showing our progress. Here we have our presentations. How it all started. Our first meeting. How it all went. some old photos of our logo and the current one. One of our biggest idea ever. Some sketches. Some failures, because not everything always goes well. Our backgrounds. A very special day for us. How we evolved in time. How we took off. The collection system and the propulsion one. And finally, our Facebook page. Well, this is the end of our presentation. We hope you all enjoyed it. If you have more questions or you want to know more about us and the project, please don't hesitate to contact us on Facebook or email. Thank you for your attention.
Very good. Thank you. That was very interesting. I have a lot of questions, but the first one is, did you know each other before you started this project?
Yes, me and Robert know each other because we were classmates until 4th grade.
But what about the other students?
The other students, same with them. So to start, me, Denisa, Ioana, and Vlad are currently classmates. Ioana told me about this project and I immediately got in because I like to participate in projects. After we got Stefan was our classmate until 4th grade, but after he left to other school, same as Narcis. And Florentina is Narcis' current classmate. So we kind of knew each other before.
Okay, very good. Dr. Johnson, you should be very proud of this. This is wonderful. As a group, how did you divide up the tasks? Was one person in charge of design and somebody in charge of something else? Did you have any team conflicts? How did you figure out how to do, who's doing what?
Well, we know what we're good at. We have 3 big departments, research, marketing, and Onshape. At research is me, Ioana, and Denisa. But Onshape is Narcis, Vlad, and Stefan. And in marketing is Florentina, Denisa, and Ioana. We didn't have problems with fighting or doing things like that because we are mostly a family and we're friends and we know how to do things right.
Where are the other students?
The other students are watching right now, us. They're watching us.
Why aren't they part of the presentation?
Oh, well, because Mentor 1 told us that just 2 can present, but I was, everyone has emotions and we're very nervous. I am very nervous. I don't know if you can see, but I'm shaking right now. And
don't listen. Don't be nervous, and you can have more than 2, and you do not have to do it in English. Your English is excellent. Okay.
Thank you very much.
But we've had other presentations where we had a workshop earlier where there were, I don't know, about 7 or 8 students, and they did the entire thing in Spanish.
I saw.
Okay, so please, this is wonderful. Dr. Johnson, did you have something you wanted to say?
Absolutely phenomenal. You just blew me away. I mean, you have most definitely kind of hit the benchmark and most of the things that we have set forth through the hackathon. So I'm very impressed, considering we didn't really have much time. And I can guarantee that your nervousness didn't come through your presentation. So you did a super job, both of you. Very impressive, very thorough indeed. Yeah, I have a question. Was Onshape software that you used previously, or is this something new for you?
If the Onshape working was new for us, that was the question.
Yeah.
It's new for us. It's new for everyone.
Okay, so you just learned how to use it. Like, how much time did you spend to learn how to use it?
In Onshape, actually, we did everything we have in Onshape was made in like 5-6 days.
Wow, impressive.
We mobilized very well because we were very behind with the project. But we mobilized and we went through.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, and how much help did you get from your mentors and coaches?
I mean, we got help, of course, because this is new for everyone, but not that much. The help was a little bit of Onshape and advices, because every time we met with the mentors, they always told us, "Come on, you can do it. Go ahead." They are really good mentors. They really motivated us.
Excellent, excellent. Did you promote the event and gift within your school community and beyond?
Yes, we did it on Facebook. I shared it with my friends, with my classmates, with my family. So a lot of people are watching us right now.
I know that they are, okay? And here's what I know also, that nobody does anything by themselves, and you had a lot of people behind you supporting you with technical help, but just also giving you encouragement. Can you thank all of those people? And I want you to do it in Romanian so that they understand.
Ok. Bun, aș vrea să vă mulțumesc tuturor pentru sport și pentru că sunteți aici. Suntem foarte fericiți că am avut șansa să participăm la acest proiect și încă o facem. Și din nou mulțumesc din tot sufletul.
Foarte bine, mulțumesc. And for me, good luck and best wishes to you and your team.
Thank you very much. We're going to be posting this whole presentation up on the web, so you'll be able to point people to it and show people and be proud. Now, we do gift all the time. We're doing another one in July and another one in October. And I hope you will continue with doesn't have to be the same project, with a new project, and continue to do things. And whatever you do, we would love to hear what you're doing and have you give a presentation.
Yes, we have that in mind.
Good.
We'd like to participate in the future.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You too.
Okay, I am now going to send you back down.
All right. Goodbye. Have a
Bye. La revedere.
Bye. Have a nice day.
Arrivederci.
Okay. And Dr. Johnson, this is another group of yours.
Right. The Hydro Seas, I think.
And I'm going to promote them here. And
hello.
Hi, Hydros.
Hey, good morning.
Okay. We're all here. One more.
Hello.
Excellent, 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 excellent.
Mohammed, can I suggest that you turn your camera a little bit, because there's too much light coming from the back, so we can see you. If that's possible, yeah.
But move away from the window.
Move away from the window, maybe, if that's possible for you. Don't have the window behind you. Yeah, perfect. That's perfect, that location, if you can.
And Mohammed, you look really nice. Somebody who knows how to dress for a presentation. Very good, very impressive. Okay, you gentlemen are at the International School in Hanover?
Yep.
Okay, great. And you're going to be talking about Hydro E, the future of food growth. This sounds very important. So here's the story. This is your presentation. please go ahead.
Thank you. I'll just present right now. And, yep. Yeah. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to our presentation. We'll be showing you all about the Hydro CE. This is where we believe innovation begins. So first and foremost, we want to show you our mission statement. This is what drives us. This is what helps us reach our solutions in the way we do. It is to teach and inspire others to take action in solving world problems. In this circumstance, we focused on global goal number 3. This global goal 3 is one of the 17 global goals put forth by the United Nations, and these are all about the betterment of the society and the world. So global goal 3, health and well-being, is all about healthy lifestyles, preventative measures, and increasing life expectancy. Let's introduce our team. My name is Ankur Singh. I'm head of research and electrical.
My name is Mohammed David. I'm head of build and electrical.
My name is Ihsan Kishi. I'm head of software development.
We're a small team located in Hanover, Germany, at the International School Hanover region, where we all met and began this project. So now we present to you the Hydro CE. This is a hydroponics controlled environment. We'll show you a fly through right now. So here we grow seedlings and plants of various different types in a soilless environment where we control things like humidity, temperature, nutrient levels, and we'll show you all about a bit more about that later. But here, this is a current prototype that we have developed. So we're gonna, throughout this presentation, we're gonna show you our steps to success. First of all, discovery, how we came to our solution and the problems we identified within the world. Number 2, research and planning, what we needed to learn and how we got our inspiration. 3, transforming the idea, how we brought these ideas into something that could be brought into the real world, and prototyping, our experimentation phase. At the end, number 5, we're going to wrap it all up and talk to you about moving forward and our future aspirations. Discovery, searching for a solution. So the first thing we did as a group was brainstorm what the current issues in the world were, what we thought were big, pressing global challenges. And things that came up were things like world population meaning rising demand, foodborne diseases, almost 500,000 people die from foodborne illnesses, the greenhouse emissions of agricultural farming and the loss of land due to that, the CO2 emissions from transport, and all of these were things we had mainly covered.
So after thinking deeply about the global challenges faced today and deciding on the issues we wanted to focus on, we started research and planning stage. We believe best way to be inspired is through seeing the inspired. And this urged us to search for the global and local players in the agriculture industry. We started off our research with local communities and entrepreneurs. For example, we have contacted with Urban Farming Aquaponics Hanover, and these people are working on an aquaponics project, an aquaponics system. And if you don't know what aquaponics is basically a combination of aquaculture, which is growing fish, and hydroponics, which is growing plants without soil. Later on, we visited Agritechnica Expo in Hanover, where many industry players came to showcase their products. We exchanged ideas with them, and we saw the talk of the industry. During our visit, we have come across a company called Hyphen, and their disease detection system that was using machine learning was particularly interesting to us. We also found MIT Media Lab's Open Agriculture project with their food computer, and their model of transportable hydroponics was really fascinating. So Hydro CE is a very sophisticated project, and we had to learn a lot. We had to learn from different subject areas such as astronomy, electrical engineering, chemistry, biology, computer science, and visual arts. And just to give you a glimpse of what we have learned, for example, in chemistry, we have learned about the pH levels and learned that they can be an indicator of the nutrients in the water. Or, For example, we have learned about astronomy, where we learned about the wavelengths and the light color.
So the third step in our project is transforming the idea. There are 5 main hardware components of HydroCE, first being the lighting system, the deep water culture system, the air circulation system, the oxygen and carbon dioxide levels in the water, and the nutrient solution. The first system is the lighting system, where we use fluorescent lighting with different wavelengths, because the plant requires different wavelengths in different stages of the growth process. The light system can be automatically controlled, where it switches on for 12 hours and off for 12 hours. We also have an adjustable height system, where we can control the height of the light. We can control the height between the light and the plants, which helps us control the intensity of the light on the plants. The second system is the air circulation system, where we use a distributed air intake and outtake system, and the fan speed can be adjusted, which is important to control the temperature of the environment. As shown in the diagram below, the system is designed in a way so that cold air is sucked in and hot air is pushed out. The third system is the deep water culture system, where in this case, because we're growing plants without soil, we need a water reservoir for the water. And we have on the lid, we have 6 holes with pots, so that the bubbles in the water can touch the plant roots, and so that they can grow longer and absorb the nutrients in the water. We use a black container as a water reservoir to stop external light from coming in, which prevents allergy growth. The fourth system is oxygen and carbon dioxide levels in the water, where we use a water pump to increase oxygen levels in water, which is needed for cellular respiration. And we also control the CO2 levels, which is needed for photosynthesis. We also have an air stone in the water reservoir to help distribute the oxygen intake, which is important so that all plants have bubbles under them. The fifth and final system is the nutrients, where we measure and control the nutrient content of the water in different stages of the growth process. And we do that by using electrical conductivity to measure the nutrients. And we need different amount of nutrients in different stages of the growth process. So a plant in a seedling stage would require a different amount of nutrients than a plant in the flowering stage. And we also control and measure the pH levels of the water, which is important because it affects the nutrient intake for the plants.
All of this can work thanks to our Raspberry Pi. If you don't know what Raspberry Pi is, it's a small computer that can interact with sensors and relays. And all of the aforementioned sensors and electrical components are connected with our Raspberry Pi. But best hardware is no good if you haven't got a good software. Let me tell you about our software. We have created a software that runs locally on your browser. And this is good for 2 things. First of all, because it runs, because it is running on a web browser, it is cross-platform, meaning that you can access the software from anywhere, from any of the devices you have, from your phone, from your computer, from your macOS, from your Linux, or from your Windows computer. Also, because it's a web application, in the future, even though right now it runs locally on the machine, in the future it can be deployed to a server, and you will be able to access to the device without actually being connected to it. And I want to also talk about the data visualization libraries and the programming philosophy we took in the software. We have used open source libraries and open source programming languages. And this is good because open source languages are open to everyone, so that people, if they wanted to, they could look into our code, and it makes it more accessible to them. In the sensor testing, you can also see that In the bottom right, we got the sensor testing. You can see our humidity and temperature sensor test run.
So number 4, actually prototyping the idea and bringing it into the real world. So we initially began this project with a rough idea of what we wanted. We knew we wanted a controlled environment. We knew, we needed somewhere to hold the plants. But we began with some very rough sketches, as you can see on the bottom left. And then as we more solidified our idea through research and planning, we developed much more sophisticated sketches that would be more more scalable to our real design. And then we used Onshape to design this in 3D. You can see the adjustable light system that Mohammed was talking about. You can see the Raspberry Pi in the green front, and you can even see the fans on the left and right hand side. And then we began developing this project in real life. As you can see, it had a lot of steps and took a lot of time, but we stuck by it and had a lot of fun along the way until we finally created our very first Hydro CE. We were very ecstatic when we had the project, and we moved our plants and seedlings in as soon as we could. So as you can see, this is the growth period of one of our lettuce patches. And within the second week, we put them into the controlled environment and they absolutely flourished. The harvest after week 4 was stupendous. It was amazing. And we were so happy about it. We took some very fun photos.
So what is expecting us? What is expecting Hydro CE in the future? We have divided the future of the Hydro CE into 2 categories. We got sustainability and artificial intelligence. Under sustainability, we got energy, and with the, by energy we mean we are hoping to source the energy of the device by renewable energy sources so that the device is self-sustainable. We also got the fertilization automation. What this means is that during the entire growth, we will have no intervention with the plant. This is good because it will save us time and resources. And moving on to our artificial intelligence part and how we will implement it in the software, we got the real-time plant disease detection system. And this system will basically be able to detect the diseases, warn the user, and give the necessary instructions to ensure the health of the crops. And moving on to the last part, human AI feedback loop that we want to implement into the software. What this means is that we will implement a rating system where the user will be able to rate the crops depending on their properties such as flavor, crispness, and texture. And this data will be supplied back into the machine, and the algorithm will find the best, figure out the best growing environment for that particular plant for that particular user. And we also got our 3 towers of triumph. These towers are really important for us because we will know we succeeded when we reach these towers. Our first tower is creation. We are hoping to create a scalable model that can be used in all sorts of industries, from industrial growing to emergency relief, such as earthquakes. We got the investigation tower, where we are hoping to create an online database that will allow us to do rapid research. And our last tower is the education tower. We are hoping to provide reliable information and tutorials on hydroponic growing to make this knowledge accessible to all.
And here's our very own website that we built, where we post about our progress. We've already posted some blogs about the previous batch of plants that we harvested. And we also post about the research that we conducted and how we built the first prototype of Hydro CE.
So we have presented to you the Hydro CE, a way of growing plants that is more energy efficient, has better yields, and grows plants at a much faster rate. If you want to be part of this agricultural revolution, if you want to be the part of the future of food, please contact us on our many. You can contact us on our website, our Twitter handle, or our email. You can even go on our YouTube and see videos of how-tos and just pop in to see how we're doing. We want to thank everyone that has helped us along this way: Innovation, Onshape, P2C, and Craft, and Gift. Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah,
Thank you.
very much.
The only problem is I'm hungry now.
Perfect.
If you stop sharing, we can see all of you better.
Sorry, stop sharing.
Ah, there you go. There you go. Excellent. Wow. It's very impressive. What was the hardest problem you had to overcome?
If I may, I think the hardest part was, we have so many moving parts within our project. Actually making them work together in the physical sense and making it feasible. For example, since this was, we were trying to incorporate also like the humidity sensors and the software. There wasn't really that much information online of, oh, this is a to-do, this is how you do it. We had to source information. We had to even learn from, for example, as we were talking about chemistry, we had to learn from literal books, and we had to understand the actual science behind it. We had to, we have people specializing in different areas. Isan specialized with the software. So we had to really work together to make our project work together.
Great. Dr. Johnson, this is your.
Yep, absolutely fascinating. And oh, wow, if lettuce looked like that, I'd be eating it every day. That is absolutely impressive. And, it really is a testament to your spirit, right? Because I still remember the very first pitch. And my question to you is, how did you guys sustain, the momentum? There was a time when, because the COVID, you can work and, it seemed like the project was going to die a natural death. But I was surprised that you kept it going. So tell us a little bit about how you kept that momentum and the passion.
I think one thing is definitely the nature of this product. Just the fact of putting your seedlings in the machine and watching them grow and seeing the harvest, there's that really rewarding nature of, I guess this works with any type of planting and growth, but you see it growing. And then we always have, I guess the way we work, we always see something that could have been improved next time. We're like, oh, the light system doesn't move up and down that well. Or, oh, the humidity sensor, this could have recorded this better. And if we can make these observations and we can improve the project, I think that's what we're all really striving for. We want to, make a difference. We want to be able to, and that's what was really exciting to all of us. And I think that's what kept it going.
I saw that you had lettuce and did you discover that there were certain plants that did not grow well in this kind of environment?
For example, certain plants we just cannot. For root vegetables, like potatoes, there's not really, we can't just grow them in the water, right? And I guess what this is more efficiently designed for is foods that would not grow in your typical, like, for example, we live in Germany, and we would want to, the aim for the Hydro-CE would be to grow tropical fruits or fruits that wouldn't really develop with the weather we have here. Yeah.
But coconuts, probably, you couldn't grow a coconut palm. That wouldn't work.
I mean, there's a thing of science.
Like they say never, right? Who knows?
Exactly.
Right. And I think that is the part that I'm most impressed with. And you talked a little bit about your team dynamics and how you decided to work as a team. Tell us a little bit more about, perhaps some of the challenges that you might have faced along the way.
Interpersonal challenges.
Yeah.
Well, just one challenge was definitely, as it was during COVID, once we had developed the ideas and the 3D designs, was creating this in real life and the funding for that. So we had to source, we fundraised at our school before COVID did occur. We raised money through things like waffle sales, bake sales, and we presented our pitch to the team at our school, the leaderships team, head of technology, things like that. But that was a definite challenge, because we had to work with the budget, and then as a team we had to decide, as this was our prototype, what do we prioritize? Certain people had ideas, or maybe we should focus on the software. Certain people had the idea maybe we should just get a working prototype and push it first. So there was a lot of compromise along the way and things we had to work with. But we're here at the end.
Now, I know that you are all graduating very soon. In fact, in the next 2 months, which will be very sad for our school. But nevertheless, you have a bright future ahead. How do you see this project growing, or what is your basic next steps beyond after you've graduated?
I mean, we definitely want to present this to more people. We're not quite sure what's going to happen after holidays, after the graduation, considering where people are going to move. But we definitely, want to keep this alive. We have future aspirations. We have put many hours, lots of blood, sweat, and tears have gone into this. And this is something we all really believe in, we believe that this is an issue that needs to be solved. And I don't see anything stopping us from continuing, albeit if it has to be online. We all learned these things together. We know how it works, and I believe we can push through distances as well.
Excellent. Most definitely, I see the passion behind the project, but I think you guys have learned so much more, from the knowledge that you've acquired, the skills, the dispositions that are required to work in collaborative teams and so on. So I think this is going to be very sustainable for future projects and new ideas. So, we definitely look forward to you guys coming back, and who knows, in the next 3 to 5 years, we'll be reading about you in Time Magazine. Well done.
Here we go. Okay. One last question. Did you notice if the plants grew faster in your environment than they did in a normal environment, because you were giving them everything that they wanted? What kind of speeds were there? I mean,
so if we compared them to soil growing, for example, what researchers found and what we found, we did for our personal experiences, we did find that they were about 75% faster. The lettuce, we didn't grow them side by side, but the database they had on the lettuce we grew, I think it was Lactica sativa, took about 35-40 days, and we had splendid growth within 3-4 weeks. And I'm sure through further optimization, there's been some research into this. Through further optimization, we can get these growth rates much faster and much more efficient.
Wow, very impressive, very impressive. Well, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very, very much. And Mohammed, you've set a standard now that we're all going to have to rise to, and I'm totally serious, okay?
Thank you.
Congratulations for raising the bar and frankly making the rest of us look bad. But that's okay.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Hydro-C. Well done.
All of you. Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Dr. Johnson, you're certainly welcome to stay, but you've been here a while. If you want to leave, you certainly can. And you've got another group coming in a few
At
more
4:15.
hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
I'll come back. I'll take a break and then I'll come back then.
These young people do all the work and you get the shine and the glory. I understand.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, look at them. Inspirational. I mean, I feel so inspired just listening and hearing them and all the work that they've put into it. And let's remember, these are all IB students preparing for an examination, which is happening in the next 2 weeks. So, they have balanced and managed to really make sure that they have, the two sides in a good equilibrium state. So I think, kudos to them for doing that too.
Great.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Are these high school students? Oh, wow. I thought you were in college. I'm a college professor and I just, I caught the end. I was in the back listening. Very impressive.
Yeah, they get grade 12 students about to graduate in the next two months. Yeah.
All right. Have fun.
Okay. So let me bring on our next people. And
So students, you guys can leave now. Yeah.
I'm leaving. They're leaving.
So Jake, I'll see you in a bit. Okay.
Hey, thank you.
Have fun. Enjoy the next
Your
session.
help. Okay.
How are you doing, Jake? You're still awake?
Well, awake is not my problem. My problem is I'm constantly seeing all these wonderful projects that the students are doing, and I want to get involved. I want to be a high school student again.
Oh.
And they won't let me do that. Okay, but speaking
You
of
could be a mentor in all your free time. You got enough to do.
Hold on a second. Okay, speaking of interesting people. Okay. And
Hello, Jake.
hello. Hello.
Hi.
I cannot.
Hi, Leslie.
Hi. I was. Or are you trying to? Is there anything I can do to help you, Jake, or just let you figure it out?
No, it's just that sometimes it doesn't work like it's supposed to. Here we go.
Yeah, I think the presenter is called, his name is Li Jiaqi.
Yeah,
Okay.
there he
Yeah,
is.
he's here. Yeah.
Is it Lee?
Jiaqi. Yeah.
Oops.
The Chinese has its own accent pronouncing.
These will help.
Ah.
Okay.
Hello, Jiaqi.
Hello.
Ah, there we go.
Meet you.
We lost Leslie.
Yeah, it seems the network issue. Or
No, she dropped back to the thing. Hold on, let me bring her back. Okay, there we go. I don't know what happened to you. So this is very exciting. This is part of the Invent Future Invention Convention, is what we're going to be talking about. So,
yeah.
Yes, please give your presentation. This is your show.
Let me share my screen. Hello everyone, I'm Li Jiaqi from China. I'm 13, and my topic is the more you explore, the more wonderful our life will be. I'm very lucky to have a university teacher mom who gave me ample room to explore, to fail, and to struggle up again. One cold winter night when I was 6 years old, I followed my mom on the way home. Ignoring her repeated reminder to be attentive, I was playing my flying saucer while walking, while I tripped and fell. The flying saucer in my hands rolled into the pond, drifting farther and farther. My mother, who had been bustling all day, was hurrying home, and with lots of chores still expecting her, was angry and helpless. I looked around and couldn't find a helper or lawn stick. Then I saw my mom go back and take out a broom. Saying nothing, I ran to fetch a long-handled dustbin. But no matter how hard we tried, it didn't work. The flying saucer was like an offshore sailing boat, drifting much farther. My mother asked, "We just give it up, okay?" I was silent and didn't respond. The flying saucer was my favorite. After thinking hard, I grabbed the broom in my mother's hands
and inserted it into the clip on the handle of the dustbin. Along the clip, I pulled the broom and the dustbin to the longest possible length. When it was put into the river again, it was very close to the target, but still out of reach. Then I slowly rowed, and the water began to move. Harnessing the direction of water flow, I managed to let the flying saucer drift towards me. When it finally came into my reach, I jumped up excitedly. My mom, who had been standing there and watching all the process silently, turned happy and exclaimed, "How smart you are." When I was 8 years old, I was crazy about game cards with different power. One day after school, when I knew my mom washed my cards carrying pens, I burst into tears. Although she bought new ones for me later, their power still meant nothing compared with my previous one. Then I started to cut paper cards and draw the patterns, trying to be the same as the washed ones. Although my mom thought my work would be in vain, I put the one I had fabricated first into the machine, and the machine responded. It worked. I made it. I shouted happily, driving my cookie mom out of the kitchen. She just stood there and thumbs up. When I was 10 years old, we rented a farm. As time went on, a problem arose. The full bucket of water we carried was not enough to wet a tiny field. Suddenly, I was struck with an inspiration. The river nearby and the small pump in the fire extinguisher I had made induced me to invent something. After searching on the internet, I bought a hose, a pump, and fixed them with a storage battery in my dad's electric scooter. And the experiment at home was very successful. And the same in the fields. Laughing and shouting, I was thrilled to tears when I first saw water flush out of a hose. One night when I was 12 years old, an idea suddenly struck me when I was doing my homework. I want privacy, so I wanted the door of my room open and closed, totally under my control. Then I began to connect several lines together and zigzag their way from my seat to the handle of the door. And it succeeded, leaving my parents shocked and puzzled, wondering how on earth I did it. One night last year, a car downstairs kept honking. At first, we paid no attention to it, since we thought it was from other people's car. After the honk lasted for about 10 minutes, we couldn't help looking out of the window. It was from our car, and the light was flickering. It turns out that rain leaked into the water, leading to the malfunction of the electric circuit. Days later, a person asked in the neighborhood which I grew up, "Whose car is it? It has kept honking for about 10 minutes. And I learned from these two experiences that the problem is very common. So I decided to invent something to inform car owners if there's something abnormal happens during their absence. After previous tries and improvements on each item, I integrated the sound sensor, an antenna, an Arduino chip, a telephone card, a built-in recharge mode with a USB slot, and a 3D printed out covering. The problems keep arising. The more I explore, the more surprising I am to find that the nuts, which seemed hard to crack yesterday, became much easier today. We're living on the same planet, facing the same problem of environment, education, gender equality, poverty alleviation, etc. And I strongly believe the more we explore, the more creative we will be, and the more wonderful our life will become. Let's work together to make our world a better place. Thank you for your attention.
That was very good, very interesting.
Thanks.
Excellent. Excellent job. I have a question, Jake. Do you mind if I ask?
No, of course. That's what you're here.
Fabulous. Hi. I'm a professor in the United States, and my research is on innovation, which is what you were doing, and entrepreneurship. So how you take your ideas and can move them forward to make money or to be sustainable. So the first thing I wanted to comment on is, do you think your experiences over time should be something that you do in your normal school day? Because it sounds like you have a lot of experience because of your mother and giving you opportunities. Do you think other kids in China should be able to do these type of projects in school during the day?
King, if you think he needs help in translating, please do that.
Yeah, that is why I'm here.
I know. So please
So,
say
Jiaqi,
I can understand. And I think the students in China, when they are studying in school, I think they also have chance to do things just like my experience. Just they can find their own opportunity and chance. Maybe not a chance or opportunity, just like me, but there's still many different opportunities they can find in their school lives. And also, such as in my school, there's some lessons just teaches the students about robots and inventions. And we can learn about these things in these lessons.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
One of the things I like about Zoom is I can see where people are living and I learn more about them. Behind you, what is that going on behind you?
Actually, it's about some machines or robots I had made both by myself and with the help of my teachers.
Can you show us any of those things? I'm fascinated by them.
Like this is what I've done in the last year IFIC, the inventor, what is called?
Yeah, Jiaqi is a winner of Future Invention Convention event. Yeah.
And this one is a watch I used to make. Yeah, I think while I was in primary school, of course, with my teacher's help. And let me see.
Oh yeah, I want to see that.
This one is a
Hold it
robot
up. Oh, okay.
robot arm, and there's a line when I can use my computer to control this arm, and also I can use, if there's electricity, I can use these to control it too. Yeah, and there's also others like bionic robots and MP3, and also a fighter machine I used to make to in a competition.
Excellent. Do you, Lee, am I saying it right, Lee?
Li Jiaqi.
Yeah. Li Jiang. Okay. I have a lot of students from China that I work with. They're getting their doctor to be a doctor. And are you, you're 13, correct? Okay. Well, you're doing work that we do when you come to college. So I just want to keep you motivated. So as you go to high school, you keep looking around for opportunities of things to explore, because you're going to be really ready for college and wherever you go and whatever you do. So it's really exciting to see someone your eye that's going to be able to help solve some of our big problems we have in the world. And so I'm going to keep my eye on you to see your name, because I'm sure you're going to be in a lot of the invention conventions moving forward. So congratulations.
Thank you for encouraging me.
You inspire me with these stories. I am very excited.
So you might want to send him a brochure and let him apply to your school.
Oh, we have a program when you're in high school, you could earn college credit from the United States for your inventions. You turn them in and do a talk just like you did. And that's the way we certify you. Yes. And you can do it when you're in high school. I'm not sure what you call high school in Chinese or in China, but
we also call it high school.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're an inventor, we do that. And it's through our College of Engineering and Business. And then the college credit goes to any university in the United States. So if you ever are thinking you would want to get certified or have that, just reach out to me and I'll give you information on it. And it's inexpensive as far as the United States goes to do. It's $150 US to get 3 credits for college. So that's kind of fun.
But then you have to do the work also.
Well, yes, but he's done a lot of work. Yes, yes. But I bet it's the same kind of things. The work is, how does an engineer solve a problem? how does someone that wants to be an entrepreneur solve a problem? And so you just put all that in there. Yeah, absolutely. But what I've seen so far is very exciting. And my research studies how you go change over time on your creativity. And you explained it perfectly. I should interview you for my research.
Good. Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Now, Lee was part of a program in China, and Ting is the person who is running that program. And Ting, would you like to talk about what you're doing in China and how you're getting students involved?
Yes, Ting, I'm very excited. Ting, I have
Thank you.
Ting, I have an adopted daughter from North Vietnam, Haiphong. So I'm over there a lot. So maybe I can pop up to visit you.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to seeing you in near future.
So Ting, what's your program about?
Nope, wait a minute. Just wait a minute. Oh, this is my fault. Just wait a minute. She's gonna come back.
Yeah, you were kicking me out too.
The system doesn't work. I know what it's doing. It's jumping people around. Okay.
Yeah, I'm so happy I rejoined again.
I know, you're back.
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah. And okay, Jiaqi is leaving. And in fact, Jiaqi is a winner student, award winner of Manta's Industry Award in our event last year. He did a really great job. And Manta is a leader industry in EDA area. So currently it is just merged with Siemens. So it's also a US company.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, they support our event, and we usually invite leading companies to give the industry awards to student inventors, so that makes students feel that their inventions are useful and has great impact to the society. And they may also have the business impact, or to make them, maybe it's the first step to their entrepreneur life. So we invite many industry leaders and experts to join the judging and to set up awards. And so that is, our program in China is called Invent Future Invention Convention. Yeah. And last year, unfortunately, we have the COVID-19 situation. We cannot do that in the museum. Usually, we hold our events in the museum. And yeah, so students come to the museum and showing their inventions. And usually, we will follow by 1 or 2 months exhibition for the students' inventions, showing at the museum together with other techniques to show to the museum visitors. So they are really proud of that. Yeah, so I think last year, students from United Kingdom and Indonesia also joined our event through the Zoom. Thanks to the Zoom, the online video conference technology, that make more people can join events in different countries, just like in our event. So this year they're also joining, and we make some small changes. It's like Chinese students were going to the museum to join the event. But for international students, just like students from United Kingdom and Indonesia, they were joining through Zoom. We will really place a monitor inside the judging circle so that they will, the international students and the judges and the Chinese students and the judges, they were in the same judging circle, and they can talk with each other, just feel like they were really in the judging circle to join the event. And the museum and our staff will print it out, the international students' invention display board and their invention logbook, and place it at the museum. So people can visit that and see how they made their invention, how they find out this problem, so that they can learn a different culture. So we hope they would have fun this year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, Jake, you're muted.
I have a video of this. You want me to show it, or do you want to show it, Ting?
I'm not sure which video you're having. I have the inventors video from.
I have the one from January that you sent out.
Yeah, we made quite a lot of videos, and we have some lovely. Maybe I will share my first, and then you will see whether it is the same one.
Okay.
This video is from the last years. We invited some students, inventors, to show their inventions. So we recorded this video.
大家好，我叫陈佳烈，这是我的发明写小二。
我是丁子晨，今年7岁。我的发明是岛屿书包。我的作品要解决的问题是在下雨的时候可以不用撑伞，解放双手。
大家好，我是 Jeff， 我今年12岁了。我发明了一个亲子摇椅，能照顾还不能独立行走的婴儿。
大家好，我叫朱艳珍，今年8岁。我的发明是一个可移动式吊盐水架，可以在病人们上厕所的时候方便自己吊盐水。
大家好，我是彭若恩，今年10岁了。我发明了一个无冷水花洒，可以让人不用先放一罐冷水就直接用到热水。大家好，我是武艺，今年11岁。我发明了刷刷杯，它解决了人们使用牙刷后忽视的清洁问题。
我是 Morris， 今年8岁。我发明了一个马桶垫脚架。
我是车居琪，幼儿园中班。我发明了一个口罩手环，来解决口罩摘下来没地方放的问题。
I'm David from China. I'm 13. I invented a long-distance car warning gadget. It can inform car owners of something abnormal during their absence.
Hi, I'm Austin from Indonesia. I'm 10 now. This is my invention called the two-season shoes. Wear this during rainy days, and you don't need to worry about any hard-to-clean stain when you step into muddy puddle of water.
My name is Mulia Senano Madian, and I'm 12 years old. I'm from Semarang in Indonesia. My invention is called the mud walker. The problem it solves is that people in areas with dirt roads can't go to places after a large rain since the road will turn into mud.
My name is Michael. I'm 12 years old, and today I want to tell you about my invention, rain repellent. Rain repellent is a device which are used to prevent rainwater to hit the car's windshield, specifically the front one, because it's the one that can cause car accidents and make drivers hard to see the road.
它可以帮助不会系鞋带的人们系好鞋带，它是一个收纳鞋带的工具。
我的发明可以帮助少部分的残疾手脚不方便的人士以及普通所需要的家庭。
我的发明可以给病人们带来更多的便利和自由。
我的发明可以帮助像我一样想快点用到热水且不想浪费水资源的人。
我的发明可以帮助工作繁忙的父母们，让他们解放双手的同时，全方位的让宝宝得到很好的照顾。
我做了一个马桶垫脚架，方便我和像我一样的小朋友使用。
My invention solves it by helping people walk in mud easily.
Inventors re-engineer lives.
小发明改变世界。
Go inventors.
Go inventors. Go inventors.
Go inventors.
Go inventors. Go inventors. 加油！
Oh, that was amazing. And you know what I took from it? The students in China and the Indonesian student are worried and solving the exact same problems that our students are here in the United States. So it just shows that they care about the same things, and what a great way to bring our cultures together to solve these world problems. So that was amazing. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, that seems that they have the life maybe more similar than before, because they can understand each other's life better nowadays.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Every time I saw this, when I see these students and see their inventions and see they presenting their inventions confidently and telling us how they made it, I just feel like, can't help but feel like I really feel that they are inventing our future. They are really great.
The video was the same one I was going to show, so it's what you had sent me. Do you have pictures of the museum? Because it's a beautiful museum.
Yeah, let me find the museum. Yes, we do have some. Maybe I can show some pictures of last year's.
Is there a website for the museum you could?
Yeah, it's a Chinese version, and the museum usually don't put too much pictures of their on their website. Yes, so let me search that.
It's a beautiful, beautiful place.
And what city is it in?
Hangzhou.
Hangzhou is not far away from Shanghai, and usually people will know this city by a company. It's called Alibaba.
That's funny.
Their headquarters.
All right.
Yeah, I've just searched some pictures of this museum. Yeah, so this is a museum. And the museum is famous for its low carbon science, because it shows the low carbon life in our just like technology and equipment that can make a low carbon life. So that is this museum working how it want to show to the public. So it will be the carbon, how you can lower down your carbon. And there are so many equipment that students can play. And usually many schools come to this museum to teach the students about, this is a name in Chinese of this museum.
Wow, that is gorgeous.
I think the museum is not the biggest one in China, but it is one of the most interesting one. So my son loves this museum very much. Every time when I bring him there, he will not want to go home until it's closed. Yeah, and this is how to say that there would be a large screen on the top of each other, on the top of the building. It's not the building, the roof, and people will see many. I don't know how to spell that word. It's just telling people that how the world can be affected by the pollution and things like that, because it's really a huge screen on the top, so that it's really impressive show, things like that. So it exhibited quite a lot of things. Is another one that make people feel that if they keep riding instead of to take travel by cars or driving cars, or if they take public transportation and ride bicycles and things like that, they can reduce the carbon release to the air, things like that. So this is another picture of the museum. It's a nice museum anyway.
Beautiful. Gorgeous.
Yeah, and we do have some, maybe I can show some of, this is from our website. I just want to show how our exhibitions looks like in the museum. Okay, so this is the exhibition we had last year, because last year students cannot come to the museum to exhibit their inventions. And the museum helped the students to print it out the information of all their inventions and exhibit it at the museum. So people can visit the museum and read their invention information here.
King,
So everyone.
King, if you click on a picture, will it get bigger?
Yeah, I will click one, for example, this one.
No, I went with all the students, with the people standing in front.
Okay, let me, it's not the student anyway, it's the head of the museum.
Doesn't
You
matter.
mean,
Here.
you mean this one?
Yeah, that, no.
Down below. Yeah. Just so we can
This
see
one.
the size of it,
So,
yeah.
yeah, it's this one.
I just wanted people to see the environment, that they had done this whole walkway with these student exhibits, and people could just walk through.
Yeah. Yeah, we have two lines. This one is for the international students because they submitted information in English, and on the other side will be the Chinese display board, every characters in Chinese. So people usually will go through this and they will see that, see, you also have this issue. You can see that invention that may solve your issue. They always talk like that. And some students will see that, maybe I can add something to this invention and that will make it better. I can try something like that. So that we think that it really helps some students to inspire them to solve the new problems. Yes. Let me find okay, this one is from the Chinese side. So there would be all these informations. On the left side is a Chinese version, so people can see what it is. Yeah.
It's just
this
really
is yeah, it's last year's, and this year is maybe more interesting because it is not how to say, it's not printed out by the museum, but it is a real display board made by students. So because they have the chance to put their real display board there, so it would be different, totally different design of display board showing there. That would be interesting.
Excellent.
Yeah. So yeah, and so last year students will pitch, they pitched online because they cannot join, and we can see many interesting inventions. So some students showing that if you eat some chips, that will make your hands dirty. So they invited something to make your hands not dirty, things like that. Very interesting. And this one is for smoking. And yeah, just quite a lot of different kinds of inventions. You may see that students are presenting and they're so excited, but the smile is what we want to see. We hope them to have fun. We don't really want them to treat that as a competition. We want them to learn from each other. So that is why we call it exhibition. When we invite students to join the event, we are saying that you are joining the exhibition to showing your inventions, even though we have awards. Yeah, but we do want them to enjoy the whole process. Yeah, so this is how it looks like. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing. It was great.
King, I just wanted to let you know that according to the schedule, in 10 minutes, you're supposed to have some more students, and they haven't shown up yet. And I was wondering if
Didn't they?
They aren't here yet.
Oh, I just got the message that they cannot enter Zoom. I don't know. They said that they cannot enter the Zoom because the Zoom. Yeah, so I will send them the Zoom link again to see whether they can try.
Yes. Use the one you got. It worked.
Yeah, I can enter, and I tried Zoom before with them because they all had a rehearsal 1 week ago with me.
Okay, just wanted to bring it up.
Yeah, and this inventor, the 3 young inventors and their parent, They continuously join Invention Convention, and this is their third time joining our event.
Now, here's what we can do, Ting. If they have trouble, the inventor who is going to come after them is already here. So if you want, I can start that person, and then that gives you even more time for your students.
Yeah.
Would that be good?
Yeah, that would be great. Okay. Now I will deal with this situation and see you later.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jake, are you talking about the group from India is going to come on?
The student from India, yes, is going to come on
great.
next. And I'm
Thank
just
you.
promoting them in. Hello.
Hello.
So here's I'm sorry, how do you pronounce your name?
Gia.
Gia, welcome. I'm so glad you came in a little bit early. What has happened is we have some wonderful students from China, and for some reason they're having trouble getting a connection. But you are connected. So can you start your presentation a little bit early? We'd love to hear about this. And you're in high school, is that correct?
I'm in 4th grade.
4th grade? Oh, I don't believe that. Okay. And you're going to be talking to us about an Android app development and fire control system. Really?
Yes.
This sounds like a high school project. But okay, please go ahead. It is your presentation. Thank you.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, we see it. Very nice.
The world is changing and the education must change with it. Creativity is thinking up new things. Innovation is doing new things. Very well said by Theodore Levitt. Namaste, good morning. With these lines, I introduce myself. I am Gia Nagpal, 9-year-old inventor, grade 4 student from Amity Global School. I am a proud Indian. I am in love with colors. First of all, I would like to thank the Global Innovation Field Trip team for creating such a platform where young innovators can showcase their innovation to the globe. I would also like to thank the Makers Dunya team, especially Prateek sir and Prabal sir, for being a great mentor. I would also like to thank all the teachers of Amity Global School for the support. I would also like to thank my dad for helping me wherever I got stuck. This pandemic time has its own pros and cons. During this time, I explored a lot of new opportunities that I couldn't explore in my regular school timings. I did the game development course on Scratch, Android app development course on MIT App Inventor, and the robotics and 3D designing course on Tinkercad. I have also done the Arduino circuits and programming course, and I have made a smart home with home automation, fire control system, and automatic irrigation system. This is my game development course certificate, Android app development course, robotics and 3D designing course, and Arduino circuits and programming course. And I have developed many apps. These are the apps that are published on Google Play Store. Tiny Pops Learning Tree, Tiny Pops Learning Tree 2, Tiny Pops Learning Tree 3, and Tiny Pops Learning Tree Quiz Time. These are the apps that I have developed for toddlers. And the other apps are Tic-Tac-Toe, Today's Celebrations, and Rotten Veggies Classifier. And the apps that I have developed for big kids are Human Body Systems, Solar System, and Inventions and Discoveries. These are the first screens of all my apps. As you can see, I have made them very colorful because I'm in love with colors. And I have designed these first screens and logos on Canva. I learned Canva in my school. In the January Global Innovation Field Trip,
I showcased Tiny Pops Learning Tree, Tiny Pops Learning Tree 2, Tiny Pops Learning Tree 3, and Tiny Pops Learning Tree Quiz Time. Their celebrations, Rotten Veggies Classifier, Tic-Tac-Toe, and Human Body Systems. And in this Global Innovation Field Trip, I am going to showcase inventions and discoveries and solar system. This is my inventions and discoveries quiz, and we had a unit on inventions and discoveries in my school. So I have made this app. Let's watch the video.
Practice 1. Q1. Who invented the telephone? Try again. Correct. Q2. Who invented light? Correct. Q3. Correct. Q4. Try again. Correct. Q5. Who is the father? Practice 2. Q11. Practice 3. Practice 4. Quiz 2. Q11. Who incorrect? Q12. Correct. Q13. Correct. Q14. Wrong. Q15. Wrong. Q16. Correct. Q17. Wrong. Q18. Correct. Q19. Correct. Q20. Correct. Total score 10. Last score 5. Current score 7.
So now I'm going to tell you the features of this app. The features are that it has 2 sections, quiz and practice. In quiz, it says wrong when the answer is wrong and right when the answer is right. And it shows the score in the end. And in practice, when the answer is wrong, it gives the player another chance to attempt the question. And it gives another chance until the question is correct. And there is a speech assistance. There's an automatic switch to next question. There are 4 practices and 4 quizzes, 10 different questions in each. There are a total 40 different questions, and more quizzes or questions can be added easily. This is my solar system app. Let's watch the video.
One. Sun is a huge burning ball of fire.
Has all the facts about this, has facts about all the planets of the solar system. And now I'm going to introduce you to someone very cute, this teddy bear named Charlotte. You might be wondering why he is here. He had a beautiful home, but now I have made it into a smart home, and it is called Charlotte Smart Home. And now let's have a tour of Charlotte's smart home. Enjoyed the tour of Charlotte's smart home. Now let's talk about the components that are used in it. The components that are used are Arduino Uno, breadboard, ultrasonic sensor, soil moisture sensor, jumper cables, water pump, relay, gas sensor, 9-volt battery, a buzzer, and last of all, LEDs. Now I'm going to tell you the features of his smart home. The features are that it has home automation system, fire control system, and an automatic irrigation system. Let's explore all the features one by one. This is the home automation system. Let's watch the video.
You might be wondering why this blue light is green. It is blinking. When it is blinking, it means that everything in the smart home is working perfectly. When it's not blinking, means there is some fault and our attention is required. Now let's explore the first feature. The first feature is that it has home automated lights. One beautiful afternoon, Charlotte was playing in his garden and he wanted to go home. And let's see what happens when he goes home. Oh wow, the lights automatically turned on. And now let's see what happens when he comes back. The lights turned off. And this happened because I have put an ultrasonic sensor, and the ultrasonic sensor senses who is inside the house, and the lights turn on.
Oh, isn't it great that Charlotte's home also has a home automation system? He doesn't have to switch on and switch off the lights again and again. And that doesn't even spread the coronavirus because it's touch free. And it also saves electricity. Now let's explore the second feature, which is fire control system. Let's watch the video.
When there is fire or excessive gases, the gas sensor will sense it because it has chemical reactive substances, and there will be more of the flow of electrons and the buzzer will start buzzing. Now let's try it out. I will bring some smoke. And you can see the buzzer has started buzzing and the LEDs are blinking.
Oh wow, his home also has a fire control system. He doesn't have to worry about the fire, and it also minimizes the damage in case of accidental fire. Now let's explore the last feature, which is automatic irrigation system. Let's watch the video.
For that automatic irrigation system, I have used a 9-volt battery, water pump, and the pipe. And this is a soil moisture sensor. And these are the two plants. This one has damp soil and this one has dry soil. Right now the sensor and the pipe are in the damp soil, so it's not watering. Now I'm going to put both of them in the damp soil, dry soil. And as you can see, it has started watering. Soil is automatically damp, it has stopped watering. So this is how it's called an automatic irrigation system.
I wish I had a house like this. It also has an automatic irrigation system. He doesn't have to go out all the time to water the plants. And also the plants don't get dried up. And it also saves water because when we humans water the plants, we put some excess water in them. This is the circuit diagram of Charlotte's smart home. And this is the code. Now let's talk about the limitations and scope of improvement. Over here, a water sprinkler can be added, but I couldn't add it in this house because it was very small. It was very small, and when the water is coming down, it might splash and cause short circuits. And in the home automation system, more appliances can be added like a fan. And this can also be controlled by a mobile application because I know how to develop apps. And now let's talk about the future plans. I can explore more components of MIT App Inventor and develop more innovative Android apps. And I can explore more modules like GMS, RFID, GPS, Bluetooth,
Wi-Fi, etc. Thank you. Now I am open for questions.
I have a question. First of all, wonderful job. That was amazing. I really appreciated your use of color and using something to inspire you. And I really love Charlotte. I have a question. Why do you think you're so creative in doing this? And how could other kids your age, you're only in 4th grade. So do you have any advice for students around the world or teachers watching this, how they can get their students involved? Like, why do you like doing this kind of work?
I like doing this because I'm very much in love with colors. I like very colorful things. I like to do crafts and art and all.
Okay, so you're bringing your arts in with your building of your house. It has some really impressive use of coding, the Arduino engineering system. I'm really impressed by that. What would you say to teachers watching from around the world of how they can have their kids learn to do this? Or should they be doing this in school? What do you think?
They can offer practical as well as theoretical models. Like they can offer as well as practical and theoretical models.
Okay. Great.
Chika, I'm curious as to what you're going to do next.
I am in this. I can add more things like in the home automation system. I can add like more appliances that can be controlled, and in the fire control system, I can add a water sprinkler, but I couldn't do it in this house because it was very small, and when the water is coming down, it might splash and cause short circuits. And in the automatic irrigation system, I could add some sensor, like when the water where the motor is dipped finishes, I can film like a buzzer buzzes or something, and then we are informed so that we can film more.
Have we seen you here before?
Yes, I was there in the last Global Innovation Field Trip, but
what did you create last time?
I wanted in that time I didn't pursue in that course, but I developed many apps.
I thought so. I thought I recognized you. So you're just not just an app maker. Now this extends even beyond just an app on a computer. It's really interesting how far you can take that technology.
Thank you, ma'am.
So what are you going to do next year?
Right.
You're making model houses this year. What's in the future for you?
In the apps, I make apps on the topics that my teacher teaches in school. So like right now, she's teaching about energy transformation, the forms of energy and renewable and non-renewable energies. So I am developing an app on that, and it's on the way.
Wow.
I have one more question. So how could you get your apps to more students to learn about it so they could use it to study? Because I think it'd be a great study tool. How are you advertising, or how are you going to let other kids?
I have published all the apps that I have showcased on Google Play Store, and I have also shared them with my teacher so that she can share like the apps that I have developed for toddlers, so that she can share it to the younger grades.
Wonderful. So you're a little entrepreneur too. Do you know what that means, that word? You're trying to develop things for other people. And
yes.
they use
and my apps on Google Play Store are free of cost. They are free. You don't have to pay.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you so much. That was wonderful.
So you've probably figured out by now that we do this once a quarter. So every 3 months we have another gift. So you're going to have to keep coming back and showing us the new things that you create, because we want to follow your path and help support it and help promote you as you do these things, because you've already become a role model for other young girls who aren't quite sure that they're ready to do this kind of work. And you're showing them that you can do this kind of work.
I am also excited while participating in the gift, and I really want to participate in all of the global innovation field trips.
We want you to end up taking our jobs away and be hosting other kids and just keep making it happen for us, okay? You did a fantastic job.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Oh. Julie, I don't know if Jake had communicated with you. We went a little out of order.
He did. Thank you. And Ting was able to get the presenter up.
Great. Thank you, Gia. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Bye.
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 Oh, she's so cute.
So Ting,
Yes,
I must
it is.
admit, I do not know how to pronounce that name.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I will tell the presenter to and introduce a little bit of this presenter. So because they may, how to say that, I may need to communicate with the Chinese so that to let them know how they are going to operate. Okay. Yeah. So sorry for that.
Thank you for helping.
Yeah. 蒋晶晶、董子博，你们可以打开摄像头吗？可以听到吗？请你们现在可以打开摄像头吗？好，然后 yeah, they are kids from our invention convention event, and they continuously drawing IFIC. This is their 3rd year drawing with 3 totally new inventions. Yeah, they join continuously 3 times. Every time they bring us new inventions. Hello， 那请你们打开话筒好吗？取消静音，可以吗？
Hello.
有一个取消静音。
Welcome.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah, that's good. Hello. Yeah. 你们今天是要用中文演讲还是英文演讲？
中文。
啊，那你们可以用英文先和主持人打个招呼吗？
Hello.
Hello.
Next.
My name is Zhang Yishen.
My name is Gong Zibo.
Yeah, these 3 kids, they're really lovely, and they have their new inventions drawing this year. And so today they're going to give a presentation in Chinese. Yeah, so maybe I should leave the time to our young inventors. OK， 那么你们准备好开始演讲了吗？
Yes.
好的，那你们 可以分享屏幕，然后开始你们的演讲了。
把 PPT 打开。我忙讲完。
Yeah, I will typing in the translation in the chat box so to help you better understand what they're talking about.
Can you see? Okay. 分享屏幕了吗？我们已经分享屏幕了。有吗？共享屏幕已经共享了。
没关系，慢慢来，你们还没有共享。
OK，
好了，有了。OK， so， 你们可以开始了。
我们设计的内容是智能 iPad 支架，因为突如其来的疫情打破了我们的正常生活，上课的方式由线下改为线上，我们将需要更多的时间接触电子产品。妈妈就开始焦虑了，她非常担心我们的视力问题，希望我在使用 iPad 的时候能保持一定的距离。所以为了不让妈妈担心，我就开始研究什么样的方式能提醒我与 iPad 保持一定的距离。我们的智能 iPad 支架有2个功能，第一个是显示距离有报警的功能。当我坐在 iPad 面前时，超声波传感器就能测出我与 iPad 的距离，并实时显示在液晶屏上。当距离大于40厘米时，绿色 LED 灯亮；当距离在30至40厘米时，黄色 LED 灯亮；当距离小于30时，红色 LED 灯亮并报警。采用声光提醒功能，在一定程度上不会影响我的正常上课。iPad 还能调度调节，我放置在 iPad 地方是我在放置 iPad 的地方设置了2个键位，以便我满足不同的角度需求。因为美术课需要用到的东西比较多，我会在餐桌上上课；体育课需要运动，最好在空旷点的场地，所以我会选择在阳台上上课。其他课程我会在自己的房间里的书桌上上课。不同的iPad 的角度不一样，有了2个键位就可以满足我的需求了。我们的设计过程。第一步，我们要根据实施的功能选择合适的硬件设备。第2步，我们用米斯奇编程软件完成功能要求，根据元器件和线路的距离，用原版卡尺进行相应的数据进行记录。第4步，我们绘制结构草图。第5步，贴膜、打印、调试、修改、组装。我们的产品创新亮点。外观卡通，方便维护，方便拆却，人际关系好，光信号，支架角度可以调节，适用不同型号的 iPad。谢谢大家。
来演示，那演示要分享屏幕，怎么样分享？
你可以演示一下。
好，演示。
那么就把共享取消共享，然后就可以看到你们的大图演示了。So they want to show how the invention works It is an invention that can test the user whether it is too close to the iPad. If it is too close, that can remind you so that you will not get too close, especially for children, that will harm their eyes. And if, yeah, so, okay, let them to show how it goes. 好，那你们来演示一下吧。摄像头可能要低一点点，我们有点看不见。好。
这是我们的 iPad。当我们距离在大于40的时候，它是显示绿的。当我们逐渐靠近，
可以给我一点点时间，我翻译一下吗 ？OK， 然后我翻译好这一句，你再说下一句好吗？可以吗？好 ，So when the user is far away, far enough from the iPad, the light is green. That means you are okay with this distance. 好，继续。
当我们距离在30到40的时候，黄灯显示。
Okay. So when you are closer, such as 30 to 40 centimeters, then the red line will turn on to show that you are getting close. You are going to go to the danger range. Okay. 好，继续。
在距离小于30的时候，它会显示红灯，并且报警。
Okay, so if you are too close, closer than 30 centimeters, it will turn red and a sound will come up, alarm will show up, so you can hear that you're too close.
路人头呀，下面的液晶屏还能帮我们显示数据。
Okay, so there's a screen will show the distance of the user and to the iPad. It really looks cute.
这个 iPad 按智能调节，它面有2个键位，可以满足我们不同时候的需求。
So they made the holder that can adjust the angle. Sometimes they need to use that maybe a bit a larger angle, and sometimes they need to make it straight forward.
它这个还是分开的，还可以使用不同的型号的 iPad。
because it is totally 2 different parts, not attached to each other, so it can adjust the size. You can have your iPhone put on that, and iPad, or maybe some computer, a larger screen can fit different screen size. Yeah. Okay.
还可以拆卸，组装方便，维护方便，便于保存，便于携带。
So you can detach that, so that can be easily put into your bag and something. So you can take that outside. It's really easy to take out. Yes.
我们这个是用3D 可降解的材料打印的，很环保。
Yeah, and the materials is really environment friendly. So they use the 3D printing technology to make this holder. 然后，
谢谢大家。
That's all.
谢谢。Okay, thank you.
I have a question for them.
Yes.
This is really ingenious, I think. Do they realize the other things that this could be used for? I think it could be used for anything, like as a warning system. So maybe like if it was set up on top of a stove. So if a young child got too close to the stove, it could flash, or it could make warning sounds. If they got too close to the door, and the parents get worried about them going out the door, it could be used for something like that. So I'm just curious as to whether the kids have thought of other applications where this could be used.
Yeah, I will ask them. I think that is quite true. OK，那么 你们有没有想过说，你们的主持人有一个问题想要问你们哈，就是你们有没有想过说，你们的这个发明可以用在其他的什么方面？比如说啊，如果有一些很危险的东西，然后呢，小朋友如果离他太近了，是不是也可以发出报警？这样子家长就知道他太近了，这样子就不会触碰到危险。或者是也有一些其他什么类似的场景，你们觉得还可以用在哪里？
我们还可以觉得在车辆就是转弯的时候也可以使用，在门开关的时候也是可以使用的。它因为它能报警，所以这个功能就显示的十分强大。
你是说车辆转弯使用是什么意思？可以具体一点吗？
就是车辆转弯时，它可以测距，就让人不离车辆太近，防止碰撞。
好，那我翻译一下啊。So they thought that it can also be used in cars, just like when you turn around, and sometimes it will have some people or some dog or some animals too close to the car. When you turn around, you may not be aware of that because it has a distance sensor, the range sensor. So it can notify the driver that there's something quite close to you that can be used for that. And just like some doors, if the door is not supposed to have stranger close to that door, and it can also have the ranger sensor on that to show that there's something getting close to this area.
还有，如果当那些幼小的婴儿靠近十分危险的物体，其实也可以使用这个装置给他们报警。就比如婴儿不能靠近阳台。
That's a good point. 很好，就是说 if their babies is too close to the balcony, the outside the window, then it can have the sensor because they cannot too close to the window. They will get out of the window. This thing usually happens. This can be used to inform the parents.
Very good idea. I think they'll want to make their device so that they can adjust the distances on it. And so they can set it for whatever they want. So they can make one device that will work in lots of different applications if they have options of sound and light and distance all built into it.
Yeah.
Very smart.
I have a question.
Yes.
Have they looked to see, are there any competitors to their product? And are they, I don't know, in China, do you have like intellectual property where they would protect their idea?
Yeah, I will ask them. Yeah. 那主持人有另外一个问题啊，就是说你们有没有看到说和你们这个发明很相近的一些东西在使用的，就是有类似的一些产品呀，或者是有些类似的你可以借鉴的东西。
比如说身高的测距仪，还有倒车雷达这样子，类似用光波来就探测物体的。
好的。So he thought that there are some techniques that quite with a similar usage. It's just like the radar on the car. It can test the distance with the waves, the microwaves, and also some equipment can test your how the height of a person. So that is also is another kind of the uses of the ranger sensor. So these are similar products.
Well, I really want to congratulate them. And I think that it's a really great invention. I really like that it's portable and you could take it with you as a parent and set it up in different areas or for different scenarios. So tell them great job, and I hope to see them again in the next Innovate Global Challenge. Field trip.
Yes, thank you.
Field trip. Exhibition.
Yeah.
Say exhibition.
Yeah, we want to see them again and again in our event. We hope so. 主持人想恭喜你们，因为你们这个发明非常的有意义，而且呢，它可以拆开，很方便的被携带，然后还可以用于它还可以用于延展，用于很多其他的方面。所以他很想恭喜你们，恭喜你们完成了这么棒的一个发明。希望你们以后可以持续的参与各种创新的这种活动，然后来就是让你们的发明可以帮助更多人。
谢谢。Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Bye bye. Bye.
拜拜。好了，那么今天的演讲，龚自博、张艺轩还有这个杜奕彤。然后呢，你们今天的演讲今天就到这里结束。等一下主持人会把你们放入到 attendee 里面，然后你们可以继续观看或者选择离开都可以。好，谢谢你们今天的演讲。
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Ting, for helping. Appreciate it.
I'm glad to, and thank you. So I think that's all for my job today. If you need me, I will stay, but I think maybe I will just be watching and to be the attendees and leave more time to next presenters. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Druhin.
Welcome.
Have we seen you before? You look really familiar.
Yes.
Yes? Were you here in October or January?
Yes. October.
October, very good. And you had an app or more than one app maybe even that you showed us, I think, at that time.
Yes, I'm sure.
Okay. So why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself, tell us where you're from, what grade you're in, and you can go ahead and start presenting. Thank you.
Namaste. I am Druhin, a passionate child programmer of Whitehead Junior in class 8, Cambridge School, Dhuri, Punjab, India. Now let me share my screen. And this is the project report for the Global Innovation Field Trip Challenge. So this is uniqueness of myself, a passionate possibility finder, always convert the circle of difficulties to circle of possibilities, always work in CVA principle, that is conceive, believe, and the achieve. So these are the some points that I have covered in these slides. No person in the world has been rewarded for what he received, but he is always honored for what he has given to others. Now it is my turn. 2 years back in 2018, 13 January, my best friend Rahul and his family went to Kumbh Mela. Total 8 persons were there in this holy visit, but the most unfortunate part of this was the elder sister of my friend got misplaced in the crowd of Kumbh Mela during visit. The whole family was under stress, although my friend could able to found her sister in the next day after doing a lots of efforts. This incident forced me to think to do something different so that nobody should be misplaced with the help of technology. My heartiest thanks to Whitehead Junior to fulfill my dreams to serve society in a creative way. So brainstorming is done along with the following members. First, myself. Second, parents, relatives, my friends, my father's colleague, my school teachers. So after brainstorming, we have found that prevent missing people while any trooping is the most burning problem is in this society. So the problem statement is prevent missing of people while any trooping. This work will be for noble cause to help our society. Name of the application is LinkedIn plugin. Always stay connected. Tagline of the project is the prevention is better than cure. Control it before it happens. People should not get misplaced from each other while visiting any crowd place, like temple visit, visiting to any tourist place, visiting to any new place, in group, etc. This app will help people to stay connected with each other always. In nutshell, preventing people from getting misplaced from each other while in a True. So the functioning of the project will be discussed further in the next slides. So the instructions are already clearly mentioned in the instructions section of Leapy application. Flow chart of the project. Firstly, you have to download it as usual. Second, you have to register yourself. Third,
Let's see if we get him back here in a second. Oh, Druhan.
hello.
I just wanted to let you know where we lost you. You were talking about the second step on that screen. And then you froze up. So if you go back to that screen where, I'll tell you when you get to it, unless you've already passed it. Does that one look familiar?
Go back. Go back.
A screen or two. Keep going.
This
no,
is
I
it.
think you need to go the other way.
Yeah. Go back to where you were.
I'll show you where.
Lippy. You talked about that. Keep going.
Oh, you're going the wrong way. No worries. This just happens on the internet. It's okay.
Yeah.
We'll tell you when you get there, though. Right there. Oop. Go back one.
Here.
Nope, stop. That's fine. You can start here if you want to. It could be that it just didn't advance for us. We were on a previous screen, but it might not have advanced. You might have frozen already. But you were talking about step 2.
Go back one. Go back one slide. Go back.
There you go.
There you go. Stop.
Where you were when you
Okay,
froze.
here.
Okay?
Okay. Okay.
You were talking about step 2.
Okay. So these are the instructions, and it is clearly mentioned in the instruction section of the Leapy application. So the flow chart of the project. First download the app. Second, troop leader and host. Firstly, you have to register yourself in it. Then third, you have to form the troop ID. And after creating the troop ID, the host can send the troop ID via SMS. Every team member will accept this invitation and will verify the phone with this invitation. Now all troop members are connected to each other and the app is ready to use. And now you are connected with the app. Now you can safely travel. Always stay connected. No chance of misplace in this huge crowd area event. Demonstration of our app with the help of some screens. Link in plugin. Plug in our app and you will be always linking with the teams. Always stay connected. First step. So this is our home screen. After this screen will come. Then you have to log in. Then you have to register yourself. Then here comes the option. Then there will be 2 options. Create troop, join troop. If you want to create troop, you have to enter some details. And you can send to someone you want to send. And your troop ID will be generated. Then you can join the troop after enter the mobile number and troop ID. Suppose if you are not in that troop ID that your host has created, then it will show you invalid input. And now you are connected with your team members. Special features. There are also some special features in this app. Real-time hospital, real-time pharmacy, real-time petrol pump, real-time police station. You can also make emergency call directly from the app. And this is about us. This is our app about us and this is the website about us. always be ready to give feedback so that I could be able to improve and serve you better. Further, don't forget to share the app. So technology use. I have used cognitive computing, cloud computing, and artificial intelligence. I have used thinkable software. Uniqueness. This type of product is not available so far in the Google Play Store, so I am fast forward according to me. It don't fit into any stereotypes. Brand new creative concept. It works in a different way and gives instant solution. It works in prevention principle. Potential for use of billion people. Salient feature of the mobile application. It is unique. It is very user-friendly. It is safe. It works fast. Attached with people always. It gives best result. It is helpful and beneficial also. In October also, I participated in GIFT. My topic was requirements of blood in case of emergency. This is my earlier certificate of GIFT. My completed application. These are some of my completed applications: health app, educational app, math magic app, about corona outbreak, browser app, serve society app, chatbot app, little chat app. My Python projects. I've already made more than 100 Python projects, as you can see in this slide. My latest big projects. This is my latest big one. Name of this app is Invitation Management, and this will help us to avoid food wastage in parties. Upcoming projects. Help mother to cook food. Suppose in this corona outbreak, we have very less ingredients. So the app will suggest the ingredient which we have and what food we can make. Utilization in the lockdown. As earlier I said this, now I'm trying to explore my potential to convert India to digital India in my own ways, with the caution that best never comes, always yet to come. Certification in my portfolio. These are my certifications. I am an Android programmer from Whitehead Junior. I am a Python programmer from Wi-Fi Learning. I am a Java programmer from ThinkNext. I am Lego Robotics programmer also. I can design electronic circuit. I am IoT developer and programmer. I am Kojo programmer. I am website developer. I can do Alexa programming also. Few words that drive me and keep me self-motivated to do something for the society always. Cost of discipline is always less than cost of regret. I am not a loser if I lost once. Either I win or learn but never lose. I always try to convert the circle of difficulties to circle of possibilities. My future company, Maphosia Private Limited, we bring solution to your doorstep. Just share your suffering. Digital key to unlock problem is in our hand. Jointly we will win. One book, one pen, one child, and one teacher can change the world. My heartiest thanks to all my respected teachers who make me capable to learn so many things. Thank you.
Wow. Let me just say, I am pretty sure that you never sleep. You must stay awake all the time to get all of this done. And just absolutely incredible.
Julie, can I ask one? I want to make one comment. First of all, I love that. I'm a professor at the university and help students create solutions to problems, just like you are doing. So congratulations. One thing is you have a large amount of apps created and they're very creative. One suggestion I would have is to use some entrepreneurial processes to go out and take your app and test it with a large number of people, and they will give you feedback on how to improve the app. And then that will give you evidence on Google Play that people want to use it, or how you change the app to meet your customers' needs. So I would go out, our students in the US, they have to do 100 interviews to get feedback before they put stuff out. So that would be my comment, to take one of the apps that you get the most feedback on that people want it, and develop that out further so that people will really use it around the country. Congratulations on all your awesome ideas.
And Drew,
Thank you.
Druhan, do come back again and keep in touch with us and let us know what you're doing next. You always have such wonderful things to share. And I love your optimistic attitude about working hard and getting it done, and turning that circle of difficulties into the circle of possibilities. Thank you so much.
Sure.
I wrote that down.
We're stealing it from you, Druhan.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hold on just a second. Nigel, I can't hear you.
Da, 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 da.
And I don't read
Can you hear
lips.
me now? Can you hear me now?
Good morning. Or good
morning.
How are you?
doing? I am good. I'm good from over here. I'm not sure how I can follow Druhan. I feel massively underqualified. I don't know what to say or do.
You probably haven't created 100 apps in the last probably year.
Not even close. Let's be fair.
Well, why don't we go ahead and allow you to introduce yourself, tell people where you're from, and then get started on your presentation, and then we will, do you want us to hold questions today? Sorry, my dogs are running around.
No, that's okay. Mine will do the same.
Do you want us to hold questions to the end, or just whenever we have them?
Whenever you have them, when everyone has them, just throw them at me. I'll be
All
more
right.
than happy to sort of talk them through.
Wonderful. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm Nigel Scaff. I'm one of the owners of Imagination Gaming here in the UK. And we've been using traditional style games to teach in schools and other educational environments for the last 15, 16 years or so, I think it is now. So we use all sorts of board games, card games, and whether we're trying to teach maths or literacy or social skills, whether we're working with children as young as 3 or adults in perhaps prisons or women's institutes or old people's homes, we're using games to not only teach, but to start conversations, to get people thinking and learning and understand a little bit more about themselves. We use a huge array of games depending on where we're going to go. But ultimately, most of the games that we use fall within a set criteria. So we have a kind of a golden set of rules for the games that we use. So, for example, the games would have to have a very short explanation time. We need to be able to teach them in about 30 seconds. They have to have lots of replay value. The games themselves, like I said, I can explain it in about 30 seconds so that children in break times can play the games, or after school clubs, as well as being able to teach an entire class of children. We have certain ways of working as well. So, for example, we have certain rules that we employ when working with a class of kids. So, for example, we don't really let children win games. We don't believe that that's a good rule to sort of put out there. We will often have, with the first time we play a game, we will play just to learn the game. So there'll be no winning, there'll be no losing at all for the first game. We often find that if we're sat in a classroom of 30 kids, you'll often have around a table a particularly smart child, maybe a child that struggles, and a couple that sat in between. And if we play to win right from the outset, we know that someone at that table is going to hate the game and not going to want to play again because they feel they've done really badly. Whereas actually, if we give them more time to understand the game, learn the rules, they'll be far more engaged further down the line. So we use any sort of games, as long as they kind of fit within these rules, to teach mathematics, literacy. We work with small groups, full classes, but it's all about using tabletop games that you have to pick up, use across a table, talk with someone, see their face, read their body language, to actually engage and infuse those kids into going, you know what, I really enjoy this. I want to do it more. And we know that all the time they're doing that, it's helping with their basic core skills, which means that in their maths lessons, they'll find it easier to concentrate, When they're doing English, they'll find their understanding of words is made easier through their gameplay that they've done previously, and vice versa. The harder they work in a maths lesson, the easier they will find the games. So we've been doing this for about, like I say, about 15, 16 years, and it's about finding the right range of games to go in and deal with problems that schools are facing, whether the children are struggling at maths, whether they have a problem with bullies and the bullied. We can go in there using games and using how we work, deal with that problem, give them an outcome that the school are really looking for, but that the kids and the teachers absolutely love. We work both face-to-face with classes, although at the moment, obviously with COVID, we're doing an awful lot of online work. So we may work either just at the front of the class, or we may work remotely with the class, and we'll do various sorts of problem-solving activities to do that. But no matter how we do it, the kids absolutely love it. And the way we pitch it to the entire class, it doesn't matter how little confidence a child has, they will always feel, you know what, I can do that. I'm enjoying this. I want to do this more. And if we can light that fire right at the outset of an engagement, we'll keep them on board and we'll push them to keep thinking for the entire lesson, maybe 45 minutes or so. So what we might do, for example, if we had, if the school asked us, look, we've got a bit of an issue with bullying, we will often say, take a group of the kids that are known for bullying, some of the children that, you know, have suffered from that, and we will introduce a range of cooperative games that only by working together will they beat the game. So they either win together or they lose together. And through the process of doing that, what it will do as well is it will highlight to everyone, even though this child might seem in their eyes weak, he's no good, within the context of a game, we'll find that, you know what, his problem solving skills are really good, his maths is great, his number, his letter, his word skills are all really, really good. Maybe I need this kid a bit more on side, because while they're playing the game, there'll be smiles aplenty, they'll all be enjoying it, and before they've realized, they'll have forgotten that, well, actually I bully this kid and he bullies me. All that will drop. They'll lose their almost defensive edge that they've got about interacting, and they'll get on far better. So cooperative games, the right cooperative games, are a great way of doing that. So there's one example of some of the things that we would do. And like I say, it's not limited to schools. We work with higher education. We work with special schools that have real extreme behavioural issues, prisons, places like this. Obviously, the range of games that we would take into that environment is completely different to what we take into a school environment, but ultimately it's to do the same thing. The games are there to allow us to create a conversation, to create an environment where everyone's having fun, smiling, and they want to learn, they want to do more. And the more they play the games, the more they'll get a taste of it and go, I want to do this again. I can't wait to do this.
May I ask you a question?
Of course you can.
So to your example for bullying, for instance, how frequently do you have to go back into a classroom to play games to kind of reinforce this? I mean, I'm certain it's not just an instantaneous, you know, instantly they played the games and now their bullies aren't bullying anymore, and the kids that were getting bullied feel more confidence about their abilities. So how do you reinforce this beyond that first meeting?
Yeah, it's more about, so when we do that sort of work, that will often be with a school that are looking almost for a change of culture. So we may go into that school once a week, every week, or we may go in every term or every half term. And you can see after several interactions that things do improve. They almost see that it almost becomes boring for them to start. Like I say, it doesn't change instantly, absolutely does not. But the more you do play the games like that, the more you get them laughing together, the more the child who's bullying, who's often got it for various insecurities that they have themselves, they forget about them. The thing that they remember when they're with that child is, I have a laugh, I've had a really good time, they're not really thinking about, oh yeah, he's smarter than me, so I need to bully him. They're thinking, you know what, every time I'm sat around with this kid, I'm enjoying myself. And yeah, it doesn't change the world instantly, but by doing this repeatedly and establishing a culture of, we play games together, and when we, over time, we get the kids to understand the importance of losing well, the importance of winning modestly. And yeah, I mean, we see a lot of anecdotal evidence on a weekly basis of children we've worked with that have had issues, that the way they react now is very, very different. And the teachers see it as well. And the teachers often come back with various bits of information of, you know what, he said this week, which we didn't expect, or he's excelled in this class, or she's done this, that really surprised us. And it's about almost just starting that mindset in the child, getting the teacher to see it so they can all as a group then build on that when we're not there, because we can't be there all the time.
Nigel, I have a question. Could you give us an example of a type of game and what you're hoping the students learn from it?
I can give you, gosh, lots of style of games. So let me bring up an example of one of the games we'd use. So I don't have it on the screen, but I'm sure I'll be able to show you an image of it. So I don't know if you guys can see this. So here's an example of something that we would use. This is a set of games called the Logic Cards, produced by Brain Games in Lithuania. So we will often put this up on a screen for everyone to see in a class working remotely. And the first thing we'll say is, guys, is right, we want you to solve this. And the first thing we normally get from the class is, what's the question? And I'll go, that is your first question. Imagine you're sat and says, you know, look at all the information that card is putting in front of you. So we can see on this particular card, we have a series of flowers and a different number of petals on each. Yet on the last flower, there's a question mark. So we get the children to look at something and go, right, so taking all that information in, it clearly seems to be asking me how many petals are on that last flower. And then all we throw back at the children is, so in that case, look at all the information clearly. Don't imagine you're in an exam. So the children here would normally have SATs around this time. And we use these sort of activities prior to the children sitting exams to try and reinforce and say, if you're in a SATs exam, don't read the question once and put your answer. Read the question. Now look at it again at half speed. Make sure you truly understand what that question is. Now try and answer it. So when we look at the detail, which is what we instill in the children, we can see there are 9 flowers. There are 7 flowers, 9, 7, 5, 3. Well, there's what's on the last one. We can see a pattern that says it's going down by 2 every single time. The children do it, and by giving them small amounts of information for them to go and think about, they can very quickly come up with an answer. But the other thing we do with questions like this is we say to the children, if you give me an answer, I'll give you a point. If you give me the right reason why, I'll give you 5 points. Because we want them to understand is, don't just guess. Guessing's okay every now and again, but ultimately it's about you understanding not only how did you get to the answer, but how can you use that understanding to help with further questions. Does that help? Does that make sense?
Wonderful. Thank you. Totally get it.
Yeah. And it doesn't matter whether we're working with children as sort of 5, 6-year-old, we'll have similar sort of activities that we use, like the Brain Box range that's out here. Or whether we're using this with adult learners, or we're going into a women's institute and working with ladies there, just having a bit of a fun quiz type night. We use the same style of games and reasoning and interaction with them. So for example, when we're playing a game, we won't say, this is how you win. We'll get to that later. The most important thing is not how do you win, is how do we play? Get that bit first. And then once everyone that's playing the game really understands that, now let's play. Otherwise, you're going to alienate those children quite early on. that didn't really get the game. They lost. When we asked them what they thought of the game, they go, that was awful, boring, don't want to play it again. Because they just don't get it, and that's the easiest reaction for them to have. So if we focus on those children or those adults so that everyone knows how to play well, or at least adequately, then we can play to win. But now everyone's on a slightly more level playing field, and they can understand that's why I lost, or that's why I won. So every time they play, they learn from that experience, they get better. Next question. Any other questions?
I think at one of these global innovation field trips, you should bring a game and we should play it. Different countries, that would be kind of fun to demonstrate, wouldn't it?
I can absolutely do that. We do similar things where we will work remotely with several classes all at the same time, usually in the same school, but there's no reason why you can't do that elsewhere and pit different children from different classes and different countries against each other in a real fun quiz sort of activity. Because what a lot of the games and activities that we use do is it challenges the children's perceptions of, once you've given an answer, double check it, because they're almost designed to catch you out. So it makes you recheck your answer, which is an important thing to do. Certainly when you're at school, check your working out again, talk to your teammates. You know, is it going to be the right answer?
Leslie, don't you think it would be cool to have gaming happening between students from 2 different countries or multiple countries at the same time?
Absolutely. Actually, Nigel, I'm on your website because I was having the exact same thought. I have about 40,000 students in the US doing invention. And I love what you're saying. I'm a researcher, I'm a professor, and we're having evidence that students through the invention process are learning negotiation skills. But what we do way before that is wanting to have activities like this. And we have one game we use, it's curiously from a British company as well, where we have the students get to know each other and learn trust and everything, and their ability to negotiate that whole conflict resolution we're finding in our work really is through games and other things like that, where they're cooperating. So I love this idea. Absolutely.
It's hard, I think, for children nowadays in schools to learn because they are surrounded in the world with a million distractions. And I think for education to really progress, they have to look at how do we engage, and games-based learning and invention style learning is clearly a method that is going to work. And we are launching something later this year where we are going to take part of the UK curriculum, quite a finite area across a year, and we're going to put it out to games companies and say, right, I want you to design a game that will specifically teach this. And then be able to go in a school, one of the schools where we work with quite regularly, and say, right, I'd like to go in and use these games to teach across the year what your teachers are teaching to everyone in class, and see the difference the games-based learning has on those specific classes. Because if you're playing a game, you're applying the skills that the teacher is teaching you all the time, because retention is not something they're good at, and unless you're constantly reapplying that, you very, very quickly forget it. So we think that sort of game-based learning application is clearly the way forward.
That's a great idea. So since Leslie is a researcher, you're going to have to tell her when you start that study.
Oh, no, well, I'm sure Leslie will be stalking me on the website by the sound of it.
I already am.
I have a question for you. So what is the oddest request, or maybe the best, most exciting request? I don't know which is best. Maybe you have one of each. I'm just curious what kind, because of the different requests that you have to solve different issues or develop different skills. I just wonder, what is maybe the strangest request you've had?
To be fair, although every school is different and every school is unique, and it doesn't matter whether it's a primary or a secondary school or a special school or a prison, ultimately, the people within those establishments are nearly all the same. That doesn't matter where in the UK I go, most classes actually look the same. You'll have this proportion of children that are they're just regular kids. You'll have this proportion of children that they're quite high needs. And you'll have this proportion of children that are, wow, they're really bright. And it doesn't seem to matter where we are. You seem to get a very, very similar demographic. So most requests, to be fair, the requests are all, they're all fairly similar, to be honest. Although when we do go into, we do quite a few women's institutes over here, which are fabulous. They're evenings that are run by groups of ladies where they drink lots of tea and they eat lots of cake, and they invite different speakers in at different times of the year. And they're the most wonderful sort of nights to do. They're so friendly, and you meet some fascinating ladies that to see them, you'd think, oh, maybe she's struggling, she's quite old, she's this and that. And they're sharp, they're really interesting to talk to. And some of the requests we get from those ladies is, are there any games you can play with gin? And I'm like, wow, I'm not ready for that.
As in gin, the card game, or gin,
No.
gin, the drink?
Yes. Oh, yes. They love a bit of tippled as those ladies. And it's fabulous. We have really lovely nights and we go there. But to be fair, most of the requests that we get are pretty straightforward. We've had requests about the sort of games, you know, the Inventor Challenge that you guys will be launching soon. We've had schools started asking about that. We get requests to do bits of translation work or games consultation. We get all sorts of stuff, but it's all fairly similar, to be fair.
Nigel, did you mention earlier that you do some work in prisons?
Yeah, we have done. We do.
You know what? Do you know what it's really exciting about that is that there is a country, evidently, that feels like it's worth rehabilitating prisoners and spends the money to do that, or the time to do that, or just cares enough to do that. I think that's really pretty cool.
I think don't get me wrong, it's not easy even getting an audience in there. And I think, as everywhere, probably in the Western world is at the moment, funding is really difficult. So we're always looking for new ways of basically able to keep going and doing what we're doing. And it's all about, you almost have to prove what you can do before you can get in there, which you can't do unless you're in there. So when we go in places like prisons, what we've always tried to do in the past is taking games and activities that create a bit of a rapport between the inmates and the officers, or the inmates themselves, and do things that allow them to put this into gear rather than sort of put this into gear. So the times we have been in have been really great days. We've never seen any issues, any trouble. It's been a really enjoyable day, and you come out with lots of handshakes, people saying that was really different. I really appreciated that. But ideally, you want to roll it out in a big scheme and get some data together to prove this is the effect that it's going to have if you continue to do this. And again, it won't change anyone overnight. It's about constant repetition and giving them the opportunity to do things like that. But it's something we'd love to do more, definitely.
So what is it that you need? What does Imagination Gaming need?
I guess what we need at the moment is, it's going to be, I think, a very busy year for us in terms of schools. We're always looking for new opportunities. We're always looking to go, right, what can we do abroad? We should have been working in Italy last year, but COVID stopped that. We have interest in other countries where they'd want to do Imagination Gaming in their countries. And we have a little franchise over in Cyprus at the moment. We'll probably like to establish more things like that, to be fair. I guess what do we need right now is we need COVID to be tackled and dealt with, so we can get in there, be a bit more hands-on, and actually again start showing why it's so important. Because right now the kids really need it. And then as an example, one of the things that's happened in one of the schools that we're going in is we did a lot of online activities where we invited parents to play the games with their children online as a big group. And it was so popular that parents have come back and said, when he comes into school next, can we do something after school where we as parents can get involved again? Which is a lovely thing to hear, because we know a lot of parents have struggled with lockdown as much, if not more, than some of the children have. And to get people turn up at the school and go, we can't wait to do this with our kids again, was a lovely thing to hear. So yeah, as soon as the sort of pandemic has receded a little bit, that's certainly going to help us.
I'm pretty sure that I heard one of our young innovators when I came back on this morning it's on his short list to take care of that. So I think
perfect. Time to drop me a line. Yeah, time to give me a ring.
I can't remember which innovator it was, but one of them is curing COVID.
That is perfect. Time to get over here right now. Get on the next plane.
I'm serious. I think we should do something across the oceans. We should do something collaborative.
I'm very happy to consider anything like that. From anyone that has any ideas or thoughts, we're always looking to innovate and come up with new ideas, and working with different teams across the world just sounds exciting, and I'd be really happy to do that.
I want to watch it too, so I'm just going to be that nosy spectator.
You do that. You do that. But no, we love doing that, working with certainly groups of kids, the teachers at the same time, the parents. You find that everyone will enjoy it. How we run it is full of energy, full of positivity. We can be a little bit cheeky, we'll be taking the mickey out of people sometimes, but ultimately it's all about making people feel at ease, wanting to be there, and just putting a smile on faces while the brains are in gear. That's what it's about. If you can do that, you're halfway there.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Nigel, I'll reach out to you because there may be an opportunity where you could kind of present and run one of these with all of the people in my program. And that could help at least draw, sales. Our teachers right now buy a game called Extraordinaires that's from a British company. I can't remember the name of them. And so that may help. And I think it'd be really fun. Then we could invite, everyone to watch it. Julie, everyone can come. We call them seminars, and then they're posted. So
right. We could do a little bit of a fun sort of quiz tournament for everyone involved, and they can just mark themselves. And we'll do a lot of different things that it doesn't matter whether you're good with numbers or you're good with words, or you're just good at problem solving and critical thinking. We'll have a whole range of things that will challenge anyone and everyone. So I'd be more than happy to do that. Yeah.
Awesome. I think that's fabulous.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Let's see.
So Leslie, just so that you know, Nigel is also part of the Innovation World Alliance. So his contact info is on the spreadsheet that you already have.
Perfect.
Keep me in the loop because I want to attend. I want to,
yeah,
if I can't play, at least I want to watch.
Yeah,
I want to play. I want to see how badly you do.
And I don't like gin, so you'll have to work on a vodka game or something like that.
We'll figure something, I'm sure.
You kids didn't hear that.
Speaking of that, welcome. We have a new group coming up, and this is the Water Challenge students. Water Challenge students, can you all put your team number on?
Hold on just a second. I want to say a proper goodbye to Nigel first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's easier to edit it when I don't have to edit too many.
Have I run over? Sorry, my bad. Right.
No, not at all. Your time, you're just reaching your time now. So I want to thank you for presenting for us today and sharing a little bit more.
My pleasure. Thanks for hosting it.
And I will look forward to the invite that I see from you and Dr. Flynn.
Yeah, I shall look forward to that. Thank you, Leslie. See you later, guys. Have a lovely day.
Bye, everybody. I have to run.
Bye.
Thank you, Leslie. Thank you, Nigel.
Bye.
And Jake, the floor is yours.
Okay, students, can you put your team number on your name, just like you've done every single other time? This way we can tell exactly who you are.
Jake, is there anybody else on that attendee list that I need to promote?
I'm waiting for them to put their numbers on.
Good morning, Shireen.
Hello. This is so exciting.
Okay, Sophie can't, so I'll go ahead and move her up.
Okay.
If there's anybody else on the attendee list that is having trouble adding their name, okay, I've got you. I can promote you if you tell me. Oops, I might have promoted the wrong person.
That's why I wanted the numbers.
think it's more because more than one of us are doing this at a time and it moves them. So is, Vabe have a student?
Yes,
Okay.
I think we're all here.
Do you have anybody on the screen that shouldn't be there? That I might have accidentally promoted?
You don't look familiar. I'm not sure who you are.
Well, on that note, I'm going to turn off my camera and leave and pout for a while then.
Okay, good.
Have fun. Thank you.
Okay, so students, I think I have everybody on here. I think we're all here. So let me explain to the general public what's going to happen. We had a wonderful program started in January and went for quite a few months, went till February, March. And the goal was to have students investigate drinking water issues, and then come up with a solution. And they were working together in teams of students from different countries. And these were students who didn't know each other before and frankly spoke different languages. And it was a real coordination, acclimation project. And I think they did a wonderful job. So we had 85 students from 15 different countries. And we've got 6 presenters right now. And they are going to be talking about what they have done. These are the teams that have won some special awards, and we'll be talking about that. But before we do, let me just show a quick video, and then we will start the presentations. By the way, anything that goes wrong in this is my fault and not the students. So let's see what happens. And that was the promotional video that they responded to. Let's see if I can get this thing to work. Okay. And now we have the presentations, and you should see where it says water challenge. Yes? Anybody?
Yes.
Yes, you do. Okay, great. Okay, so what we're going to have is each team is going to go in the order that they presented, and it's going to be a little bit of chaos. I apologize. Just for the team, so you know, you are going to have about 5 minutes. I'm not going to pull you off the screen at exactly 5 minutes, but by 6 minutes, you really need to stop so that we can get everybody in. And then afterwards, our plan is to have a sort of a free-form discussion amongst the students talking about the issues that they encountered and some of their solutions. So let's see how well this works. And the first team is Team 4 Red, and they won the one of the Global Collaboration Awards for the best example of international cooperation and team collaboration in creating a solution to a drinking water problem or issue. Remember, these were students who did not know each other from different countries and climates, and many times different languages. So, Team 4, are you ready? What you want to do is unmute yourself and turn on your videos, and we'll see what happens. So if you will start, please. Team 4 red?
Where are our members? Like, some of them aren't here, I think.
I know. So when you want me to move to the next slide, just say next and I will move to the next slide.
Okay.
I guess one of our team members is in the attendees and not in the panelists. Her name is Victoria.
Ah, but she didn't put her number down. That's why. Now she is on.
Okay. Yes, we can start.
Yeah.
Okay. Say next and I will begin.
You can start.
Okay.
So I'm Victoria from group 4 RAD, and the theme of our name is Drinking Water Protector. We seek for the solutions to the problems of water pollution. And next. We have 6 members in our team. We have Anne from Canada, Victoria from China, Amanala from India, Jose from Mexico, Ruby Wu from China, and also Sharif from Bangladesh. Next.
What is a drinking problem or issue we all face? So one of it's the industrial wastewater, where the water discharged from the industries directly into the water bodies. Then there's a domestic sewage where all our wastewater from our homes or farms go into the sewage, and which makes the water unhygienic. There's agriculture waste, which is the agriculture runoff, the pesticides will go along with the water. And then there's oil and chemicals. There's leakages. And last but not the least is water pollution, which is the effect of all of the above. Next, please.
And in order to find out a better solution to the problem, we also do some research on the past actions to solve the problem. So the governments and the multinational organizations are trying to solve the problems through management and also technology. Various regulations on in order to monitor the pollutions of the water, and these regulations are actually they have already been implemented by the government in many countries, and the water quality monitoring centers have already been established. The governments are maintaining and setting up newer and stronger sewer lines, and they're keeping the pollution in check with newer advanced technology. Next.
What is our team's proposed solution? So one of our proposed solutions was a sewage line caps, which is a cap placed at the end of the sewer lines, so that the water from the sewage, the industrial wastewater, gets purified before it touches or reaches the water bodies. The purifier we'll be using is Nearnell's water purifier, and according to the Scamper technique, M means to maximize or minimize the size, and this purifier, which is bottle size, will be maximized to the size of the sewage lines so that the water gets purified. And will this solution fix the problem completely right now? And the answer is no, because it will take a lot of time to get installed. This purifier, when it will be installed, will purify the water in no time. So when it is installed, the water's purity will get restored back in no time. Next, please.
How will the solution be created or implemented? There are many ways it can be created or implemented. We have thought of the smart sea bin. The smart sea bin will collect marine garbage through the principle of vortex to reduce the pollution of marine garbage to the ocean. It will collect all the garbage in the ocean to itself and then store it so that the ocean stays pure, the rivers are pure. and people can get clean water. The urban sewage purifier is like the water in the process of flow to complete the water purification process. We will try to make something so that it can purify the water fast enough for people to get. We need to reduce the time to purify water, but not take back on the quality of the water, because quality is more important than how much time it is being taken. Once we can ensure quality, we will try to go for the timing, which is as fast as possible. Next slide. What is the impact or result of the solution on environmental, social, cultural, and economic issues in the future? The economy would have a large impact because since the machine would take, like the maintenance costs of the machine would be huge, so the government would have to pay large amounts of money. So the economy of the country might change a bit in the future. The environmental impact would be huge, like something really worth noticing, because people will be free from diseases such as diarrhea, cholera. It will decrease by huge folds. As the water will be clean, these diseases will decrease and people will live a much healthier life. Many people die every year due to diarrhea. We can prevent that by installing this water purifier. The social impact will be a bit different because people will think about why they need it. People who are living in the urban areas will think that they already have water purifiers in their homes. They don't really need it. But people who are living in the urban areas, not urban, I mean the village areas, they will understand its importance because their lives will be different. They will get to drink much more pure water. There's also one more thing, that when the water is pure, you don't hesitate to use it. When the water is dirty, you hesitate to use it. So this might be a cause to increasing COVID-19, because it is said that we have to wash our hands very often. But if the water is dirty, then people don't really want to wash it, and it's not very useful as well. So in conclusion, the water purifier's main objective will be to purify the water, giving a hope of safe being to people who suffer from dirty water uses. Although it will cost a lot at the beginning, as people continue to use them and the government continues to provide this to the people, to the general people, this will become a very popular method or way of drinking water purification. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very good. Thank you. Okay, let me stop this and reset it. I'm setting it for 10, but we're only going down to 5. Okay, so next we have Team 9 Blue. They also were winner of one of the Global Collaboration Awards for the best example of international cooperation and team collaboration in creating a solution to a drinking water problem or issue. So are you ready? Team?
Yes, we're ready.
Please go ahead.
Hi, we're Team Gatify. In our team, we have Thielen from the UK, Min Chao from Vietnam, Alan from the UK, and Tyreeka from Canada. We are 11 and 9. Next slide, please.
Oops.
What is the drinking water problem? Risk of water shortages for England, warns Environment Agency. England is facing water supply shortages by 2050 unless rapid action is taken to curb climate change, water use and wastage. In England, all the rivers, lakes and streams are polluted. At the current rate of progress, it will take over 200 years to reach the government's 25-year environment plan target of 75% of the waters to be close to their natural state.
The World Health Organization studied cities lacked of access to clean water and sanitation as the reason 44% of Vietnamese children suffer from worm infections, and approximately 21% of Vietnamese citizens must drink water from contaminated with arsenic. And if you're wondering why we also added Vietnam children waters, because Minh Chau's from Vietnam. Next slide, please. What in the UK, the government has designated safeguard and protection zones where developments are carefully planned and managed. This involves mapping the flow of groundwater supplies and the soil and rock types. Response measures are in place to clean up any pollution that arises. Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City have both started to make action into cleaning the polluted rivers, as many people have been complaining about the smell and pollution of well water. In Hanoi, authorities have begun a project in highly polluted river. They use Japanese nanotechnology to reduce the stench and decompose waste. In 3 days, the stench has gone done and the waste started to decompose in around 2 months. Next slide, please.
What is the team's proposed solution? Our solution is Andromeda, an electric robot that collects oil and plastic off agricultural fields, roads, and the sea. The wheels spinning creates electricity. It will also have solar panels on it. Next slide, please. Materials that will be needed. For the robot, we will use metal, plastic, copper, wires, and a touch screen to communicate with the robot. We will need a collecting tray, a hose to suck up oil, a pressure sensor to detect how much oil has been collected. Prioritize. What we will prioritize. We will launch in areas that are most polluted and provide education in schools about gasify. People can't destroy the robot and the land can't be prone to fires or no dangerous animals or endangered animals in the area. Finances. To ensure we are financially secure, we will ask the government and communities to donate. Next slide, please.
What will be the impact of a robot Andromeda? Less traction oil will be on the roads, beaches and parks, ocean, etc. This means we will have a better environment overall. Well, you might want to know how much trash is dumped on the land and ocean. Well, let's start with the ocean. How much trash goes into the ocean? Between 4.8 and 12.7 million tons of plastic pieces are dumped into our oceans yearly. That's the equivalent of a garbage truck of plastic dumped into our oceans every minute. Then if we add the rest of the plastic, the world produces 381 million tons of plastic waste, and that's only plastic, not other types of waste. I won't be going into those because of how large the numbers are getting. When citizens hear about this information and Andromeda, it will inspire them. For example, they'll start recycling, this will especially make poor people who don't have proper houses life much better. I think that's the end of the presentation.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Our next team is Team 3 Red, and they won the Global Innovation Award for the most innovative and new solution for a drinking water problem or issue. Team 3 Red, are you ready?
Yes, we are.
Hello, we are the future inventors. Meet our team members. Sophia Leganis from Canada, Maveya Graham from Canada, Azarel Christopher from Indonesia, Elliot Ledringdale from Sweden, and Mohammed Farhan Alam from Bangladesh. Now I request my teammate Maveya to present.
Drinking water contamination and poisoning is a severe issue impacting humanity and nature globally due to our insensitive actions and inconsiderate actions that we take part in on a daily basis. Due to our diminutive efforts, these contaminants and poisons end up in our water we drink, and for many countries, their only source of water. Our health also becomes a factor to play, and after indulging in noxious water, we start to develop health issues. In grievous cases, death is the woeful outcome. As a mankind, we need to step up and do something about this problem. I request my next teammate Azra to present.
Next slide, please. What is being done now by communities, the World Health Organization, the government, and the people? Many communities have been cleaning up the environment together, and the World Health Organization is binding laws against lead paint. The government of Bangladesh is trying to improve rainwater reserving infrastructure. Meanwhile, most people are still acting as if this problem does not exist. If this problem were to be ignored, life on Earth will surely perish, as water is the most important thing living beings need to survive. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
Our team's proposed solution is called the plasma water purifier. Accelerating water at high speed converts it into a liquid gas mixture. An electrical discharge from an AC power source is applied to the water through high voltage electrodes and turns it into plasma. When the mixture slows down, it turns back into a liquid. This creates clean water without a significant rise in temperature. When plasma comes into contact with the water, it generates a host of reactive radicals, such as hydroxide, oxygen, hydrogen peroxide, and ozone. These will attack the contaminants in the solution. The resulting end products are harmless. We want to remove micropollutants, persistent organic compounds, harmful bacteria and viruses, and other chemicals. Our objective of this solution is to 1. Purify water without using chemicals, 2. Replace chlorination for disinfection, 3. We want better water treatment than we have now, and 4. We want to prevent any harmful disinfection byproducts. So you might wonder what happens inside the plasma water purifier. First, there's advanced oxidation. Secondly, ultraviolet disinfection. Thirdly, ozonation. And last but not least, hydrogen peroxide disinfection. Next slide, please.
Our solution can be implemented in 2 ways. One is large-scale implementation in water purification plants, where we will use the plasma water purifier as the tertiary water treatment process to substitute chlorination in order to eliminate all the health hazards of chlorine. The second implementation process is small-scale implementation in household wastewater purification. So here we are going to use the plasma water purifier as the final stage of gray water purification. To conserve energy, we will install in-pipe water turbines in order to use the flow of water inside pipes to generate electricity to conserve energy. One policy is needed, and that is government can make it a policy to install wastewater purification unit in every houses. So the first step that we need to take is we have to set up a company or industry that will start manufacturing plasma water purification units and wastewater purification units. And the second step is we have to replace chlorination process with plasma water purifier and start installing wastewater purification units in every houses. Now I request my teammate Sophia to present the last slide.
The impacts of our solution can be split into 3 categories: environmental, social, and economical. In environmental impacts, we have the recycling and conservation of water and the elimination of harmful emissions. For social impacts, We have easier accessibility for clean drinking water and the eradication of waterborne diseases. Lastly, for the economical impacts, we have the financial benefits for the country and government and more job opportunities. Thank you.
Very good. Very, very impressive. And I am a chemical engineer, and I thought that was impressive. Okay, next. Oh, we have 6 Blue, and they also won the Global Innovation Award for the most innovative and new solution for a drinking water problem or issue. Is 6 Blue ready?
Yeah.
Please go.
Team members, Team Water Warriors G6 Blue. Team members, 5 from USA and he's 13 years old, Gwen, who is from Chile and is 11 years old, and Max and Ariana, who are not attending with us today. Our team is Water Warriors. As Water Warriors, we will never accept defeat in our mission to save drinking water, and will work hard to create practices to save drinking water, drinking water for the world. Next slide, please. What is the drinking water problem? How minerals impact the safety of drinking water. Time period continuous and a present day problem. Causes: mining when rocks break down due to industrial activities. The minerals from rocks mix with the waters in the freshwater bodies. Agricultural sources: use of fertilizers to the soil to increase crop production. Use of pesticides, insecticides, and fungicide and weedicides to remove the unwanted plants and weeds. Confined animal feeding and waste runoff. Industrial waste runoff. Impact of lack of clean water for human and animal consumption, lack of water for agriculture, and people who are dependent on coastal areas for their health and recreation. Next slide, please.
What is being done about this problem now? There are many solutions, some of which are chemical softener and reverse osmosis. These two are to filter the water in taps. Barriers around lakes and rivers is to stop the rocks falling to the water, and avoid using more products than what you need. This is in farms when watering plants. Some of these solutions don't really work. Like, for example, reverse osmosis takes away all the minerals from the water, and you need some to still to be healthy. Next slide, please.
Team proposed solution: water filter attached to the water source. Water sources: water tank at the town and village, water pipes in the house and town, water tank and rain harvesting system in the house. Water filter separates the minerals and provides filtered water. Although the efficiency may be around 80 to 90%, it will provide safe water for human and animal and agricultural uses. Magnet silicone membrane, smaller than 6 millimeters to 8 millimeter tubes and tube connectors. Iron rod and insulation covering based on weather. Pipe cutters and marker pens. Next slide, please. This is a practical solution that can be used. Our aim is to provide a solution that works. How will the solution be created and implemented? Filter creation. Measure the pipe to the water sink in the house. Use the pipe cutter to cut the smaller pipes that can run sideways to the main pipe. Markers will be very useful to cut the required pipe length. Cut the main pipe to install the filtering membrane and attach a separate filter handle kit. Drain all the water before installing filter. And after the water filter is attached to the water pipe, turn on the water supply. Use the filter kit to turn on the water. How it works. Silicon carbide membrane filter uses hollow fibers, and when water flows inside the fibers, it removes all the particulate materials and metals that can change color and pH balance of the water. Next slide, please.
What is the impact of this solution? People will have accessible clean water. The water will still have a few minerals so you can stay healthy. It will be easy to provide in local communities and cities, and it will not only be found on taps in houses, but also next to rivers for the water service. This is our solution, and thank you very much for listening.
Excellent. Very, very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, now we have 3 Blue, and they won the Global Impact Award for the most effective solution with the greatest impact on a drinking water problem or issue.
Hello, sir. I can't see your presentation.
Okay. Are you ready?
Hello everyone, this is our Water Challenge presentation. Thank you for giving us attention and time. But before we can start our presentation, let me give a brief introduction of our teammates. Our team is made up of 4 teammates: Kong Yang, who is 13 and lives in China; Julia, who is 15 and also lives in China; Damie, who is 14 and lives in Mexico; and me. I am Emily, I'm 13 and I live in Chile. Next slide, please.
What is the biggest water problem or issue? Our team thinks the biggest drinking water is the unfair distribution of water resources. In this case, the biggest are small rural communities. This is because they do not have as much influence as big companies and politicians. Because of their privileges, although they are only a small group of people in society, they can also have a big influence in these issues because pay a lot of money from big brands to manipulate the government. It means the government can develop laws and policies that benefit said brand but not the citizens. This is an issue because there is no effective or significant response to public opinion. Next slide, please.
What is being done about this problem now? Water problems are a well-known problem in our society, but sometimes they are very controversial and considered a taboo theme, so no one talks out loud about them. Most of these problems can be easily solved by our governors, but we all know they just ignore them. Our governments can easily solve this water problem by applying more regulations and using the taxes we pay for the important problems. Most of the times, the governments threaten those who want to speak up, like natives, journalists, or activists. Next slide, please.
Our solution here is that we are forming an organization called the Water Report. And what it does is that it creates an anonymous forum that lets people post water problems about their country anonymously. And when one post gets enough upvotes, this organization will notify the government of this problem and use international peer pressure to force the government to solve this problem. Next slide, please.
Now my team will present a prototype of our app.
First, let's talk about the logo. This logo is a scale, which means that all the water resources in the world is balanced.
When you click inside the app, you will see a green map with lots of little red dots on it, and each of those dots represent a water problem in the world. By clicking the blue tile located at the bottom of your screen, you can add your own water problem into the app.
If you don't want to post anything, it'll work sort of like Instagram. You will scroll through posts. A post is made up of a photo of the problem and a brief description. And if you want to know more, there is a chat option where you can talk to the user and gain more information or learn how to help. Next slide, please. How will this be created and or implemented? Water Report is more of an organization than an app, because we plan to create different platforms to ensure maximum audience engagement. In an ideal case scenario, we would have an app developer to create the app and a graphic designer to develop the shop and website. We would also create social media platforms on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and others to grow a community of followers in the 5 months approximately that it takes to develop an app. The idea is that with the social media platform that we grow, we will be able to promote the app, shop, or website when it comes out. Next slide, please.
What will be the impact of our solution? The cost of developing the app by hiring a professional will be approximately $25,000 to $40,000 or more. We will reach this amount of money by creating a world or local campaign on internet, social media, and local events. We hope our campaign is global. We can also try to get money by angel investors, GoFundMe, crowdfunding, and raffles. With this app, everyone can report a water problem in their community anonymously. Common people will be contacting other people to share their ideas and problems. A lot of empathy will be generated. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you'd like our presentation. Have a nice day.
Very, very nice. That was excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, last but certainly not least is Seven Red, and they won the Global Impact Award for the most effective solution with the greatest impact on a drinking water problem or issue. Team Seven Red, are you ready?
Yes.
Please begin.
Hi, our team is called G7 Fire Red. The participants are Hashika, India, 10 years old, coding scientist. Me, Robert, UK, 9 years old, and I work on robotics. Ha, Vietnam, 10 years old, student. Noel, Indonesia, 11 years old. He won the IFI convention, but is not here today. Next slide, please.
As my team and me discussed, and today I am summarizing the major drinking water contamination issue is due to microplastic. There are many routes of microplastic as industrial, urban, and domestic waste. It affects the food chain, and due to this, it causes many diseases and deaths to human and marine life. Next, please.
What is being done about this problem now? The problem is recognized and there's lots of research going into it worldwide, and some people are taking effort to remove trash from rivers, lakes, oceans. They are also trying to educate people about not drinking tap water directly, and we must reduce plastic bottles usage and use metal water bottles. The current situation is not good because it's making people and the environment sick. It can cause sea plants and animals to die permanently. It also introduces plastics into food chains and affecting other animals and humans. If nothing is done, there will be loss of animals and birds in the sea, and it can restrict directly choices for a large part of people on Earth. The research on Mercer's filters can filter down to 0.001 microns, also known as micrometers, so will remove all known microplastics, but are more expensive and require maintenance. The carbon blocks filters can filter contamination as small as 0.5 microns. Most microplastics are about 2.5 micrometers, which makes carbon blocks filters an effective option for. Next slide, please.
Team's proposed solution is easy reusable tap water filter, sewage filter. It's homemade, and government can help us. Volunteering organizations that can support the education campaign on how to develop the tap water bottle sewage filter, and education campaign in rural areas can supply the poor people the filtration media with no cost or low cost for poor population. Next slide, please.
will the solution be created or implemented? We've got two options. We can either make a homemade filter or a ready-to-use filter, which we can buy from government agencies. Filter media needs to be identified and studied for cost and effectiveness. Filter body designed to be created and to accommodate tap, bottle, or sewage connection requirements. Get the sample product created, tested, and ready for trials. Meanwhile, some of the team members can connect with government and charity organizations and understand support from their side for the mass production, supply, and education campaign. Planning needed for the advertisement and education campaign about the awareness of microplastic contamination in water and its impact on human body and on nature. Education campaign needs to be done for educating population on where to get the filter media and how to build a filter at home and how to use and clean and reuse it effectively. Next slide, please.
What will be the impact of a solution? There will be three impacts: the economic impact, the environmental impact, and the impact on the society. The economic impact will be there will be easy, reusable, and homemade low-cost solution to reduce and eliminate microplastics from drinking water. The people will be less likely to fall sick, and they will be better able to participate in economic activity. The reduction in microplastics from drinking water will help reduce in deaths due to drinking contaminated water. The environmental impact: it will be more healthy water environment and less sick marine animals and plants. The impact on the society: there will be more awareness on healthy drinking water and the impact of the plastic use on water and health. The reduced water pollution due to less microplastics in sewage water. Who will be against the solution and why? The water filtration product companies and the business that may cause the problem, and we need to think of ways of including them in solving this problem. Thank you.
Excellent. Very good. Thank you all very, very much. Let me stop doing this now. Great. Okay, that was excellent. Can you all turn on your videos, please, so we can see you? I wasn't able to actually watch. I hope you had your videos on when you were presenting. I could hear your voice, but please turn it on. So what we have now is a few more minutes, and I'd like to have a discussion amongst the students talking about their opinions about different things. And I was asking Emily Louise if she would sort of be the moderator and direct things. Emily Louise, did you have a question, or do you want me to start off with something?
I made a whole list of questions, actually.
Oh, excellent. I will do, Emily Louise, I will do what I do best, and that is be quiet. It is your show. You have 15 minutes.
Okay. So my first question is for each team. Everyone who wants to respond to this question can, if they just lift your hand up and you can answer. If you don't, no problem. What was it like collaborating with people from all around the world? Daimi.
I think that's a great question, and it was really fun. I think that knowing people from all around the world makes you feel like there's a lot of different cultures, there's a lot of different persons, and that it's fun to also learn things about them and learn and how easy it is to learn about a person, like just by talking, and you don't need to like physically see it, but like just with like in Zoom, I made a lot of friends. I knew a lot of new people, and I learned a lot about them with just in Zoom, like it was not necessary to see it face to face. But I think it's amazing how the internet has made up a revolution, and it's super easy to learn from people around the world, like just with a single click. So it was really fun and a great experience.
Thank you for that. Then Min, I think is his name. Sorry if I pronounce it wrong. I lifted his hand. Do you want to say something from Team 9 Blue? Min C. I don't know how to pronounce it. No? Okay. Gwen from Chile.
I liked it. I mean, at some points it was sometimes a little bit hard to like communicate and stuff, but it was nice to see people from all around the world, the different accents, the different cultures, and how different people are, and it was really fun, and I liked it a lot.
Sophia.
I liked it a lot because it helped me learn more about the issues around the world and like in different countries, since I used to only be able to like search in Google or look in like social media about those issues. But talking to people from different countries, you can actually learn from their point of view while they're like living in that country. So I liked it.
Okay, thank you for all of the people who responded. The next question would be, where do you see your project in 5 years? Do you see it being a big project? Do you see it taking small steps? What do you think is in the future for your project? Naimi and then Gwen.
I think I see my project in 5 years already in the App Store or in the Android store in every phone. I see also with the website made up. I also would like to know Emily and Kong Jang and Julia, which are my team, in person. I hope that we can see one day and develop our app and website and help people from all around the world. That's what I hope to be in my app in 5 years. That I would like that happens in 5 years with my project.
Gwen, and then Robbie, and then Amatula, and then Sophia.
In my project, in 5 years, I see it maybe like her to have been in a few houses, in taps, and it to be in like the shop to sell. That's really where I see my project, or otherwise to have just come out, or to be still in process being made.
Robbie.
I see myself on another invention. I feel like my board translation will be finished very fast.
Wow, well, that's very ambitious, but I bet you can do it. Amatula, sorry if I'm not pronouncing
I see
it
my
right.
project placed and located in all the industrial areas, so the water gets purified there and then. And I hope to meet all my team members soon.
Sophia?
I see my project as being like one of those things that are recommended to people in your city for like a good filtration system, like one of those Aquafina things. And like I see it being like a really big thing for like people who care about their environment.
How would you describe your overall experience in the water challenge? Mehvaya, I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing it right.
Okay. It was a very fun experience. I enjoyed working with people from different countries, even though it was a little hard because of the different time zones and stuff like that. But we still were able to make a successful project. We learned a lot from each other, and we learned a lot about different drinking water issues in different countries. And it was a very fun experience overall, and we learned a lot of different things, even if it wasn't from our countries. We started to do research, so we researched about things globally. I would definitely recommend it. It was a very good experience.
Thank you. Gwen?
I found it a really fun experience. Sometimes it could be a little bit hard, or like something surprising would happen. It was like loads of different ways, different things could happen, but it was really, after all, it was a really fun and cool experience.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to say anything? Is there? No? Then we would see, was it easy or was it hard to find a problem that everyone in the team felt identified with? Raimi.
I think it was kind of hard and challenging because my teammates are from all around the world, as I think that yours also, but like Chile, China, and it's difficult to find a problem that we have all in common. And I really love, for example, my project because as we didn't found like a specific problem that all of us had, we decided to create an solution to all of them. So I think that was very challenging, but that challenge we turned into something really positive, and that was the center of our project. So yeah, I think it was challenging, but it helped a lot also, that fact that we didn't found like a specific problem in common.
Great point. Robbie was next, I think, and then Amatula, and then Sophia.
I liked it was sort of easy, and I really liked making a mini prototype by getting cloth and making a hole in a cola lid, and then I sticked the cloth on the cola lid. Then I mixed water with turmeric and put in the cola bottle, and then I screwed the lid back on, and I turned it upside down, and then it filtered the turmeric mostly. And yeah, that was so fun.
That does seem really fun. Amatula?
It was kind of easy, but it was a bit challenging because you have to find a solution to a similar problem. And there are various ways you can find solutions, because one problem doesn't have only one solution. It's like you have many of them, because here we see it was just one water problem, but all our teams found out different solutions. So our team also, we had different solutions. We had the sea bin, we had the sewer line caps, and it was difficult collaborating with different time zones, but we all did it in the end. So it was fun.
Sophia, and then Gwen, and then we'll go to the next question.
It was quite easy finding a problem that we have in common, because if you live in a city, you're bound to have chemicals in your water because of all the pollution. So, but the hardest part was finding a solution for that, because the financial issues of every single country, it varies. So you can't just say that you want to put an expensive filtration system, because what about the poor people,
Very good point. Gwen?
To find a problem for everyone in the team, I think it was quite a bit hard, because all the problems of the different countries are all super different. So, and some are similar, but some weren't. So it was easier to find a solution than it was to find a problem that we could all do together. But then at the end, we found a problem and we were able to solve it. So yeah.
Thank you for all of the people that said something. And now we'll go to the last question I have. If anyone else has any questions, then they can ask them, I think. What did you learn from this experience? Big or small? Robbie?
How to use a hot glue gun and a soldering kit, and how it feels like to burn myself.
Ouch, that must hurt.
Yeah, I burned the whole back of my hand.
Ouch. Poor thing.
450 degrees.
Sophia, I think, was first, and then Mavaya.
So while doing my research, I learned, I went to a teacher and learned more about pure water. And he said that drinking pure water frequently can cause serious issues with your health. So that's one thing I learned, that pure water isn't always good for your health.
And Mavaya, and then Gwen, and then we're done with the questions.
I definitely learned how important it is to collaborate with others. It may be hard at first, but it's a very important skill you need in all aspects of life. So, yeah.
Gwen. But wait, sorry. Gwen and then Vibe, but make it quick because we have very little time left. Okay?
I learned quite a few things working with a team, and lots of things to do with the solution that I had found and how it worked.
Thank you. Vibe?
I learned how, during my research, I learned how to switch my problem up, because originally we started from algae, now it starts from mineral effects, and yeah.
Well, thank you to everyone who responded and gave their thoughts and told us their thoughts and their opinions. But that would be all for the questions.
Excellent. I want to tell you that was absolutely excellent. And I just want to correct something. Somebody sent me a chat message where they referred to the water challenge being over. And it's not over. And to be honest with you, this is just the beginning, because you're going to be doing things with water for the rest of your life. And you're going to be having other challenges throughout the rest of your life. And don't think of this project as ended. It is really just the beginning. It is the beginning of all of the wonderful and incredible and exciting things you're going to be doing throughout your life. Now, I know I'm old, and sometimes old people say things and young people just go, yeah, sure. I'm going to be right about this. I absolutely know it. And so this is not the end. This is actually just the beginning. And even more exciting things will happen to you in your life, and you will have an impact on the world. So I want to say congratulations to all of you, and good luck in your futures. Thank you. Now, I am going to promote you down to attendees. You can certainly stay and watch.
I want to say something before I'm promoted back down.
Yes, go ahead.
So thank you very much, Emily. Those were very interesting questions. It really brought back what we were doing. And thank you, Jake sir, for this opportunity to present our presentations once again in the gift session, not only in the IFG, to make the world a better place. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Aaron, you're now in charge, and I will be transferring people.
It's an honor, and it's morning where I am, and I want to say that watching these presentations has been better than any large cup of coffee I could have consumed to send energy into the day. Thank you to all these young innovators for your contributions to the world and to GIFT today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And excited for our next presenter, who is joining us from Texas, I believe. Is that right? Rhea, are you here? Hooray!
Yes, I am. Hi.
What a treat to get to spend a bit more time with you. Rhea, welcome back to GIFT.
Thank you. Thank you.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I am tired. It is 8 a.m. here, but I'm ready to do this.
Amazing. Well, Rhea, I'm going to hand over the virtual stage, the virtual podium. And please, why don't you tell us about, I believe you're telling us about a local initiative that you've started.
Yes, I'm going to talk about my organization that I started. Club Now organization planned called Relate. And yeah, I'm excited to talk to y'all about it. I'll go ahead and share my screen. All right. Okay, so hi, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Ria Kurumuru. I presented at The Gift back in January about another program I'm involved with, but I wanted to come back and talk a little bit about the work that I have done on my own. So yeah, it's called Relate. I'll explain to y'all about it today. I'm the founder and president of it, and there's my personals, and yeah, here we go. There you go. Relate, the power of communication. Okay. So first, before I get into what really we do, I want to talk about why we do and what we do, and I guess how we got into it and how I came up with it. Okay. So when I turned 16, this was in 2019, before Corona. Oh, okay. Good times. I had a birthday party that I had my friends and family there. And at that party, people gave speeches. And out of the entire night, there was one speech that really stuck with me. And I believe everyone else, because there was not a dry eye in the room when he talked. It's a good friend of mine for a really long time now. And he went up to speak. And basically, he talked about how middle school was the hardest years of his life for him. He was suicidal. He was just in a really bad place, dealing with things within family, everything. He ended up having to be admitted to a hospital. It was just not a good time for him. In that speech, he told me, "I just want to thank you for being there for me." And everyone basically started crying. I did as well. I realized that not even paying attention, just being a friend to somebody, I made such a big impact on their life. I didn't even realize it. And he's a very I'm fine, I can do everything on my own kind of guy. So hearing it from him especially was a good, I can actually make a difference if I put some work into this, you know? So through that, I came up with, I guess, Relate. So the concept is, what can I do really? How can I make this kind of support system for other people as well, right? So I came up with Relate. Relate is this is how we're starting off, is a club at my school where we can allow people to come in and get that same kind of support system, and have someone to hear, just have someone to listen to what they're saying. So by this, I mean that everyone goes through something or the other, right? It comes to a point of people, especially nowadays, students are less likely to talk about how they feel because they feel that their problems just aren't big enough, or that they'll burden their friends by telling them. So I wanted to start Relate saying that is not true. There are people who will listen to you. Our sponsor came up with this analogy, or told me this at least, called pickles on a sandwich, where let's say something bad happened at home. Okay, I'm a little bit upset. Doesn't even have to be something bad. Maybe you stubbed your toe. I mean, that is pretty bad in my opinion. But let's say something happened at home. Then you go off to get some lunch. On the way to lunch, let's say you got cut off. And we'll say it's Texas rules, so no one knows what a speed limit is here. And let's say you get cut off, or on the way with bad traffic, you get late. You go to your restaurant, you order your sandwich, and there's pickles on your sandwich. And let's say you hate pickles. Okay, so you have a breakdown because of the pickles on your sandwich. See, the whole breakdown is not about the fact that there's pickles on the sandwich purely. It's because, it's just one other inconvenience I have to deal with. At my school, I felt like the extreme ends of mental health were covered and taken care of through counseling, peer support groups, such things like that. But I felt that the things like the pickles on our sandwiches weren't really being covered or talked about. And when it gets to a point where people are really going through something, a lot of pickles on your sandwich could really make an impact on a student's life. So yeah, I started Relate, and Relate is that place where people can go talk about the pickles on their sandwich and let them get some things off of their chest and help them work through it. So how we do this is we have meetings with base topics. Our base topics include of like, how are you doing? How are you feeling? How's relationships, family, school? How's that all going? It's kind of like a little check-in. Basically, how are you doing? How are you feeling? Basically. And then we have a new theme weekly. For example, some of the themes that we have covered topics have been like how relationships have changed during COVID, family during finals week. It was how we're dealing with the exams and how we're prepping for them, and other things that could possibly cause stress or anxiety, even in the smallest, even if it's the pickles on your sandwich. So then we have our sponsor for it is our student assistance counselor at our school. She sits with us. She sits far enough away that when we do the check-ins and begin the theme, she's not really in earshot, because another thing that students don't like to talk about is they feel like, oh, I'm just going to tell this counselor and then they're going to tell my parents and then they're not going to, no, it's nothing like that. She's just there in case somebody says something that's potentially dangerous, or fear that we're going to, with the fear that they might harm themselves. And again, because it's a place to promote casual conversation, of course, we hope it never gets to that. And yes, encourage conversation through inclusion and casual settings. Basically, we want you to feel included. And it goes back to that, everyone has someone that they can talk to. And like I said, no matter how big or how small you're dealing with, it can always be heard by others and made you feel good about it. Yeah. Okay. So our organizational vision, like I said, as of now, we're just functioning as a club at our school in person, and it's just peer-led advisory. But we have so many big plans that, oh my gosh, it makes me excited just thinking about it. So one thing that we want to do is, of course, go nonprofit and have many school sponsors, many school charters to reach basically as many people as we can. Because I feel that if we just do it with one school, we really can't get to all we need. In-person and anonymous, also thinking about making it like a virtual platform or forum where people can go in and discuss what it is and get direct help with a expert. It can either be a mental health expert, or it can just be like a counseling or advising expert. So based on what the person is feeling, they can get categorized care, peer-led volunteer, and expert-led advisory. Pretty much explanatory. There's 3 levels of membership, and this will allow more people to be active in it. How people can be involved: there's officers, members, volunteers. Officers are going to be each at the school location. Members are going to be the people who form different charters at the new schools, and volunteers would be the adults who choose to, I guess, help with the mission, and are those experts who help advise the students. We actually started, we all have our website that's live, that has all some more information on it, and our email and our Twitter. And yeah, thank you so much. You can find us at Twitter at relate8 at Marcus, website relatenow.org, and you can contact us at that email. Thank you.
Thank you so, so much for being here and for continuing to come up with such innovative and empathetic solutions to challenges that you face. I'm curious, Ria, you're clearly in such an awesome, inspired moment of the creation of this initiative.
Thank you.
For folks who are watching right now, how can they help you specifically, or what's a specific request for members of the audience today at GIFT?
Yeah, so one of our biggest things that we're trying to focus on right now is the overall awareness of our club and our mission. So best things that you could do would be follow us at our Twitter at Relate, REL8 MHS. MHS is the school that I'm at. And like I said, just right now, that's just where we are, but we have so many bigger goals. Or at our website, which is relatenow.org. Keeping up with us at either of those places, and your continued support, that would mean the world.
Fantastic stuff, really. Sherilyn, do you have any questions? Oh, I'm seeing that you already have some new fans on YouTube. So good to report that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you have a question from YouTube, Aaron?
Let me check it out. Can't wait. Already bookmarked. I don't see any questions yet. Just a lot of support for seeing young people who are contributing to making the future brighter. We are happy to have you here, and I cannot wait for the next gift in a few months, Ria, to
I
hear
can't wait myself.
what more magic you're up to then.
I'm curious, Ria, with your thoughts about, a 501c3 nonprofit arm, which is both pragmatic and necessary and good. Do you have any thoughts in which direction you want to go with that? I know the audience and myself personally were connected to quite a huge philanthropic family. So there are connections out there that I'm sure many others, other than myself, who's been in the nonprofit world for 30 years, would like to connect to you. But I'm curious first, what direction? Because at least in my advanced age, I can't believe how brilliant you are at your age. I'm 57, so you're way cooler than I was at that time. I'm kind of the hub of a wheel of a lifetime of nonprofits. And if I'm going to connect you, I would like to at least start going off the right direction. Can you direct me well?
Yeah, so with the nonprofit, if I'm understanding that that's what you're asking, what we'd use that for. Basically, like I said, we want to basically turn this into like an online forum where students can anonymously reach out to receive help. The nonprofit would be to, I guess, instead of taking the money into ourselves, to take care of the experts and allow everyone else who worked towards it, take care of that. Or I guess the volunteers, I should say, that's better to explain. And not only that, it keep the website running and keep our domain name. And yeah, I would use it for that, basically better outreach.
And this is where I too haven't had enough coffee, so I didn't phrase my question well enough. I'm already at the part, no, that you need nonprofit, and you're right, you're correct. Have you thought about what direction of a nonprofit you might want to partner with as well as an intern?
I haven't.
That's me. That's
I
not.
gotcha.
That's my fault.
Okay, you're good. You're good. I have not yet. I'm still trying to focus on, I guess, strengthening our current school charter, and I'm currently on the steps of expanding the charters itself. So I have not yet started the thinking about partnership within the nonprofit.
So would you be willing for me to think about that for you and get in touch?
Absolutely. I would really appreciate that because I don't know too much about it myself. So I would love for that. Yes, please.
I didn't either, but I do now. So I'd like to share that with you, and I'm glad you'll be open to that.
That would be fantastic. Thank you. I'd really appreciate that.
Terrific.
From everything I do know, which is very little, a strong purpose is the most fundamental difference. And it's so mighty clear and evident how strong your why is and your that North Star that drives you. So I have no doubt that there's going to be a lot of opportunity in collaboration with others to make that great impact and change. And thank you for being so committed to a healthier future for yourself and for others. It's wonderful to hear about. Ria, we'll see you soon, I hope. Good luck.
I hope so too. See y'all next time. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak and come back again. And it really means the most to me. So thank you so much.
Amazing. And in the spirit of reunions and revisiting and growth, etc., we have another group of inspiring youngsters who are all part of the last gift in the house. So I am going to ask for our teen panelists from our last gift to turn on their cameras and to take the stage, the virtual stage. Welcome back. I see.
We have our
amazing.
Emily Louise.
This is great.
There's Kathy, brilliant. There's Sam.
And so
There's
our,
Timothy.
yeah, our other unteen panelist. Hello, teens. Hello, team.
Hey.
Hello, innovators and change makers of today and tomorrow. It's awesome to see you. And I know that we're still waiting on our friend Rashid, hopefully, to join us shortly. So I'll be keeping my eye on things. But Sherilyn, why don't you remind us, for those who are familiar and maybe those who are not, what's going on here? Who are these awesome faces?
It's a great honor, actually, to do that. The Teen Panelist Reconnect is exactly as it sounds. It was named by the teens you see right now. They first met over 3 months ago at the last gift. They represent the best of the world right now because they are young people from various countries who gathered together after only meeting online about 6 days before their first session. And in real time brainstormed, starting off with what the educational system was like in their country pre-COVID, and then moved to what it's like now. Was the first session where they all just talked and shared about their experiences openly, honestly, clearly, and with hope and aspirations for making it better. And on the last gift, we had a 2-part session. The second session, after they'd gone away for 10 or 11 hours and either slept or had breakfast, depending on what country they were in, they came back with some solutions that they thought could solve the problems that they were facing, because we're going past a year now of a severely altered world. And although we less young panelists, Aaron and Jim, myself, we unteens, we are fond of the phrase, children are our future. And the words in that are not particularly correct at this point are, we're dealing with not children, these are young adults, and far cooler than we were at their age. And their future they're living in right now. So they were working on how to solve the problems that they're in now. We went away for 3 months after a dynamic session, both of them, and we asked them, would you please come back with some actionable thoughts on how to actually make something work that they talked about. And so they reconnect now on this stage. And just briefly, one of the additions, because this is a real-time collaborative move forward, this is not just talk, this is action, is one of our panelists, Emily Louise, has already been on twice on this gift, because one of the offshoots was the teen panel is a good idea, having people talk to each other across the world. And so she's already led and facilitated 2 teen panels in Spanish. So it's already evolving with the hope to have teen panels talking all over the world constantly on a 1-3-5-year plan. So this is all them. I'm the unteen, Sherilyn Rushton, and Aaron, you are?
I'm Erin Schachter from Toronto, Canada, and happy to hand the virtual stage over to our team panelists to introduce themselves and get this show on. Oh, and Jim, pardon me. Hi.
Our other unteen panelist, who, as you can see, is belted in because he's on the move. We're going to also ask him to participate, not even being able to know what's going to happen. We're going to ask you to help with the audience participation later on in the session. You okay with that, Jim?
Absolutely.
All right, and who are you?
I'm Jim Bruner. I'm the Sultan of Systems in Columbus, Ohio, and a great advocate and fan of all this teen panel. So I'm very excited to be here, and it is for me all about the kids. So take it away, make it happen.
Our lead is Samyak on this session, so the stage is yours, Samyak. Let her rip.
So hi everyone, welcome to another session of the Global Teen Panel, where 5 teens from around the world engage in a collaborative, interactive, problem-solving experience addressing issues related to COVID-19. And right now I'm extremely excited for today's session, so let's get right into it. So panelists, I think we can start off by giving a quick 1-minute introduction, our name, our country, one reflection that we had from last session, and one goal that we hope to achieve today as a group. So I think I can start. So hi everyone, I'm Samyak Shamali. I'm from the United States of America. So last session, I was extremely motivated to continue the butterfly effect of doing good. And this session, I hope to have another meaningful discussion and work towards solving problems related to COVID-19. So if one of you guys wants to take the stage next.
Hello, everyone. My name is Emily Louise Serrandour. I'm from Belgium. I live in Chile. I'm 13. And something I really liked from the last teen panel was that even though not all the teens agreed on some things, it was all told in a respectful manner, and we managed to actually have a conversation that wasn't just us saying things. We actually managed to ping pong off each other. It was really interesting.
Hi, thank you. I'm Artash. I'm a grade 9 student from Toronto, Canada, and I'm passionate about using technology for good to solve problems in my community and all around the world. I'm bilingual in English and French and love working on projects related to space, science, and robotics. Last panel, it was really exciting to talk with all the panelists about problems with teachers and students during the pandemic. And in this session, I'm excited for more collaborative discussions from people all around the world on how we can better tackle education and vaccines.
Hello everyone, my name is Kathy Dong and I am a grade 9 environmentalist from Toronto, Canada. I'm so excited and honored to be back on the team panel again today, and because the last team panel session was an extremely valuable experience for me, because I got to learn a lot from my fellow colleagues, and I absolutely cannot wait for today's session to work with all of you to come up with solutions for some important global issues.
So Kathy, do you want to go over today's session format and demonstrate the Jamboard for the audience?
Yeah, of course. So today we're very excited to show all of you to be using something, a virtual tool that we have never used before on the team panel. And I will just be sharing my screen. Can you all see okay?
It seems to be loading, Kathy.
Oh, okay. Let me just.
All good now.
Okay, awesome. So today we'll be using a Jamboard, which is a virtual tool that's very similar to a whiteboard. And what we're going to do is I and all of the team panel will add sticky notes using this little button over here with our ideas to the page. And Worksheet will capture all of the audience's ideas using the sticky notes as well. So the Jamboard is kind of organized into the different topics that we will explore today, and we will basically be using this to brainstorm and help us have kind of a visual representation of what we're talking about and all of our ideas. So we will also be using this text box feature to add text, the shapes feature to add a variety of shapes, and also the pen tool for any drawing when needed. So yeah, that's basically kind of an overview of this virtual tool that we will be using, and I will continue to share my screen throughout the panel so the audience can kind of see what our ideas in real time as well.
Yeah, so let's get right into it. So we all know that there's numerous problems related to COVID-19 caused in our lives. And so last week, us panelists brainstormed topics and came up with 2 topics that we're going to talk about today and come up with potential solutions for. So the first topic that we brainstormed was education during COVID-19. So panelists, what do you think are some problems associated with education during this pandemic? And audience members, please feel free to also answer this question in the YouTube chat box. Artash, do you want to start us off real quick?
Yeah, for sure. So during this pandemic, there's already been a whole host of issues that happened during education, because it's not only have schools turned online in several countries, but there have been several complications within this itself. As schools have been moving online, the existing portals that exist for remote education have been grossly overwhelmed and have been taking teachers and students by surprise. In addition, it has affected richer countries less than poorer countries, because richer countries where students have more technological access had a smoother transition to remote learning, while poorer countries with less access to those tools found it harder to do this. This, through a butterfly effect, also caused a bunch of other problems, including a strain on the healthcare system, because doctors and nurses with students in schools which have moved online may have had to stay home to supervise the younger students in online school. Furthermore, this in some countries, school has been a safe haven for girls and boys to stay and learn and socialize. But during this pandemic, it has also led to increases of violence and exploitation as students remain at home and don't go to in real life school.
I was just looking at the chat box, and Robbie was saying that he had someone was saying he had a different experience because they were homeschooled, and I think that definitely is interesting. People, depending on the education system they are, sometimes it even is as easy as if they're in different grade. I mean, obviously it's different grades, you have different subjects, but like public, private school, completely different experiences. I, for example, go to a school that's in the Montessori way of learning, which is a very different way of learning. It's more physical. I mean, we learn with objects, and when we were small, to learn how to count, we had little marbles, and that's how we learned how to count. It was very much you had to be there. And so for a lot of people, it's been quite hard because we're not there anymore. So yeah, so I do think it really does depend on what school you go to, or what your sister is like, what your system is, because it really is completely different experiences for everyone.
Yeah, so I also think that for the students themselves, I think it's been really hard to learn during this pandemic, because one main thing that was missing was the student and teacher interaction, because mostly in school, what we do is mostly based on what the teacher teaches us. And in this pandemic, it's pretty hard to get that experience because most of the schooling is online or through softwares like Zoom or other softwares. And through those softwares, I think interacting with the teacher, asking questions, and just speaking up in class is very hard and very missing. And I think that that's really impacting a lot of students' learning and really causing them to learn much less, and the potential for them to grow is much less during this pandemic.
Yeah, I do agree, because also one of the things about school is that you really had that one-on-one with the teacher. If you had a question, you could ask the teacher and they would go over to your table, or they would answer in front of the class. It really depends, but it was really a one-on-one, them explaining to you, like showing you how it's done and that. But now really on online classes, people don't always want to speak up, and people don't really want to interact through a computer. And if you answer on, it's much different if someone is with you, explaining you next to you and showing you how it's done, than if they're on a computer and they're just talking to you. It really is a different experience, and it's harder to learn that way, or in my case, it's harder to learn that way. Also, another thing that I thought was, when classes aren't interactive, I think it's harder to learn. Like, I have some classes where the teachers play games for us, like Kahoot and things like that, and it gets us really involved in class. Everyone wants to play the game, but they're still learning. But then we have other classes where it's like a lecture. The teachers don't really ask us questions. They just talk to us and they show us slides, but it's really, you sort of tune out. I sort of tune out because it's just not the same system that we used to have when we were in physical school. And I think that is something that we need to like explore, how we can make it better for students to be more interactive in class, to learn better in Zoom and online school.
Yeah, I definitely do agree with all of what you said, what all of you guys said. I've also experienced kind of very similar things, and also I think another thing was classes aren't really. It's very hard to kind of have a structure in class when you're online, and sometimes I think that's hard on students. I think that was the case for me, where when there's not really kind of a structure, I would really get confused on the materials that are being taught, and it was also kind of hard to do the assignments as well because I partly didn't really understand the material, and also kind of it was hard for me to manage the time when the classes aren't really structured. And I thought that was kind of also a difficulty with the remote learning. And also it was really hard to connect with students. I just started high school this year, and it's been really hard to make new friends with virtual learning because we all have our cameras off, and there's really not a lot of time for team activities. So it's been really hard to get to know my peers on kind of a personal level outside of school. I thought those were the two problems that I faced.
I think one main thing is also related to different type of learning techniques, because in many classes, teachers like to teach in a way where they just use a PowerPoint or maybe just give a lecture on a topic. But I really appreciate that many teachers are trying to use new learning techniques, like maybe give the student an assignment to create a poster or create a video, or maybe have the student give a presentation in class, because that really causes a change in the student's life. And that can make online classes, first of all, more interesting. And they can also feel like not the same thing every day, and instead feel like they're actually doing something different every day, which is really, which can really help feel online classes on like a more personal level for the students. And the students can really engage with the students, with like the other students and with the teacher on like a more personal level.
So I agree with you. And I also think one thing was there needs to be sort of a balance between the class being mentally healthy for the child, for the student child, but also the right amount of class and material that they need to see. Like the teachers, if they like relax and give the students less work because they want the students to not be stressed, then there is the risk of them not getting all the topics done in the year. But then if they do too much, they can also really overstress the child and student. Sorry, I'm there. Anyway, child, student, there. But I think, yeah, because for example, in my class, they don't really give too much schoolwork. Like, okay, so you can do a presentation, but if you give it late, it's fine. And you can also, you have to give a presentation, but you don't have to do it in front of a class if you're not comfortable. And I completely understand if a student it's going to put too much, like if they have some like anxiety and in social anxiety and they can't do it in front of the class, I completely understand. But people that are just saying that because they don't want to do it is sort of, we need that balance. So the teachers are strict enough, but not too strict that the children is overwhelmed. That is something that needs to, it's quite difficult to get or to see, I think.
I think this is a really good point, especially about the fact that the transition between physical school and online school have been really lacking in these areas. And one thing I've noticed is that to move to online education, most schools have been using softwares that are otherwise used for conferences or meetings, like video conferencing softwares like Zoom or Microsoft Teams. But inherently, these softwares are not meant for a school type of environment. These softwares are heavily for conferences and meetings that do not target students at all. So teachers and schools have not been taking advantage of this to create a completely new platform. Like personally, in my experience, I have never heard of a school or a system that built its own type of online environment for students. And I was curious to know if any of the other panelists have seen something different, such as like that.
I've seen it's for a school environment, I think, because it's called Remo, the platform. I used it for a competition I did in Austria-based competition that I did with my water challenge team. And basically it sort of has a whiteboard and it has different, it sort of looks like a classroom looked at from a drone. So you have the different tables, and when you're in a table, you can only talk to the people that are in that table. You can have chats, and when you switch on your camera, you talk to them. And there are different floors, so it really allows a lot of space. But then when the teacher wants to explain something, they can put a presentation and everyone sees the teacher. So it really is useful for the teacher to say, listen, okay, you need to work in groups of 3, and I'll put you in different tables and talk for like an hour and do your work. And then the students can talk in their tables and they can share their screen and they can put a whiteboard in sort of like the style that we're doing now. And it was a really like cool platform, but the problem was I looked at it later and it's super expensive to use that platform. So the thing is that either you have Zoom that if you don't pay for it, it cuts off at 40 minutes, which is not great for a class, because if it cuts off in the middle of the class, it's not great. Or you have good ones that are more expensive and that are like the proper dynamic for a classroom, but they're really, really expensive. So it really is hard. We would like, people would have to create their own platform really if they want to find one that's right for their classroom.
Yeah, for sure. That's another big problem that's happening during this pandemic. Most of the tools that schools have been turning to, just like that, have been by private companies. So they're not really open types of companies that are owned by the government, for example. We've been heavily relying on private companies to offer these services that are required for remote learning. So definitely an important step that could be discussed later in the problem-solving discussion could be about how government should also be playing an active role in remote education and come up with tools that their schools can use and that can also be used all over the world.
Yeah, so our fifth panelist, Rashid, is here. Rashid, do you want to quickly introduce yourself?
So hello everyone, I'm Rashid and
Rashid, you're difficult to hear, my friend. I'm sorry.
What?
It's hard to hear you.
Now am I audible?
It's getting better.
Okay.
Try again.
So hello.
Better, thank you.
So hi everyone, it's me Rashid and I'm from India. I'm a grade 9 student and yes, I'm a part of this wonderful panel and we would be knowing very nice things today. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely, Artash. As you mentioned that there has to be some sort of software that's specifically focused on educational need and really simulating an virtual environment for schools or universities. So I think some softwares are there, like Zoom. Even Zoom is trying to really replicate an educational like system on Zoom, specifically by using features like screen sharing, maybe whiteboards and like raising hand features, asking the teacher to go slower or go faster. I think Zoom and other softwares like Microsoft has a software, Microsoft Teams, which is also really trying to replicate an online tool for schools. I think there are some softwares, but I think they could really be improved in many ways to really provide the needs for students and provide the needs for teachers. So I think one of the things we can talk about during the problem solving session is a potential software that maybe could be implemented and what features it would have. So I think that's definitely something we can talk about.
Yeah, another thing, my school, for example, or my class, mostly, my homeroom teacher, she made, with Google Sites, she made a website. It's not super fancy. I mean, it's not like super extravagant or anything like that, but it has our different classes and it has our timetables with, no, sorry, that's the wrong word. Anyway, it has like the times that we have classes at and in the links for our Zooms. And I think that is like really good because it's sort of private for the class, which is quite important because in my school we've had situations where someone joins the class that's not of the class and they put music on and it's just really disruptive and disrespectful and really not nice. So there is sort of, it could be created by the teachers, but there is the downside that it might not be secure and that other people might be able to get to the links of in the class, and that's not great.
Yeah, I agree. I've heard some stories of that happen as well, like people joining into Zoom meetings and sharing things. Yeah, so I think definitely it's a great idea to come up with kind of our own platform, just completely just made to suit educational needs, and it could have like it could be like a kind of like an all-in-one platform where it combines the good features of many of the platforms we've used before. Like maybe we could have breakout rooms from Zoom, but we could have some other feature from another platform that we've used before that students could really benefit from.
Okay, guys, so I think this is a good starting point for our next part of this session, which is the problem solving session. So since right now we've all defined some potential problem statements associated with education during this pandemic, let's try to review and pick one problem to focus on and come up with potential solutions for. So does anyone have any preferences of problems that they would like from the brainstorm board?
We have a great list of problems that we have on the Jamboard here, and also some amazing ideas from the audience as well. So, yeah.
I like the students could be overwhelmed with the workload because we all go to, I think it would be interesting to see everyone's point of view in the panel because we all go to different schools and it's completely different. So I like that one. I prefer that one out of all of them.
Yeah, so I like Emily Luis's idea, and I think we could also focus on one other problem statement, which was related to the software. Maybe we can create an ideal educational software that schools can use that could have features from all different types of softwares and really integrate a platform for students to learn together and collaboratively, especially focusing on a lot of learning techniques that we all like. So I think that would be a good discussion and session for us.
Yeah, I agree. I think we already had some amazing ideas that we were just brainstorming while we were talking about the problems. I think we had a great starting point for that one.
I think one potential solution, at least for the online software part, is that since I've often seen that government websites are not the best made, as in terms of design and user experience. So I think a really good thing to do would have the government invest more in technology to support themselves. So it's not that expensive to come up with a good website, for example, instead of creating low grade websites that may not be suitable to everyone. So having more emphasis on creating technology that's open and to be used by everyone in the country, kind of like a public resource, would be a great idea.
I think maybe like an interactive software for teachers to create their own classroom virtually. I think that would be pretty cool because teachers could really design their classroom on the virtual platform, like pick where they want their desks to be and like format that virtually. And that would really, I think someone else this session said that they saw a panel like this where there were desks and specific areas for students to collaborate, and in those areas only a certain group of students were together, which would really provide the students with like an individual area to collaborate. So I think a platform where teachers could design their own classroom virtually and have that own unique experience towards themselves during this pandemic, even of being able to collaborate together. And sorry, I lost track of what I was going to say. One second.
I would say something like we are facing problems, like students are facing problems, but some problems are faced by the teachers also. Like in India, basically, we are having everything. We are like connected with the technology also. Like now it's been the second year we are like dealing with this online. So it's quite a big, nice experience. So I think the one problem which teachers are facing, and we need to find a solution for that, would be they are not having the proper curriculum. Because when you see we are not having a proper curriculum, like in your country there would be like proper curriculum, but in some countries, talking about India also, there are some states where you are having the very nice like curriculum, but in some areas they are not having nice curriculum. They are having online classes, but they are not able to have a nice curriculum. So we need to design some platforms like open source platform, like we have Pinterest, we can find anything there. So such platforms for online curriculum also, because curriculum is needed for getting education. And this is the main thing which teachers face problem in. So I guess the solution for this in education in COVID would be like making platforms for online curriculum things type of.
So I think something that would be very, very like cool and necessary would be an app that gives you room, that gives the teacher room to personalize the class. So it has the baseline for the class, so like the classes and the homework and everything like that, but it gives the teacher the chance to add more things or like put new topics and things like that, because my class uses something called Classroom, Google Classroom. I'm not sure if your classes use it as well. And the teachers post really little, like not that much. And it's very much, a lot of people don't like to use it, and it's predetermined. So it would be cool to see in like a website that's already exists, but each teacher logs in and says, so I want my class to have this. I want it to be in this format, but there's like a minimum. So it can't be that the teachers have one class a week. So for example, the minimum is 3 classes a week, but they're able to add more or not. And then that's like what they can do. So they have the opportunity to personalize the class. So it's their class, not a predetermined class, but it is got a baseline so that it's not too complicated for them to make the whole thing from scratch.
I really love that idea. Definitely, I think that would be really helpful, especially for maybe places where, like Rashid said, the curriculum isn't as great as some other regions. I think that could kind of really make the the curriculum kind of equal in all areas. So possibly we could have kind of a very detailed guideline and resources for kind of the baseline, the curriculum, so everyone could have access to those, and the teachers don't really have to create them themselves. But there's definitely should be an option for teachers to personalize their classes. Maybe in science class, the baseline could just be kind of like a textbook, but the teachers themselves, maybe they could kind of create videos of experiments. That could be an option, and they could add that on there. And maybe they would make the materials they create available for other teachers to use. So you can kind of share that content as well. That might be kind of very useful for teachers to kind of share teaching materials.
You were saying something about the curriculum, and that reminded me of something that we talked about yesterday. I'm not going to go into detail, but we talked about things that should be on the curriculum that we think that are necessary for kids and students to learn. And I was thinking that in this website or app or whatever format it comes in, could be that the teachers have the chance to personalize their class, and there's an option of pre-existing classes. It could be economics, it could be law, it could be a different like chemistry, but things that you're not seeing in class, all sorts of things. So the students go through class, but what they're also able to do is that they're able to choose extra classes if they want to. So it's sort of like extracurricular classes that you would have in school, but the teachers aren't providing it for you, the website is. So you do the classes that you have in school that the teachers have personalized, and you also have these extra classes on the website that you're able to take. It could be animation, anything really, whatever you want, but so that the students have the opportunity to learn things that they're not being taught at school and that they might want to learn. And it could be very interesting for people who want that as a career choice, but they don't learn it at school.
I think another feature that this platform should have is the option of taking tests virtually, but also being monitored by the teacher, because one major problem in this pandemic is that a lot of education systems don't really use tests as a basis to measure the student right now, because tests could easily be cheated on right now, and the student can easily search up answers online or through other databases. So I think this platform should really have a specific room for the student to monitor for the teacher to monitor each student, and specifically answer any questions if they have on the test, and provide the student with some help on the test instead of just leaving the student to do the test on themselves with all the online resources available. And this feature should also have some type of security, so the student can be tracked and the student could not cheat so easily during this online platform.
Go on, Artesh. I'll go after.
Sure. Yeah. I think it's a really good point to have a way to monitor students and make sure they're able to do the tests with maximum efficiency. Like personally, in my experience, for example, a couple months ago, my math teacher kept switching off the Zoom chat while the tests were going on to prevent students from talking to each other and trying to cheat. But I think the restriction that teachers are taking now, like the shutting off the chat, doesn't work at all, because in my classes, students just set up an external chat group where they could talk during the math tests, which defeated the whole purpose. But we also have to know what is too far. So having a security system to monitor whether students are searching up answers might be too far on their privacy. Like I wouldn't want a software that's able to look at all my tabs, because if it's able to look at what I'm searching up during the test, then who knows what other information I have is getting leaked. And this is especially important since so many of these softwares are not governmental, they're private. And so far, private companies have gotten an overflow of data from students now, since so many students are using online tools. And when this data is exposed to these private companies, then usually what these companies do with data is either sell the data, but in this case, they might not sell it, but they might use it to add more features, for example, personalization features. But eventually, this also embeds bias inside the whole system, because the more access to information you're leaking throughout the system, the more room there is for biases against certain students. So it's really important to consider that as well when making such a tool.
I had an idea of like how it could work, and is that like you create the website and it has everything you need to learn, and you're able to do meetings, and there really isn't a way to monitor what the student is doing without completely violating their privacy. It's super difficult because either you're letting them cheat without knowing it, or you're like looking at their computer and it's super invasive. So I thought that maybe the teachers send the document of the test and then have one-on-one classes with the student, and the student has to share screen and do the test while sharing the screen. That way the teacher can see if the student leaves the document and goes to Chrome to search up the answer. It is like not that great for the student. Like, I don't think it might be not that great if they have to share screen the whole time, but it's better than everyone cheating and not really learning anything.
Yeah, I agree with what Emily Louise said. I think for, not really in school, but for other extracurriculars where I've taken kind of, I guess, a test for that one, something that we did was the kind of the website, when you go on, when you click start, they kind of lock you inside that tab, and you are not allowed to go anywhere else. If you do go on another tab, it kind of just like stops the whole test, and the test will be done and you can't continue anymore with the test. But the thing is that that's only available on your laptop, and you could just be like searching on your phone, opening another tab to search on your phone. That could definitely be something that happened, but that could happen. But one thing that we did was everyone had to go into a Zoom meeting, and we all had to open our camera, and they would like review the recording afterwards to see if kind of you're looking somewhere else, or if you have any suspicious kind of movements that could mean that you're cheating. But that's not really an effective way for teachers, especially like they have to stare at the recording for maybe an hour, and when they probably have to mark assignments or get back to students' emails. So that might not be like the most effective, efficient way for the teacher to ensure that nobody's cheating.
I think one effective way for, do you want to go ahead, Rashid? You can go.
No, you can go.
Okay, so I think one effective way for test taking on Zoom would be verbal tests with the teacher, because in many classes, like my world language class, the way we're taking tests right now is with a one-on-one conversation with the teacher, where the teacher gives you a prompt and you have to speak on that prompt for about 1 to 2 minutes with the teacher. And that really provides the option to the teacher that the teacher knows that the student is not just searching up the answers from like Google Translate or some other software, where the student is actually embracing the material, learning the material, and able to reproduce the material back to the teacher. And that really provides a level of satisfaction to the teacher that every student in our class is really focused and is really working hard to learn instead of just cheating their way through school. So I think the most effective way to really get the point out there for test taking strategies online is either some sort of verbal test, because monitoring a student's private screen or monitoring what they've been searching up is really not a good idea, because all this data can be used for other reasons which may not be so valid for the student's point of view. And really, I think one of the main things that teachers and students can really focus on is using other strategies to take tests instead of just handwritten tests where the students can easily just extract that information from other areas.
I wanted to say something, but I wasn't sure if Rashid wanted to talk first.
No, you can go ahead.
Okay. It was that in an answer to what Erin posted in the chat, she said eliminate testing, like she thinks it's necessary to eliminate testing. I would love if tests weren't necessary. I mean, I don't really have to do them because my school doesn't post them. But I do think up to some point they are necessary. Because, for example, what happens in my school is that a lot of the time they don't give us tests, but then the teachers don't really know up to what point of knowledge the students are. And so they gave us the same topics and they spend like a month saying, okay, so here's what we saw last year so that you're caught up. And all the students already know this. But because there are no tests, the teachers give us the same thing over and over again, and it's just boring. So I do think tests are necessary, but like not one test every week. Like what I would recommend is that before you start each topic, like, oh, this month we're going to see the cell, do a test on it. And if the students know everything about it, then and everything that you were going to teach them, just skip the topic. They already know it all. You don't have to give it to them again. So really it is necessary to know the students' progress, because otherwise they do it over and over again. It's really boring.
I would say something. So as MD said, like about testing, so I would say in India, like the current situation, our whole curriculum at the end matters what we know, what we learn from it. And for that, we need testing. In India also, we are having like many testing, and in you were saying that you were having the same things. But in India, talking about India, our testing is way too tough. Like we have Cambridge and many other colleges in foreign countries. So in India, we have another like IIT and many more we have. So the testing is very important in India, basically because everything at the end depends on what the testing we did. So I think for this testing solution, we need to make such platforms that doesn't allow you to move to another app. Like talking about my school, we had a website in which like once the test is started, till the end, you cannot go to any other website. You cannot just close it. You cannot go to even your meeting. You will just go to that site. It would ask you for several things like turning your camera on and many things. And you can just do like this. So I think making such sites would be a very nice solution for these testing, because testing, I believe, is a must. Like we need to do testing. So such sites can be made for this thing.
I agree that testing is a very crucial part of learning. It's kind of something that has been like used and tested for a long time, and it's really effective. Like you just complete a test within kind of maybe an hour, and the teacher knows with like a kind of a numerical value that how well you know the material, I guess. But I think another thing is that maybe another test taking strategy, or just a strategy in general for the teacher to know how the student is understanding or taking in that material, could also be very beneficial, because a lot of times right now, I think we complete a lot of projects, like research projects, or kind of creating maybe infographics with the things that you've read in a textbook. I think those are also very useful in the sense that it's kind of a different way for students who might not tend to do well in tests to also first get a good mark, but also really reinforce their learning through kind of other projects. And it can also like develop other skills, like maybe you're doing a research project, it could develop your kind of research skills, or if you have to do a presentation at the end, like public speaking, or just creating a presentation in general. So I think incorporating other strategies for evaluating learning could also be very useful.
So I just remembered something when Kathy was talking, and it's that there are a lot, school teaches us the basic curriculum, maths, science, English, all that stuff. But there are things that they don't teach us. For example, in my school, they don't teach us financial education or civic education, which I think are completely necessary. But another thing is, a lot of the time they give us like homework to do, and students just do it. But sometimes they don't know how to search for the information. So if a student has never been taught by a teacher or by a parent how to do a proper presentation, they're never going to make a proper presentation. And if they haven't been taught how to search on different sources, because otherwise they might get fake information, they'll never do it. So I do think that the teachers should teach the students instead of, for example, if a student does something wrong in the presentation because they've never been taught how to do that, the teacher says, I'll teach you how to do it, instead of saying, no, that's fake information, you should have looked there, that not you should have, but I'll teach you how. That's how it should be done, I think.
Yeah, as Emily said, financial education is very important. Like, if you don't know what about your financial things, that you don't know nothing, because in future educate, like all the other things are just secondary. First you need to know how to like save your money, how to invest in your money, and how to do like things with money. So I would say, like, yes, it would be a possible solution. Like in India we have Reserve Bank, many other banks, they are in India we are having several schemes. It is like getting inherited in the curriculum that students need to give like the financial education. So I think, like it said, as we are living in 21st century now, so we need technology, we use technology, so we can do some things related to this also. Like as I said, we are making several like apps, application for testing and many other things. So now why not we can make such websites, such applications, such curriculums for this information, because this is very necessary. And nowadays it is, because we teenagers, like talking about me, we don't know much about financial things. Like once we have money, we just waste them. It's like, it's human nature. So we need to know about these things.
I think testing is really an integral part of our learning, but I also think that doing projects and really using your creativity to come up with new solutions is as important. And I think it's super important to have a balance between that, between testing and between doing projects, because that can allow the student to really embrace their creative side and really also embrace their more analytical side, where they're just looking at questions and answering those questions. So I think having a balance between both of those things is very integral to our learning, instead of just focusing on either one.
So you were talking about creativity, and it made me think of this. The way students are graded is by how they do in tests, which really isn't great, because a student could be thinking, they could be completely right, but they could be thinking outside of the box, which ultimately gets them, like, fails them. So I do think that presentations and a different way of testing that allows students to think outside the box and to be creative and to not follow the rules that the system has provided for them is very important, because otherwise they're going to be told or made feel that they're stupid or that they're dumb or that you don't follow the class. But in reality, they do. They just show it in a different way.
Team leaders, you have 5 more minutes of this brilliant hour. And I want to just ask you, what's next? This, like, the level of conversation and ideation and collaboration today has been extraordinary. And I'm curious, what's next? And perhaps a specific question for the folks in the audience about how they can support making the next step possible.
I think one question that we can end on is really, how can you implement solutions of daily problems in your life? Because this is just one solution, but there's millions of other problems in our life, and they all need solutions. And specifically, focusing on one solution, maybe every day, every month, and working towards solving it with maybe a group of people, maybe your family, maybe your friends. I think if each one of us did that, we could really, really forward this world in a much better direction.
I do think that really it has taken in the pandemic and being in lockdown to realize that the way that we learn is not the best. We should have space for the students to use their creativities and for them to learn the basic needs and the curriculum without being overwhelmed. So it really is like basically the whole system needs changing. It's not just one school or 3 schools need changing, it's the whole system. Because if there are schools that are like that, then it means that some people aren't getting the right education. They're getting in the one that is telling them that they're not smart if they don't follow the rules, and that are overwhelmed, that they really don't care if they're stressed. So it really is all systems, all schools, everything.
Yeah, for me, I think it's pretty obvious that there are some big changes that we know of and we need to find a way to implement into the school systems. And while we can't completely change current policy, we can start by coming up and innovating with small projects. I work on several small projects, for example, and then by showing it, instead of just talking about it, I'm trying to put a step towards doing something and implementing a basic model or coding a really basic software is a really good start. And then showing it or demonstrating it to policymakers in your local community is a great step to start change at a global level.
I'm just wondering if anybody else has any other reflections before we move on. Well, I want to say thank you. I want to admit I'm having a hard time finding words right now. And I'm wondering whether, and not to put you on the spot, whether we can continue working together and finding ways for you all to collaborate and share your brilliant ideas and your brilliant might and force as we move into a post-COVID reality. Would you be open to that? Yeah. Sherilyn, over to you.
I think one thing that beyond the specifics of everything you just did, which was mind-blowing, the 2 things that stand out to me are, first, that you demonstrated in real time, not just working together and collaborating and welcoming others' opinions and even from the audience, but you also just demonstrated what you've talked about the last hour, which is being agile and problem solvers and not stopping and moving forward. Because as Kathy lost connectivity with her Jamboard, we were able to know that and send out a note that said, team, Kathy's lost the Jamboard. And I just sent a note that said, let's innovate. And one of your fellow team members asked for the link, stepped in and innovated. And that, for the most part, what I've heard this time is that knowledge is good, data is good, facts are good, but without the ability to act in a world that changes, we won't survive. And you are exemplifying right now today, something went wrong, you shifted, you changed, you kept the boat going. So the main thing is not only are you doing things, you're also modeling for everybody. And I want to thank you, not just for participating, but for teaching.
Yeah.
And I echo Aaron's request. As I said before, when we met a week ago, I'm going to be looking to you to tell us what platform you believe you can carry this forward, because it's critical, it's necessary, and you're doing it. And we need to learn from you further. So bravo. And I hope you respond in the positive, because I know I like my life better with you in it. And I've already learned quite a bit, even for an ancient unteen. So I'd also like to ask each one of you in one word, reflect on what just happened quickly. Our next team is coming up, but give one word about how you feel right now. And if you'd lead everybody through that, Samyak, you start.
Yeah, so right now I'm feeling very inspired because I think I really just want to solve problems in my life and make the world a better place.
Emily Louise?
Well, I used this word last time, and then Sherilyn thought it was funny, but eclectic. There you go, that word. A lot of everything.
Artash, I see you leaning in.
Yeah, my word would be a change starting from this level only, because we can't wait for adults to make the changes themselves. So we need to start now by ourselves.
Kathy?
Well, I think this experience was extremely valuable to me, learning from everyone and hearing so many ideas. Very valuable.
And Rashid, over to you.
It was like I joined a bit late because of some connectivity issues, but it was an outstanding session for me. And like I always say, every time I come, it's like something new to learn. Like as I said earlier, we will be knowing about Jamboard. I didn't know. This session only taught me about Jamboard and many things. So it's outstanding session.
Fantastic. All right. Well, with that, we will see you soon. And I'd like to welcome our next group of young innovators, change makers, and presenters, the Stacked Mustangs, to tell us about Smart Forests to the rescue. Welcome, welcome, welcome to you all. And thank you so much for being here today and for your patience also, because we are just a few minutes behind, but I want to assure you, you will have your full 10 minutes. So over to you. Take it away.
Okay. We are the Stacked Mustangs team from ISHR, and we present to you the Guardians of the Forest. The Stacked Mustangs team from the International School of Hannover region, Germany. Our mission is Stacked for Impactful Solutions. And we present to you the Guardians of the Forest, Smart Forests to the Rescue. We are currently competing in the CRAFT 2021 in collaboration with the Global Innovation Field Trip.
During this project, we followed the IDEOU design thinking process. The first step of it is called discovery. During the discovery phase, we try to understand the challenge by doing research based on the topic. During the second stage, inspiration, we try to emphasize with the problem by doing research with the problem, and we create some rough sketches along with the product. During the ideation phase, we try to finalize our idea for the project. During the fourth stage, experimentation, we created a working prototype and a 3D on-shape design. During the final stage, evolution, we try to improve our prototype and finalize it after we have gathered feedback for our solution.
The discovery. Forest fires are related to the global goal number 3, good health and well-being, which is related to the world health. Forest fires are massive fires
that burn down the forests. Research says that in 2020, about 10.3 million acres were burned. That's about 1/8 of Germany's land. It's just too much. Forest fires destroy the ecosystem, killing numerous common and rare species. That's how most of them get extinct. This totally messes up the food chain and destroys the animals' habitats. The smoke of the fire releases a lot of greenhouse gases such as carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, that is very harmful to our health. It is also the cause of climate change.
There are many examples of forest fires that are actually happening recently around the world. Some of the massive ones are the Amazon rainforest fire in Brazil, the Australian bushfires. There are also fires in the Northwest Territories in Canada and California, and the Siberian wildfires in Russia, and there are many more of them. The main two causes of forest fires are either made by humans or by natural factors. If it is humanly, it is because of campfires, cigarettes, illegal use of fire, and deforestation. If it is naturally, it is because of lightnings, volcanoes, or space debris, lack of water, and extreme temperatures.
Ideation. Firstly, we started with basic ideas and sketches. We later clarified that in a forest, we can install a type of system that will be able to prevent, detect, and deal with forest fires. This is one of our subsystems that we were able to create.
So this is the flame detector. This is the underground tank that collects rainwater, and from there is the pipeline that will get the water out. This is the normal LED, and this is the danger fire LED.
The system we just mentioned is called the DDS, short for Dragon Detection System. It is a functional subsystem that we have created with many functions such as flame detection, smoke detection, temperature detection, and humidity detection. If any irregularities are sensed, it will send a signal to the next subsystem called the
Wi-Fi towers. The Wi-Fi towers are situated in strategic locations within the forest. They are capable of sending signals to the main human tower, which can then alert people of a nearby fire. This system will ensure that people can evacuate safely and rapidly. Moving on to our rain collector system. It works by collecting rainwater, which is then stored in a large container. During the event of a fire, the system will immediately spray out the contained water from the pipes. Firefighters will also be able to utilize the stored water as they can easily attach their hoses onto the pipes. This will allow firefighters to have quick and easy access to a water source.
We assembled all of the subsystems in a 3D sketch in Onshape. There are two possible scenarios. Scenario 1, the DDS, the Dragon Detection System, senses irregularity. It sends this to the Wi-Fi tower, which relays it to the human towers. The humans can then evacuate any near villages and decide what to do. The most likely scenario is that they will send a signal to the Wi-Fi tower, which will then relay it to the rain collector, which will then spit out water and try to extinguish the fire. Scenario 2 is that the human tower, the humans in the human tower, detect a fire on the floor or see one. Then they will send a signal to the Wi-Fi tower and to the rain collector, which will then spit out water again.
In the evolution stage, we need to reflect on how this project is actually being effective. So we use this visual, which we call the tenets of success. First, we need to look at the feasibility of the project and how it can be implemented. We will also need to look at the viability of the project and how easy it is for it to be actually made. Lastly, we will also have to look at the desirability of the project and how important it is and how stakeholders and governments would like to implement it. This is where we find that true innovation will come into play. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. I'm curious, and this is a question that, if I may ask a question, that I like to pose on the GIFT event, recognizing that this is a stage with a global audience, from educators to peers and other young innovators. How can somebody, or what are you looking for collaborators or mentors, or what can somebody contribute to help you in the next phase of your work?
Well, we've had a lot of support already from Mr. JJ, as we can see, who is here in the meeting also, and from Mr. Besnick, who has supported us during this whole time, but also our school teachers, our ISHR school teachers, who motivate us to have open and creative minds, always. So
that's so important. That's so wonderful.
So where would you like to take it next then?
Well, we'd like to research more into our topic and collaborate with other members. Like, we already have a pretty good team here, but other students who are also very passionate about the forests like us, we would love to have them in our team.
Yes. And I think that's going to be fantastic, right? Because you have a huge audience here, as you saw today on the GIFT stage. So I think you most definitely will find students like-minded who are also equally inspired to do something to help the forest. So I think continue to work on your project, continue to find your network around the world. There are a lot of companies too that are watching this. Remember, you're partnered with PTC, and who knows where this might go. So keep the momentum, and well done. Very proud of all of you.
I'm very humbled to get to hear a bit of your creativity and innovation. I know, I assume, and I assume, thinking I'm correct, I have confidence in this assumption, that this is just one aspect of the change making that each of you is contributing to the world. So keep it up. Please keep moving. Please keep going. The world needs you, and really honored to have you here today. Thank you for sharing.
Just one last thing, just so you know that this is a true cross-collaboration team, because that was part of CRAFT. And we have a student from grade 5, Sarah, and then we have middle school and also high school. So we have all 3 divisions represented in the Stack Mustangs, and that makes me ever so proud.
It's so important. I think diversity is a key to innovation and a key to coming up with relevant solutions and new solutions. So an amazing example of this at work. And yeah, I mean, look, if our high schoolers are already thinking this creatively and innovatively, I have a lot of hope for the future. So keep going, please. And thanks for being part of GIFT.
It's actually a really huge honor to be in GIFT finally, to present our idea to you guys. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much. It wouldn't be worth it without you. So thank you. And without further ado, I am very excited to welcome our next presentation based out of Romania. We have, I believe, David and David, who are also known as the Revolutionary Kids. Is that right?
Yes, this is right. We are Revolutionary Kids.
Well, welcome, David. And David, thank you so much for being here. I'm going to hand over the virtual podium. And why don't you tell us about your recent innovation?
May I start?
Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We are Revolutionary Kids, and we will present you our new innovation device. So let my teammates to show you the share screen, and we will start.
Wait a minute.
Okay, let's start. Good afternoon, everyone. We are Revolutionary Kids that is composed by 5 members and 2 mentors. I am Dumitra Davidianuts. I'm the leader of the team Revolutionary Kids. I am 11 years old. I like playing video games, riding my bike, reading, learning, and watching movies and clips. The mic, David.
My name is David Andrei Kazaku. I love robots, OnShape, and Google Drive apps. I'm 7 and I went with my parents to many FTC events. I one of them to many. I meet Mr. Robot and I knew that robotics is for me. Now I pass the word to my dear colleague David.
Okay. Mihai Patravalescu. He is a member of the team. He's 10 years old and he likes programming and playing video games. Ștefan Micu. He's a member of the team. He's 10 years old. He likes chess, football, mathematics, and video games. Alexandru Mardare. He is a member of the team. He's 11 years old. He likes video games, math, and skiing. And the mentors of the team are Cristiana Kazaku and Natalia Rotaro. We have to answer UN Goal 3.9, reduce pollution. We are going to design a home-use garbage sorting device that will dehydrate the household waste. We are going to present this new innovative design at Craft 2021. Our system will have 3 compartments as follows. Compartment number 1 is for non-recyclable household waste. This is cut with lasers, and then a heating system ensures them burning until this becomes ash. This way, the household waste will no longer smell bad, and its volume will be reduced a lot. Compartment number 2 is for plastic waste. It includes a shredder that shreds the plastic waste, and then the debris reaches a compressor that presses them into a dense plastic tube. By shredding the plastic, the bottles and other PETs will not be able to retain water or air, so their volume will be reduced to a minimum. Compartment number 2 is for biodegradable waste. Example, fruits and vegetables. It has a shredder that grinds them. After passing the shredder, the residues end up in a centrifuge that dehydrates them, and the liquid is discharged through a hose into the water drain system. After that, the residues are dried with a system of controlled temperature increase in the compartment, being transformed to a fertilizer or compost. As this compartment has a drain and outside venting system, it will not generate any smells, and all the bio waste will be fast dried and available as clean, dry compost and or fertilizer. Please excuse the drawing quality, but these are created, designed, and imagined by us. We find our great idea, and we're really happy to see the smart selective garbage bin for home use. We'll present now in OnShape some 3D sketches that are made by us and a prototype printed. This is the exterior part of my bin. This is the exterior part of the bin, and the debris is stored in 3 compartments. In the red one is the household waste, in the blue one is the plastics, and in the green one is the biodegradables. In the right is a hose that transports the remaining water resulting from dehydration of biodegradable waste. This is the interior part of the bin, but is work in progress. And we made the smasher in the second compartment and the ventilation system in the third one. Another prototype that is work in progress, and it's made in 3 compartments opened by 3 caps, but the design is different. Being easier to make, we printed the prototype in 3D, and my teammate will show you. These are some drawers, and this is the form of the bin in 3D print. This is the draft journal of our team, in which we write the progress, including the promotional activities of the teamwork on social media, the paper sketches, and the ideas of what we create. The Facebook page will be at the end of the journal. Why is this product so important to people having their home? Because it reduces pollutions, helps nature, reduces the volume of wastes that are going to be in the dumpster, and the part being transformed into plant fertilizer, and the plastics will be recycled in smaller volume. Thank you very much for your attention, and have a very nice day.
My. Thank you very much for the inspiration and for making today better. I have to say, my jaw is on the ground because there was one contradiction I heard in your presentation. I'm going to call it out. You said, sorry for the quality of the sketches. And then all of a sudden I saw animated scaled drafts and prototypes. Please never apologize for the quality of the process. The process is unbelievable. And I'm curious to know, because I think that a misconception, one of the dangers is that people watching might think that what you did was easy because you make it look so easy. I'm curious to know, can you tell us an example of hitting a problem and how you overcame it?
Well, our team discussed about this problem. Someone thinked it, and then we made it somehow to pass it by making another sketches, combine it, and then we made the parts to be correctly and well made it.
Amazing work. And then I'm curious to know what's the next step now that you have such a functional prototype. What's the next step, whether it's feasible or even just something that you're dreaming about?
Well, we have to continue the interior part of the bin, and to make all the parts in the interior, and then we'll think it to color them, and we will see an animation of a garbage that is take it from a human, put it in that garbage, and then it's coming through all the parts.
Amazing, amazing. It was truly inspirational. I'm so happy to hear, because I've been kind of following your team for a couple of weeks now, and it's fantastic to see you. And also to see your work and how proud you are. Look at the beaming smiles. I mean, it's just amazing. You're enjoying this whole experience and the confidence with which you present. And remember, you're on the world stage here. It's many people will be watching this, and it's amazing what you've done and continue to do. And my question to you is, when do you dream up these ideas? Do these ideas come to you in your sleep?
No. So everything is started when David, the second David, think that of this box, garbage box? Well, I think something for to like see how much alcohol does the people have in their bodies. So, and our mentors said that this is not okay because it has to be like more specific and to have more things that are not really possible to make. So we think, how about we can make David's idea? So it all started when we made our first sketches with this thing, and it worked really well. And then continued with some Onshape courses, and then we started to make an Onshape some sketches, some 3D things, some 3D ideas of the bin.
That's
now,
awesome, and it's so wonderful to hear how you negotiated through and you actually resolved, the issue of trying to select and not have any ownership for your ideas. And I think that's an important step in ideation. And I just want you to know the tool that you use, Onshape from PTC, is a tool that's actually used by university students and beyond. This is a real engineering platform, and it's amazing. Students at your age are playing with it and doing all kinds of things with it. So imagine where you'd be in the next 10 years if you continue to do this. So the sky's the limit. Dare to dream. There are no bad ideas, right? As long as you can bring it to fruition, and as long as it has value and makes a difference, I think that's what really counts. And you're applying your thinking, and it will come in so many different ways and shapes. So, congratulations once again for a super presentation. Well done. Very proud of you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all the beautiful words that you said to us.
Keep it up. You're so skilled. And I have to say, for me, it's just so inspiring to see the word leader already next to your name, because it's mighty evident in this presentation that indeed you are a leader. And I can't wait to see where that leadership takes all of us as you invent and create and collaborate in the future. So bravo, and keep it up. And I saw something on YouTube, so I'm just going to bring that question back to you. An audience member who is wondering, what school of engineering are you currently studying at?
I want to, when I grow up, to go at architect. I want to become an architect. So now I am learning really well on the school math and all the shapes, all the bodies of the shapes, and the Onshape courses. It will really well for me. It make me a step forward, and it helped me so much. This Onshape courses.
I think you're well 50% past that point. So super. I'm going to say something in Romanian to you. So foarte bine, mulțumesc.
You're welcome. In Romania, cu plăcere.
Yes, cu plăcere.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being here. Really an honor to spend some time together. Well done.
Thank you.
And now we are moving on to our next presenter. Thank you, thank you. We have Paul in the house, I believe. Paul, can you hear me? And maybe make yourself visible. Hi, Paul. We're so happy to have you back. Thank you so much for coming today and for sharing some of your insights and wisdoms into promoting STEM careers to girls. I'm really, really curious to hear about your work. And without further ado, going to hand the virtual podium over to you.
Okay, in that case, I'm quickly going to share my screen, hopefully. And where are we? This is the one I want. And let me just start that slideshow. Okay, so basically what this is about is why I feel the future of technology is female. And a lot of people, a lot of girls don't actually see careers for themselves in technology. And I believe that a big problem is they don't actually get the opportunity to see just what you can do. So the scope of the research I have here is basically I've got 20 plus years in education. I've developed a number of multiple award-winning technology projects. I've worked with educational institutions in 17 countries on 5 continents, and I've interacted with somewhere more than 500 schools and colleges. Now, in 1998, I was working with a technology club in New York State at the school district I worked for there. And I ended up with the students who didn't want to do athletics, they didn't want to be in band, they didn't want drama clubs, they didn't really have a home. And they kind of wandered into my office as technology coordinator and started to do things with technology and started to see what they could do to help. And they did everything from changing printer cartridges to helping teachers install software and all that kind of thing. And there was usually around 20 to 30 students, and typically of those, in a given year, 1 or 2 were female. So basically 5 to 10% of the students that came in were female, which was a tad disappointing. Now, I'm not quite sure what's happened to the top of this slide, but it seems to have stolen something from one of your emails. So 2012, I was back in the UK and I started doing festivals. The whole idea of a festival is we go into a school, take a whole bunch of kit and demonstrate devices and technologies to different schools and classes. And in that setup, we had Pixel, which was a smartphone-based AI constructed robot. In other words, it was a piece of AI that sat on a smartphone and it allowed you to basically ask it questions, make it smile, make it happy, sad. Depending upon what you did to it, you could poke the screen, you could poke it in the eye and it would say ouch, and you could build programs around it. There was Edison, which is a tiny little robot about the size of a pack of playing cards that has sound and light capability, and it can roll around and 2 wheels and do stuff. There was from Easy Robot JD, which is a bipedal humanoid robot, which I think we've seen before on here, had a built-in camera and it's capable of machine vision and AI and stuff like that. And we had a task that involved a robotic arm with a precision delivery. Basically, he had to pick up something which was labeled as hazardous waste, pick it up, move it around and drop it into a safe container. And then we had assorted other tracked and wheeled bots. Now, we had a bunch of observations from these festivals. The male students were predominantly interested in driving the robots. The female students were usually the fastest at the robotic arm task. The male students, and this isn't meant as anything bad for Jacob and Jake, they would just jump into the tasks and do the best and sort of learn as they went along. The female students as groups would read the brief, discuss the task that they had to do, and then set about making a plan, and would generally complete these tasks faster than the male students, even though they actually started touching stuff several minutes after the male students would. So some anecdotal things from these festivals. I was doing an event at Wolverhampton Grammar School in England. And this group of girls had asked if they could experiment with the Edison robot during the lunch break. And I always used to stay with the equipment so I could charge things and repair anything that needed repairing as we went along. What these girls decided to do, they read in the instructions that you could play music with this robot. They could play musical notes. And one of the girls' mothers birthday was that particular day. So they programmed it to play Happy Birthday, do a little dance while it was singing Happy Birthday or playing Happy Birthday, and a little light show. Little lights went on and off. And then they filmed it on one of their phones and sent it to the parent as a gift. Another time we had the Easy Robot JD, which can use Microsoft Azure services for being able to do machine vision. So it can do cognitive recognition, it can do all things like that. So it'll do facial recognition, it can have a guess how old you are, it can look at you and decide percentage wise, as all AIs do, whether you're happy, sad, whatever. And normally these events would finish at 3:30, but I would hang around if there were students that wanted to do more stuff. And a group of girls stayed with their teacher after the event. I eventually got to pack up almost 6 o'clock. The students had gone around grabbing, I think, every teacher that was available, every custodian, anybody they could think of, bringing them in front of this robot, making it guess whether they were happy or sad and how old they were. And they were absolutely made up by the fact that the worst it got was 1.5 years out on somebody who was 50. It was really, really accurate. And in between having the robot guess the ages of people, you had this group of girls who were sitting, and there's a Yorkshire term called gurning, which is pulling faces. And they would sit there pulling faces in a row in front of this robot and have the robot try and decide whether they were trying to be happy or sad or how they were feeling, angry or whatever. And another group of girls at a different school had used the same robot with a little bit more elaborate programming to actually detect how people were feeling and then play from a selection of music, a piece of music that they felt reflected that emotion. So the girls were really good at that kind of thing. So my conclusions from this were that it would appear that girls are far more interested in activities that include not only interactivity, but also the use of emotional content, whether this is something that that they can use this emotional capability within an application to trigger sounds or lightscapes or anything like that. But where a device has some level of emotional feedback that they can relate to on an empathy basis, they love those kind of things. And once they're exposed to it, it really is hard to get them off it. They really do take it to the next level, and you can see the way their brains work starting to add, well, if I can do this, if it knows I'm happy, what can I make it do from there? So realistically, what we need to do from my perspective would be taking those currently available AI technologies. And I think in the last presentation I did for GIFT, I showed a low-cost way of being able to harness the whole AI and cognitive reasoning pieces to harvest that and build that into projects that we would expect students to be able to work with in schools. Now, so finally, what I've got is AI is becoming easier to access. There's services like Azure Cognitive Services and AWS, the Amazon services have the same kind of thing, as does Google. And there are products coming out from companies like Quix that make it ever simpler to integrate those services within the code that's being created. So rather than just write a simple program, you can write a simple program that interacts with the user on an emotional or a personal level. And those kind of things will expand the way that our students start to write code and write programs. But it's going to be female students that will lead the way from their combination of intelligence, patience, and empathy. They're not just going to jump in and start hacking something together. They're going to think about it, and they're going to think about how it relates to themselves and to the people that use it. And that's why I believe that the future of technology, particularly with AI-based technology, is going to be powered by females and the current female students. And I've put my email address on there so that if anybody needs any information on those projects or wants to actually, I can do things with teams where I can put stuff online and let people come and have a play and see what they think. My info's there. And on that note, I'm going to stop sharing and hopefully go back to the screen. Am I back on the screen?
You are indeed. Thank you.
And that was basically it. I mean, I've spent the last part of 20 odd years working with girls in technology, from 1 or 2 in 30 to now I do stuff where I've been into schools and I work with whole classes of female students. And you really do see that difference.
And it's so important to ensure that we, I think, are engaging these young women earlier so that they don't self-select out, recognizing the importance of their participation. So thank you for the great evidence and insights into the future of STEM. Yeah, really inspiring. Dr.
You're welcome.
Dr. Johnson.
Paul, I'm most definitely going to be in touch with you, because I think this is absolutely necessary. And I never even thought about it like that, in terms of trying to align the technology to really resonate with girls. And this is one of our biggest challenges. And yeah, it looks awesome. I love it.
Well, we use this guy quite a lot. And to female students, it looks cute. But once you realize the camera's in the top and they start interacting with it, you get this whole bunch of grinning people sat round it, pulling faces, and it's telling them, oh, you're happy, you're sad, you're angry, you're whatever. And it really does pull them into it, because once they figured out that they can do that, then they go, well, okay, so now I know this thing can make it do that. How can I use that and do something useful with it? I mean, we have I have a project that I do using this tiny little controller board here and a camera that allows it to read a children's book. Children's books are really simple. You have maybe one sentence of text and you have a picture on each page. So you can set it up so that the camera can actually look at the page, can describe the picture to you, and can read the text. And things like that came from my daughter, who's 10, who looked at that and said, well, if it can read the front of that book that you've got, can it read one of my baby books when I was 3 or 4 years old? And I said, oh, I'm sure it's possible. We'll just have a look and see. And there we went, sat there, the two of us, a 10-year-old and a 60-year-old, and we came up with this thing that could read a book.
Wow. Very awesome.
Thank you.
And on the subject of the future of education and the importance of new pedagogical practices, etc., really excited to hear some wisdom and insight from some leaders from Spain. So again, thank you, Paul, for being here and for sharing your wisdom, and really honored to hand over the virtual platform to you. And we'll leave it to you to introduce yourselves, if that's okay. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon from Spain. Thank you very much for your interest in our intervention and for giving us the opportunity to participate in this event so relevant worldwide. We are very happy to be able to participate in the Global Innovation Field Trip My name is Mayra Urrea Solano, professor at the University of Alicante. I am fortunate to be accompanied by 3 students of the 4th year of teaching at this university, Rosabel, Jessica, and Paola. And we came to talk to you about the education that future teachers believe is necessary to achieve a more sustainable world. Alicante, the city where we live, is in Spain, on the shores of the Mediterranean Sea. In this privileged environment is located the University of Alicante, a modern, innovative, and committed to sustainability institution of higher education. In this context and concern about the need to achieve a more sustainable world, we believe that education must have a decisive impact on 3 fundamental areas: society, culture, and the environment. With this in mind, Jessica, Rosabel, and Paola, future primary school teachers who are about to finish their degree, are going to explain to you what education in these 3 areas should be like in order to achieve a more sustainable world in the future. Jessica, when you want, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Maura. Now we are presenting our infographic. So, the first part that we introduce as a crucial element of sustainable education is society. In order to act in favor of the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, we propose didactic activities that aim to increase the students' awareness of current social problems such as gender inequalities, hunger and poverty in the world, or precarious jobs. Some of the most efficient activities to achieve these goals are reading books related to these issues, breaking with the stereotypes of old tales, or creating posters on making theater performances against the social inequalities that are facing us today. At the same time, it can be very efficient to reflect on the profound messages of short films or thought-provoking images that can create a debate among students, as well as to organize some dynamics to promote the students' empathy, such as the Marble strategy. Additionally, to reduce the obesity and to promote the responsible consumption and production, the school or university canteen should make special offers on healthy products. Moreover, in the classroom context, we can work on how to make healthy recipes with the students and organize a solidarity market of healthy products where families can participate. Finally, the money raised from the market can be donated to associations that seek to end the hunger and poverty in the world. And now my colleague Rosabel is going to address the environment section, the culture section, sorry, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Jessica. The second main idea we present as a fundamental part of a sustainable education is culture. From our role as teachers, it is important to form children in respect for diversity, especially respect for cultural diversity. Culture is an enormous concept. However, we could find 4 main points in which we could base our teaching. The first point we have that you can see in our infography is religion. This is one of the most fundamental points of cultural identity. Furthermore, we have to make sure that more than one religion is treated in our classes. For instance, here in Spain, the most extended religion is Catholic religion. But we don't have to be only focused in this religion. We have to introduce elements of other religions, such as the Muslim religion or the Jewish one. Language is another of the basis of cultural identity. So it is essential to use and promote not only the most used language of the country, for instance here the Spanish language, but also native and international languages such as Catalan, Galician, or Basque language. This use could be achieved by several activities such as songs, role plays, dialogues, vocabulary games, etc. Now, moving into the next step, traditions are totally fundamental to respect cultural diversity. The basis of this respect is in knowing and understanding other traditions of cultural identities. A good example could be talking about and debating about concrete traditions when an important festivity of a concrete cultures occur. I'll not only be focused, as I said before, in Catholic religion with Christmas and Easter. We can only be focused on festivities from Jewish religion or Muslim religion, depending on the children we have in our class. And finally, we can't forget the importance of knowing at least a little bit of history. In this case, the clue is using dynamic and motivating methods to teach history. This way, children's learning will be so significant and their awareness of cultural identity and, at the same time, their respect for cultural diversity will be so increased. Now, my mate Paola, we will continue with the environment.
Okay, we will work in a transversal way on environmental education, both in language classes or science classes. The goal is to achieve a higher level of environmental awareness and bear in mind which are the main causes of pollution. A good way is through ecological orchard. This resource allows educating in values and developing competencies. For instance, to support cooperative work, a healthy and balanced diet, as my friend Jessica said, consciousness raising about the environment, encouragement of family involvement. Another idea is through trips to the natural environment. With this, we will be able to take care of environment without polluting it and keeping it clean. In addition, we can do cleaning and waste collection excursions in the natural environment, such as beaches, mountains, natural parks. Okay, a way to introduce students to recycling is by means of simple actions. A good example is changing plastic bottles for canteens. Another wonderful example is introducing plastic bin, paper bin, and waste bin in the classes of the schools. And finally, to introduce sustainable transport in the school, we could make trips to a traffic playground in which we may work the road safety education. And now Marita continues.
Thank you, Paola. I need to share my screen.
Yes, sorry.
Thank you, Rosabel.
Now.
Okay. With this conviction, we also ask second-year teaching students what education should be like to achieve a more sustainable world. As you can see on the screen, and according to their voices, the vast majority of them affirm that it should be an education that focuses above all on the transformation of society, in which equal opportunities are guaranteed and quality education is offered to all students. On the other hand, although less frequently, they also believe that it should be an education that promotes the protection and care of the environment, as well as the values of respect and tolerance. In addition, we wanted to know what they believe are the sustainable development goals that need to be worked on the most to achieve a more sustainable world. They held a clear and strong opinion because, in their view, the most important sustainable development goal to achieve sustainability in the future was quality education, number 4, reduce inequalities, number 10, gender equality, number 5, and climate action, number 13. We also share their vision as we understand that the achievement of a more sustainable world in the future is based above all on the transformative power of education, and within this, in the teachers who become the dynamizing agent of such change. However, as they affirm, for this to be possible, they must have quality training that allows them to promote responsibility, critical awareness, and solidarity in their students. This is the end of our brief intervention. Thank you very much for your attention, for your interest. And if you have any question, this is the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This was wonderful. I have just a couple questions. First of all, it was an awesome presentation and you had great information and great data to pass on. My question is, what surprised you most when you sat down and you looked at the information you had collected? Was there a surprise in there anywhere that you didn't expect?
Yes, I will answer the question. Well, I think that the main surprise is that we have been talking about important issues that now are like in the front line of education world. But I think, for instance, in my section, cultural awareness, that are ideas that should be bear in mind years before and even the last century. But now at 2021, we are talking about them and we are promoting them to finally have them in our classes in a realistic way. So for me, this is the main surprise, that we are working hard to achieve this. And I hope that we will be achieving this in some years.
I believe that you will.
Thank you.
Dr. Johnson, I saw you jumped back on. Do you have a question?
Yes, I do. I think it was an awesome presentation. I think a very thoughtful framework that you have most definitely put together. It definitely is very impactful, without a doubt. But my question then is, what might this look like in terms of the ground reality, to bring this into a school? And it really is a radical shift from how we know school is today, right? So what might the reaction be from your constituents, the students, the parents, when you implement it, and what might that look like in terms of the delivery model, and then the acceptance perhaps beyond at the university level?
So I think that nowadays, at least in Spain, we are struggling to introduce these objectives, but little by little, we are doing some progressions and trying to, like in these three sections, environment, culture, and society. For example, in one school that I was like doing my practice internship, we were so conscious with the culture. We didn't celebrate the religious one. We are celebrating all of them that were in the class, at least at the classroom contest. So I think that little by little we're achieving those goals. And the university, yes, I think that in the university it's more like reflection about this. It's not like introducing activities, but it's more in the context of reflection and how to introduce this in the school context and environment.
And how do you plan to assess your success? What is your success criteria?
Well, I think that as Myra has just said, with surveys, we know that are like the most important issues nowadays and the most important worries for the society. And we think that promoting these values and these actions are so important. So I think that this is the way. And yes, talking about that, having in mind all of these objectives, because I don't think that in the university, like I didn't know about ODS so much before this presentation. I think that we should encourage that and promote that in terms of education and universities.
Excellent. Very proud of you. Keep up the great work.
It seems that Dr. Johnson's questions are much tougher than mine. We should have muted him and just answered all my questions instead. Thank you, Dr. Johnson, for jumping in and helping. I do want to mention to you that we host a global innovation field trip every quarter. The next one is going to be July 10th and 11th, and then we'll have one also in October and January, and we'll just keep going. So at any point that you feel you want to come back and update us and talk to us about the progress, or maybe when you have time to actually implement this and get some results back, we would love for you to come back and share with us again. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank
Well
you.
done. Congratulations.
very
And
much.
consider writing a book too to share with the rest of the world, please.
Yeah.
We are on it. We are
Thank
on it.
you.
He's got such tough requests, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I'm going to be the first person to buy the book. So
Okay. Bestseller book.
yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Lisa, we'll wait just a second for everything to clear, but if you want to go ahead and turn your camera on. I'm going to move some folks, so give me just a second. Thank you for your patience. I'm almost finished. All right, madam. It's wonderful for you to join us today. Thanks so much. If we could have you introduce yourself, let us know where you're from, talk about your organization, and move right into your presentation.
I would love to do that. I want to thank you for having me. This is an honor and a privilege to see how everybody, including the last presentation, these young people are being so innovative and entering our global world of the 21st century with such amazing energy and ideas and hope and promise and hopefully some action. I'll probably be the second one to buy the book. So thank you for making me a part of this wonderful opportunity. I did create a PowerPoint slide to help guide me through my presentation. So if I may, I'm going to share my screen. Okay, just Julie, can you let me know if you're seeing a PowerPoint that has eCubes in front of it?
I am.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I'm going to leave it in this mode as opposed to present mode because I enjoy being able to have myself visible as I'm speaking and seeing someone else I'm speaking with. So under the informal situation that we're in, I just want to make everyone feel comfortable as well as myself. So my name is Lisa Brent, and I am the founder and educator of eCubed. eCubed is an elementary entrepreneur education program that came as a result of our COVID unprecedented times, if you will. And I have my email contact on top, and I'll be showing it throughout the slides so that you can have an opportunity to ask me questions after this presentation. Contact me to share your interests, your ideas, your feedback. All of that is welcome. I've been a teacher in the classroom for over 13 years. And as I go through my presentation and I introduce myself a little bit, it'll be easier for me to expand on how everything took place. But I'm hoping that the excitement and innovation that this project has brought me as a result of what I don't consider coincidences is going to be a model and example that I get to share with other young children, and that they can make value for themselves and as well as for others. So let me take you through the presentation. What we do. eCubed teaches entrepreneurship to kids at an early age, where they can gain the skills, support, and practice to be out-of-the-box thinkers, empowered for the global 21st century. So what happened was, I was in the classroom with 4th and 5th graders for the last 5 years in a highly entrepreneurial, experimental, leadership, STEAM-oriented position. where we were doing pitch competitions and hands-on activities and interdisciplinary activities and involving the community. And that's where I found my passion in the teaching world. And when it came time to pivot my career and to work from home, I realized that that's where I shine. That's where I find my zone, and I smile and I get excited and I become one of the kids. So I realized that that was where I wanted to be, and that that was going to be my place of purpose, because I have that energy and enthusiasm to share that with them. What I also realized was that how many people were surprised at the fact that these young children are capable of so much of this innovative, entrepreneurial type of mentality and thinking to bring all of us where we need to be in an innovative space for our global 21st century, with all of those wonderful skills that are now so valuable, whether it's collaboration, soft skills, design thinking, understanding how the world of finance works, so that when they get older, they feel empowered and educated. And it just resonated with me that I was where I needed to be. So with EQ, my goal is offering an alternative, innovative, affordable, accessible entrepreneurial education program, starting at a young age. At this point in time, I am involved, and you will find out about my partners and so on as the presentation continues, but I am involved with a nonprofit organization, or more than one. One of them is Youth Entrepreneurs, which is from the Koch Foundation, as well as the Vela Education Fund Meet the Moment grant. And with that, I am servicing 4th and 5th graders in a live online program using the curriculum that's been around for 30 years nationally from Youth Entrepreneurs, and customizing it and making it for 4th and 5th grade accessibility. My goal is to grow and improve the world and help children and our current situation. And I'm hoping in the next short while to be able to also reach younger kids. So my next goal is to then, of course, at their age level and capabilities, which if you've done any research worldwide, and I'm sure on this global platform, many of them already know that this can be introduced as young as kindergarten and 1st grade, and start empowering them from such a young age. So I have added here, of course, what I just said was, it's amazing how creative and capable young children are when they are given the environment and opportunities. So when they're given the chance to be out of a traditional school environment and given a space where they feel confident, supported, embraced, set up for success, the things that happen, they are just, they reach for the stars. It's the definition of dream big. And as I continue, you'll learn a little bit about me. So passion led us here, and I'm hoping it will continue, including me. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to model and teach through my own experiences of this E-Cubed entrepreneurial process, where I've been instilling teaching to my young students for years in the classroom. As an innovator, enthusiastic, and expert elementary edupreneur, I followed my passion. In other words, I respected that I was taking a risk and I'd learned from mistakes. And I followed my passion and drive to make my dream a reality by customizing an online entrepreneurial education program for elementary students to empower them to follow their passion. And there are many programs that exist in entrepreneurship, STEM, STEAM, innovation, and what have you, including the entrepreneur element geared towards middle school and high schoolers. What I would like to do is start to spread the innovative idea of starting to implement that at a very young age, where kids can use the design process and use user feedback and empathy towards who they're working with or helping, and really understand that process and learn from my process, because I'm in the process of iterating and making changes and adapting and listening to my users and to what other professionals are sharing with me to create the best situation for value for myself and for others. And that's really the definition of principled entrepreneurship. It's the, in my opinion, it's the vehicle that takes all of that wonderful, innovative, technical information that these wonderful children are learning at all levels, lower, higher, middle, and will bring it out into the marketplace so that they can share it with the world. So just a few more things to share with you. eCubed is a virtual, innovative, elementary, principled entrepreneur education micro school program for students between the ages of 8 and 11 in 4th and 5th grade. I utilize the already amazing created Youth Entrepreneurs curriculum, and I modify and align it for teaching my 4th and 5th grade learners. I implemented as a professional elementary educator with years of elementary teaching experience and with several years of proven successful results in entrepreneurship education at the elementary school level. And that's what I find I get a lot of people asking me about, parents, other colleagues. Can this be done with children that young? Can they be successful? We are in a generation where most of these children are being born into a digital world. And if I tell you they can do a much better job at a young age than I can, and that is where our innovative power for a future will come, because they want a sustainable future. They want to think about equity and accessibility and the climate. And if you start them with that same mentality where they can be creative and have fun and learn and follow things that interest them, all of the other things come with it, because they realize they need to learn those things to create what they have a vision and passion for. Okay, so eCubed Elementary Entrepreneur Education is based on innovation and values such as growth mindset, social emotional learning, creativity, collaborative problem solving, financial literacy, design thinking, and student-centered experiential learning. The students will have fun, learn from mistakes, and have the confidence and ability to adapt no matter what changes the world may present them. So these children have been faced with a very large change in their life as us teachers, parents, adults, and to be able to instill in them that they can pivot, that they can iterate, that they can redesign, that they can fail, that they can make mistakes and still learn and grow is, I think, a very powerful tool to start teaching them when they're at their youth, at their most creative part of their life, open to learning. Now, Youth Entrepreneurs, which will now be rebranded as Empowered, has been my nonprofit partner since the fall on a VELA Education Fund grant. They are my grantors, known as Meet the Moment, and it was made available in the fall, and I am one of maybe 450 grantees across the country who are creating alternative, innovative education opportunities to meet the needs of kids and families and communities in this new unprecedented time and space. It is due to youth entrepreneurs and their support, they've become a second family to me, and to the VELA Education Fund, that I've been able to open my program, and it continues to make my program possible. They had me and encouraged me to share that anyone who is interested in creating innovative education can learn more about the VELA Fund at the following website. So I will pause in case anyone wants to write that down, as well as you can easily Google it and find it quite simply. They're going to have future grant opportunities, and they will be announced as they become available on their website. So I hope that many other people benefit from what I'm sharing and end up using their talents and passion to create other things through these organizations. So my nonprofit partner in the Meet the Moment grant that I received from the VELA Education Fund is Youth Entrepreneurs. And I wanted to take a moment to just share how they're my second family, and I get emotional when I think about it, but they have embraced everything I've wanted to do and allowed me to be the entrepreneur that I am today. They themselves were founded 30 years ago in 1991 by the very well-known Liz and Charles Koch. They have a national acclaimed curriculum that they've been using for 30 years that has been innovative and changing over time as our needs have changed. And they are expanding to currently offer an even larger supportive community that reaches to support teachers, children, and the communities where within these children and teachers live, for innovative teaching that sets students on a path that leads them to discover their innate talents and passions so they can create value for themselves and others. And that is their main statement or mission, in my opinion, and I think it's their opinion. And that is what drew me to partner with them and get so involved with them when I was searching for my path. They have several websites in terms of free curriculum in entrepreneurship for middle school and high schoolers. And their home-based website is right here for you, but they are known as Youth Entrepreneurs. And if you start there, it will direct you to all of the awesome abilities to join the community, to learn from others, and opportunities like I have been fortunate to have been given.
Lisa, I'm sorry to interrupt. We're running over a bit, so if you
I'm going to sum it up.
I've got a quick question for you for when you're done. So if you could, sum it up, that'd be great.
Yeah, they're rebranding themselves into a new website and a new platform called Empowered, which is very appropriate. And we are at the end, actually. I just wanted to remind everybody that we must keep our young people's minds engaged and growing through our times. I've listed my email again in case anyone would like to reach out for me. I will be offering summer camps and fall registration. Just contact me. And that is going to be through a virtual live platform through the customized and aligned curriculum of Youth Entrepreneurs. And just as a cute end, I decided to thank you all for your time and attention. It was an honor to be a part of this amazing event. If you have any further questions or would like to provide feedback, please do not hesitate to email me. And thank you again for the awesome opportunity. And I am Lisa Brent, and proudly now to say, the founder and educator of eCubed Elementary Entrepreneur Education.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I know how that feels to say that. Well, I had a question, but you answered it with, I was going to ask you about timing. Looks like you're going to have some summer stuff and some fall. So you're already getting ready to implement. And you and I can have a later discussion then about getting that up on the Innovation World site so people can find it more easily as well. So we will reconnect in the next week or so, and we'll get that listed. So I'm sorry for not having any more time for questions. We're over by about 5 minutes, and we've got to let Nurbai go on next. He's our closer for the show, I think.
Dr.
Today.
Johnson, I admire your questions from the last and input from the last presentation. So should you want to discuss anything with me, I would love to hear from you, and we can create our own discussion via Zoom.
Absolutely. I was going to say that, but I didn't want to take any time, but I'll be in touch, Lisa. Super job. Congratulations and best wishes to you.
Thank you so much, Lisa.
Thank you.
Hey, and come
this
back in July and
organization.
tell us how it's going.
I'm sorry?
We're back July 10th and 11th. Come back and share with us again.
Absolutely. And I think I need to take a longer time slot.
That's fine. Thank you much.
It was a pleasure.
Hi, nearby. Hold on just a second, okay? Give me a minute. Just a minute. Hi, Sai.
Oh, hi, Julie. How are you?
I am doing well, thank you. Give me just a minute.
Yeah. No, just give Julie a minute.
Okay, so as usual, actually, I think you're a pro at this. Has he been here, Sai, every single Global Innovation Field Trip since last May?
Yep. Yes.
Yep. So it's been a year for you and a year for us. That's fabulous that we can share this anniversary together nearby.
Oh.
You were 5 or 6 when you first came to us. Are you 6 or 7 now?
When we first came on January, I was 5.5. Now I'm 6.
Ah, okay. So you were 5 when you came to us the first time. Okay. I am going to turn it over to you and you're going to introduce yourself, tell us how old you are, where you go to school, and then start your presentation, sir.
Okay.
So, your name, your age, and your school.
My name is Nirbai Arun, and my school is Children's Garden. And I'm in Richland, Washington State, and it's April 2021. Smart humidifier, a solution to low relative humidity. Why is my model important? Low humidity is a problem in dry zones, so humidifiers are needed. There are several problems with humidifiers. Scientific data shows fungal and bacterial contamination occurs if humidifiers are not cleaned properly. Cleaning with chemical disinfectants cause fatal lung disease. My motto is solution for these problems because of simple design as cooker is used as humidifier. Easy to clean, automatic, Wi-Fi enabled. Server can be placed nearby you and humidity can be regulated. Stepwise process in smart humidifier. First, design. How it works. Low humidity alert system. If humidity is less than 40%, make a buzzing sound. Second, design. Cooker humidifier attached to relay. Relay attached to Arduino board. Arduino board attached to humidity. How it works. If humidity is less than 50%, relay is activated and humidifier turns on, otherwise turns off. Third, design on smart humidifier. So here there's a client and a server. So here the client, there's a cooker humidifier, a relay cooker humidifier attached to relay attached to Arduino board, and the cooker is 110 volt. Server, this is the server. So server is one humidity sensor and another Arduino board is attached, and those two Arduino boards talk with Wi-Fi
How it works. Client requests humidity data from server and server responds. If humidity is more than 50, humidifier turns on, else turns off. My model smart humidifier. Here's my model of smart humidifier with Wi-Fi feature. Testing and problem solving. Humidity sensor was not working. Pin connection was corrected. Wi-Fi did not work. Router was power cycled. Wi-Fi connection was lost. Router settings and code was changed. Model testing. Collected data every 15 minutes from laptop. Humidity increased to 50%. Data collected in other rooms show low humidity. Programming. AutoBlock was used for first design. AutoBlock does not have Wi-Fi code blocks. Parents converted AutoBlock to C++ and added Wi-Fi code. Contributions. My contributions are wiring, block programming, data collection, monitoring, support from my parents, safety, C++ coding, some help in presentation. Here are some references. Thank you.
Truly genius. What else can I say? Brilliant.
Yes.
Brilliant.
I have a whole list of questions. And you may have answered some of these along the way and I just missed it because I start thinking about what you're saying and I forget to keep listening as you keep going. So you know, I understand that about the dirty humidifiers and the problems with that. And in fact, some of the ones that we've used over time, they look, I mean, you could tell that there's issues with them because they get icky stuff in it. So in addition to solving the problem of helping those humidifiers not get that way, have you come across any really good ways to clean them?
What's the way you clean them?
Or could you invent that next?
Oh,
So how do you clean this humidifier?
oh, this humidifier is just a level, okay? So just put some vinegar and soda and just wash it in water. That's it.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And I want to know where you learned all of this. If I ask my 7-year-old where he's learning things, it's always on YouTube. Where are you learning all of this? Are you Googling things? Do you ask your parents questions? Are you going to a library? How are you filling your head with this?
Oh, oftenly, every night, I connect this cooker to the 110 volt and the with a fan and keep a fan near it, but it's broken down now. That fan, I have one fan and another fan is broken down. That another fan, we used it, and every night to fill up it, we use water, then dump it out. Then sometimes we also clean the humidifier. And my dad just told me that you can just put it with soda and vinegar.
Okay. So, but where do you learn all the things that you have to learn to make these work?
From my dad.
from your dad?
Yeah.
Good. That's really, you know what else? Something I noticed that you do really, really well is the fact that at your end of your presentation, you were citing the contributions of other people. I think that's really, really important that you're able to do that and that you share that other people help, because really no inventor is in this alone, right? They always have people helping them. And it's nice that you share that your mom and dad help you.
I love to be like a team.
You are a good team. What are you going to do next? See, last time, no, maybe it wasn't last time, it might have been in May, I saw a scooter broom. Is that what it's called? Scooter broom? That was pretty cool.
Brush.
Yeah, scooter brush. And so I'm not sure what you did the time after that, but what are you going to do next time?
Oh.
You only have like 90 days to think of it.
No, not 90. I just can say it in 1 second. I can do something like first, like one in my. We will do other models like one an Arduino board, some like if like the door latch in our house, the door latch when we go outside. There will be a big sound that will be in the sensor kit. There will be a big sound. So it has one signal, one negative and one positive attached to an Arduino board, and we can do Tinkercad coding, and we can replace the door latch in our porch. Then put our Tinkercad door latch, 3D printed door latch onto the door and put the big sound on it. And if you go outside and came back and you forgot to lock the door, the big sound will out beep. Then
I
stop.
love it.
Then you close the door.
So nearby, do you do anything with drones?
Drones? I have an idea with drones, but
I have an idea, but I can't find anybody to make it for me.
Yeah,
if I give you an idea, will you think about it?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have 3 dogs. Each dog poops 2 times a day. So do you know how many dog poops are in my yard every day? At least 6, right? And I don't go out every day and clean it up, I admit. So that's an issue. I want a drone that I can schedule to go around the backyard, find the poop, pick it up with its little scoop and go dump it wherever it is I've decided to dump it. I want a poop drone. Can you think about that for me?
Yeah.
Do you have a dog?
No.
Oh, you might have to test it on somebody else's yard then.
I have not seen a dog poop. Guess what? I have seen a dog pee near our side yard.
I'm not worried about that part of it, just the poo. All right, will you give that some thought?
Yeah. So my drone idea is that there will be a monitor right here and some pipes around that monitor. So that monitor will check if there's dog poop. If it's dog poop, he'll go near the dog poop, then suck it with the pipe.
Well, maybe. I kind of like the idea of this drone picking it up, because I can also have the drone put it somewhere like in my neighbor's yard or my neighbor's yard. No, I wouldn't do that. No, I wouldn't do that. Okay, well, you think about it. You seem to be an idea man for sure. And you can take things and you can solve them really quickly. So that's a really good skill that not a lot of people have. You can think on your feet. So you keep thinking about that one. And if you come up with some great idea with that, I will let you take it away. Okay?
Okay.
And you come back again. You have to come back, because it wouldn't be gift without Nirbai. And you have a wonderful day. Did anybody else have a question for Nirbai before he goes?
Yeah, I just wanted to know, how many inventions do you have to your name, Nirbai?
I have there's 3 inventions. One of the and 3 of these humidity sensors and thousands and thousands of sketches.
Wow.
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 Do you want to share your sketch with them?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me pull it up.
Yeah, there's a graph right here. And there's a graph.
Some graphs?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Lots of
These
sketches.
are inventive drawings.
Yeah, these are in the automatic trucks. Automatic.
Automatic what?
Automatic trucks. They're automatic.
Very cool.
Cool. Very awesome.
They're automatic, very automatic, autonomous, actually.
Nirbai, I'm glad that we saved you for last, because I don't think anybody could have followed your presentation.
Yeah. I'd like to make one recommendation, if I might, Nirbai. I think you should also consider a career in acting, and perhaps maybe someday you can have your own channel on YouTube or on TV to take students through how you think and how you design and how you put things together. I think everybody will definitely benefit from the way you think. So I'm going to look forward to them. So let me know when you do so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here today.
And thank you all for encouraging me to the next level.
You're welcome.
Okay.
And if there is any recommendations from the panelists in terms of any mentorship or any organizations that we can let Nirbai join, that would be great. That's something we're always looking for.
Okay. Well, keep an eye on the Innovation World website. I know you're there a lot, Sai. So anything new we find, we put up there too, okay?
Sure. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You guys have a great day.
You too. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. Bye, Nirbai.
Bye. See you.
Hey guys, thank you. I'm going to take leave now, but
Oh, no,
thank
you
for.
can't
No?
leave now. You've stuck
No.
this out too far. You have to close the show with us.
Oh, is this the end of the show then?
This is,
Okay.
It will be. It will
Okay.
be in a few
I'll stay.
minutes. It's a very casual ending. We try to end fast so I don't cry, because I do that a lot.
I just want to say, Dr. Johnson, you were incredibly helpful. He was on with me at the weird hours of the morning, okay? And it was great.
I told him we were going to sign him up to be a host next time, because he does such a good job, and he shows up at just the right times. I mean, some of these presentations are so smart that I have no clue what to ask, because I'm smart in my own way, but I am not that smart. And so having you to jump in, or when Dr. Flynn was on, or anybody that's way smarter than me, they could go, oh yeah, I've got 10 questions. So that was perfect. I really, really appreciate the help. And
but equally, I think for me, it's been so inspirational. I'm coming away feeling re-energized. And, when I went to eat some breakfast after, Hydro C presented, it's just such a good feeling to know that, you guys have created such an incredible platform. And I hope that this will continue to grow. In some way, you catalog some of these presentations as inspirational stories. Because, the kids at our schools need to see this. Every single one that I attended, there was some gem there to take away. And think about it, a collection, these are real stories. These are people who are just out there putting themselves out, being vulnerable to the whole world, right? And it takes a lot of courage. It has to be, said that it's something that we don't do too often in our schools. We have a very sheltered environment where we are. And I've seen this over the years, and I think this is a fantastic testament to what is possible if we just allow the kids to come out and just be bold and be creative and no boundaries. They look at them. Look at Nearby. He's just blown me away. Awesome.
Well, you have to come back and be here for his presentation next gift too. So, you bring up a good point about cataloging these stories, and they are there. We actually have them on our website on the globalinnovationfieldtrip.org site. People can go on and look at all of the past videos from all of the past presentations. And I know that's not what you mean in whole, that's just in part. We do need a storyteller, and I'm hoping at some point somebody steps forward and says, hey, I like this so much, I want to help be your storyteller, and I want to help you with some of those videos, because, all we have is me editing those at this point, and they can be skillfully edited, and we could tell some really good stories with them. I know we can. So we have all the content, just need the help putting that together. So,
and tagging them and just classifying sections of them, the topic, so schools can use this, right? And we pay hundreds and thousands of dollars to get these consultants to come down, right? And honestly, these kids are more inspirational than so many of the people we pay big bucks to. So
there's definitely so many avenues of gift that are still not really, we're still not, haven't had the time really to expand on the coverage about them. For instance, any language teacher should be looking into this. To whatever language they're teaching, they should be trying to find a segment where that's the language that's spoken, like any Spanish teachers out there. We had two wonderful team panels two Hispanic team panels this time, and it was all Spanish speaking, and that would have been perfect as part of a class assignment. Listen and learn, and you come back and tell us what they said, because what a great way to immerse yourself in a language. So there's lots of different ways that we can really expand this and make it even better, and that's what we hope to do. We've come a long way since last year. This year, or this event, we had 22 participating countries. To date, we've had 39 participating countries in all of the gifts together. But we've grown, we've about doubled that since a year ago this time, and it's wonderful. And we had the two Hispanic team panels, and then we had our inaugural team panel come back and talk about where things are now, what they're going to do with what they've learned, and they're building relationships, and it's just incredible. I hope we can follow these kids for a very long time to see what comes of them. That's where we get like Dr. Flynn to come back in and start studying all these kids we've had and watch where they go. And 15 years from now, then people can say, well, this is a result of being a participant in something like this.
I suspect in some cases it's going to be a lot sooner from the sounds of things. And, I love the fact that you mentioned that about languages, and, that you're so open and you embrace any language. I sat in with the kids who are presenting in Chinese, right? And it was fantastic. We don't have to all think in English, right? Or articulate in English. And I think this is great that you embrace that diversity of language, bring that in. That's an opportunity for, language classes to come in to understand beyond the tech and the innovation and all of that,
yes,
the celebration.
But you didn't hear Dr. Johnson. He was speaking Romanian to the Romanians. And when Lily came on, he was speaking Malay to her. So,
yeah, I just love languages. Yeah, no, but fantastic. Well done. And wow, you guys have been phenomenal. The amount of effort and time, it all looks so easy right at the end. You know, when somebody's just kind of sitting in, they think, oh, okay, what's the big deal? It's huge, you know, put something like
Yeah,
this
there's
together.
some interesting challenges with it. I mean, in the first time that we had people speaking in their native languages, it was fine when there was a translator or somebody there to help. There were some cases in the middle of the night, it was 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and I was there, or Jake was there, and they may have been doing a presentation in Chinese. And it's very strange when they get to the end, because you don't know they got to the end, and they don't know you don't know that, and you're kind of just staring at each other for a while. And I guess you're done, thank you. And then you remove them, and hopefully they were done. So it's interesting, but we made it through, and it, you know, I think it helps that we can allow that, because it's really important that not everything is just pushed into English. It really is. We had, was Ria, she's in high school still,
Yes,
right?
Yes. 11th
She
grade. I
came
think
to present her other business, the one she made herself this time, as opposed to the one that her and a bunch of other high schoolers put together. This one was her own. I mean, she's in high school. She's on business number 2. And is looking to turn it into a nonprofit and save the world. We had, I can't remember which presenter it was, but one of the little presenters that I was talking to early this morning is going to cure COVID. I'm like, this is the attitude that everybody needs to have.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for building the field of dreams, Julie and Jake.
And Aaron, you know, don't cut yourself out of that. Thank you.
I mean, I get to play in the field, but you've built it, and I just want to honor the fact that this amazing dose of inspiration is possible because of your vision. And one of the things I read recently, it was in a Canadian context, is the thought that the best way to inspire innovation is to teach about innovation. So to teach our students about innovations and the inventors behind them. And I just want to honor the fact that beyond the scope of what we hear about and the young presenters who keep returning or come for their first time, I sincerely believe that everybody who stumbles upon gift themselves will be inspired further to contribute positively. And that's that sort of butterfly effect, to pull a statement that we heard from our teen panel Reconnect earlier a couple of times, is really significant and really exciting. So bravo and kudos.
Okay.
Echo what Aaron said also. I think it's incredible to actually be who you are and be who you want the children to be. And it's one thing to tell children we need to innovate and help them, but it's also another thing to innovate. And I think on this anniversary of the 4th, it's well to look back, and this was supposed to be one solution to one specific problem. Julie, the genesis was Julie trying to provide a stage at the onset of COVID for young people to have a stage for their events. It was supposed to be a one-of. So the leader of GIFT also exhibited in example and in actual fact and action, evolving from one stage, one time, and was able to back up and go, whoa, wait a minute, look what this is doing, and evolve and grow and keep going. And I think that's critical when you're with young people, to model for them, not just tell them, but be who you want them to be. And that's what leaders do. They show by their actions, and then they circle back to make sure the people following them hit the finish line too. And that's what GIFT has evolved and done from onset to a year later.
Yeah, and it's so nice to see the same kids coming back, right? To present. So that is a true testament, and that's the evidence you're looking for, right? It's not a one-off.
Yeah.
And new ones too.
Yeah.
We should probably stop the recording. And Julie, can I talk to you about what we're going to do next?
Yeah, I just want to close with something that one of the young inventors told me early this morning, that he looks at the circle of difficulties and turns it into a circle of opportunities. And I think that that's a good motto to end on, and to continue on next time.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us, Dr. Johnson. Aaron,
Thank you for the opportunity. I really appreciate And it's an honor to work with people like you. So very proud to have been part of this in a little way. So good luck, and we'll reconnect again. Yeah.
I guarantee you're going to get another invitation.
And I'm going to be spreading this. In fact, I'm going to use some of these excerpts and to work with my schools and to promote it within the networks that I know. And we have some good companies behind us who've also watched the sessions today. And I think that partnership will just grow and provide kids also the opportunity to engage in real ways and authentic ways.
Wonderful.
To strengthen that.
If you find somebody who would like to support us, we'd be willing to accept money. And if you want to call it the XYZ Corporation gift, for the right money, we can be bought.
Okay, that's good too. Yeah, I can definitely, I've been working with 2 or 3 pretty large companies, one being PTC, and they're most definitely interested in the kinds of things that you guys have been doing. And
I'll be honest with you, we're not trying to